Hello there, and welcome to day 3 of the VCMEAX conference. This week, we're bringing together people from the Middle East and African region and far beyond to join together to learn from experts in their fields across the business management and health landscape. We're here to help innovators prepare their pitch presentations and ultimately present their idea to a group of angel investors. We're here to serve the venture capital community as we focus on women and minority entrepreneurs. Our goal is to provide education and support to a diverse group of people. So, following the warm welcome we received for VC Latinx and VC EuropeX last year, and VC APAX earlier this year, we're now focusing on our fourth global event. We're bringing together people from all over the Middle East and Africa who share a vision of social inclusion and are passionate about entrepreneurship. Together, folks from this part of the world will share the latest and greatest on business, health, and wellness in support of startups, entrepreneurs, and small to mid-sized business owners who will be joining us from all over the world. Today, we're expecting over 1,000 attendees coming from 70 different countries to learn from the best of the best. So make yourself comfortable and plan to spend the next day and the following day as well. As I promise, you'll gain practical steps you can take immediately that can have a positive impact on your business. We are all about practical education and information, and who best to learn from than experts in their field. So grab a cup of coffee and settle in. Deb and I are so glad you are here. So hi, Deb. How are you doing today?
I'm great, Ram. Good morning. How are you? Hello, everyone, and welcome.
Wonderful. So let's get going. So let's talk about today's agenda. And again, all times are Eastern Standard Time, EST. So now it's 8 a.m. So we're doing day 3 open. And we're going to be followed by OSINT and AI, or OSINT and the time of AI, I should say, with Arthur Weiss. And then we're going to go through unlocking VC opportunities for women and minorities with Nathaniel Witbooi. Then we're going to talk about gaining market insights from events, followed by our keynote, compelling communication. So it's a message about citizenship and how we can all do better. And then we have community improvement. And then after that, we're going to go into the afternoon with podcasting with Chris Hill. Then we're going to follow with storytelling and scenario planning. And we're going to close the day with Futures of Education from Dr. Hafsa Ahmed. And that will be the end of day 3. So folks, give us a short moment. We're going to go on a break, and we're going to start with our first presenter, Arthur Weiss. Give us a moment. Hello, folks, and welcome to this session. We have Arthur Weiss live. So it's using OSINT for competitive intelligence in the AI age. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Arthur Weiss. Arthur is a CIM chartered marketer who writes and works on all aspects of competitive intelligence. He's a speaker, trainer, lecturer, and a research consultant on internet search for business, marketing research, marketing planning, marketing intelligence, competitive intelligence, and other related topics. He is specialized on online research, scenario planning, futures forecasting, and again, intelligence topics. So in other sessions, he's going to explore the power of open source intelligence, OSINT or OSINT, in the age of artificial intelligence. He will discuss how businesses can leverage publicly available data to gain a competitive edge and make more informed decisions. Arthur will delve into the interactions of AI and OSINT, demonstrating new tools, techniques, and ethical considerations for maximizing competitive intelligence. So, Arthur, welcome. How are you doing today?
Okay, thank you. I'm looking forward to this. And just a plug, If you're listening to me, you've also got to listen to Jonathan Kaloff, who I think is in a couple of hours' time. He's absolutely brilliant. He's a real world traveler, much more than, well, I'd like to be. I understand he's going to be in Ethiopia soon. I saw him last week in Germany. So where he'll be speaking from, I haven't a clue, but he is a must speaker.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Okay. Well, the floor is yours.
Okay. Can you see my screen? Yes, you can. Fantastic. Right. So let's make a start. If I was giving this talk 2 years ago, yeah, exactly 2 years ago, it'd have been completely different, because in November 2022, ChatGPT burst onto the scene and everything changed for OSINT. And some of what I'm going to be talking about shows some of these changes and also different ways of doing it. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is, what do I mean by OSINT? Then some OSINT techniques. And all of this is going to be slightly mixed up, but OSINT today, OSINT and AI, using AI to find information, and then what's next. So let's move straight on. And so this is the agenda as I've just gone through it. But what do I mean by intelligence? Well, you've got human intelligence, which something has been going since the time of the Bible, with the story of the spies, of the 12 spies that were sent out to explore the land from the wilderness of Sinai. So you have human intelligence, interviews with people on the ground. You have what's known as signals intelligence, or SIGINT, looking at signals of any sort. And these could just be posts on X, which used to be known as Twitter, and for me still is Twitter, but everybody's supposed to call it X now. There's image intelligence, which for some areas is absolutely crucial. If you're trying to identify, for instance, the January 6th riots that took place in the US in 2020, finding who people were was often depending on their social media. So you had a photograph and you had to then find them on social media to identify their names. And that links to map intelligence. But I'm focusing on open source intelligence, which is finding information from open sources. So it's not something that depends on interviewing people. It's stuff that's usually on the internet. Historically, it was in libraries, reading newspapers. It's stuff that's out there and that is open. But before we can do anything, you have to know what you're looking for. You have to plan your search, what can and can't be found online. And if you don't know what you're looking for, it doesn't matter how much AI you use, you won't find it. So you need to know what you can do, what you can't do. So what are you looking for? The first thing you need to do when we're talking about planning, why is the intelligence needed in the first place? And then who needs it? And what do they need? And this could be information on competitors, customers, suppliers. What's changing in your market? What are the trends? What are the new technologies? Are you looking to do a merger and acquisition? Do you want to understand the financials? Or I'm not going to be speaking very much on, let's say you're looking for fraud, evidence of fraud, or if you're working for the police or any form of intelligence agency, who are the bad guys? And then when do you need this intelligence? What's the priorities? How quickly do you need it? Because of course, if you need it quickly, you might have to do some shortcuts. You might not be able to be quite as thorough. And one of the brilliant things about AI is it does short circuit things, in that you can often get a complete report from just a few prompts, the right prompts. A crucial question when you're looking at open source intelligence is, where is the information going to be held? And I'll come back to that. And then if you've got a team, who should be responsible for doing it and how are you going to report it? And there's something known as the intelligence cycle. The way I view it is the 4 C's. The first thing you do is have a conversation with your end user or the people who need the intelligence. What actually do they need? Refine that down, get it as precise as possible. Only then can you start collecting the intelligence and the information. The next stage is the analysis, convert it into something meaningful, and then communicate the finished product to the people who use it. It could be the original requester, it could be somebody completely different. But moving back into open source intelligence, the first question is, why will the information be available in the first place? If it's not going to be available, why spend time looking for it? Or is there a way of generating it or creating it or speaking to people to find it? So where will it be held? In individual's head or online? Or in a newspaper, or in a book? So know where it's likely to be, solves the problem, sorts it out so it's much easier and faster to find. And if you're using AI, what sort of prompts do you need to use to get that intelligence out? Then another crucial question is, can I obtain this intelligence legally? Can I obtain it ethically? And that can differ for different jurisdictions. So in Europe, there's what's known as GDPR, which protects individual information. So it can be much harder to find detailed information on people within Europe because that information is protected and there are legal, ethical constraints on what you can find. If you can't find it, are there other ways of obtaining that information that is legal? And after you've found it, especially for AI, you need to check that it's information. Because one of the problems with AI is that sometimes it does what's known as hallucination. So it makes up information, and there are reasons why it might do that, but you need to check the sources, you need to check the information. Is it correct? Or maybe there's some misinformation out there, and I'll finish off with an example of misinformation, deliberate misinformation. So you need to verify that information. Is it real? Is it false? So the next question is, why is information available? So I'm saying you want to know why information will be available, lead you to where it will be found. So what are the reasons information can be available? It's not available just because you would like to find it. It's available because there's regulation. So in Europe, financials, there is a regulation that says financials for corporates have to be filed. Whereas in some jurisdictions, it's only stock market companies. In the United States, for instance, it can be very difficult to find financials on a small private company, whereas in Europe, that's trivial. There's an expectation the information will be published. There's marketing, and I've got marketing in quotation markets because there's an expectation that corporates will advertise themselves. Well, is that marketing or is that propaganda? And I'll leave that for the audience to decide. The social and ego needs, community needs. People share things just because they need to, because the community expects them to. And that links to expectation. Or I want to boast about how great I am. And then the most interesting are accidents and mistakes, where things let out by accident. People put too much information online. People post things which they really shouldn't. And the expert searcher knows how to find these things. And often you won't find that sort of thing with AI because AI is not aimed at finding accidents. That needs more sophisticated techniques. The next thing is, how do you look at things? Well, if you're in a company, you will be looking at things from your company perspective. And when you're doing OSINT or any form of intelligence, it's crucial to look at things from the perspective of the people or the organization that you're looking at. How do they see things? And if you're looking at it from your perspective, you're likely to get it wrong. I think it was yesterday, it might have been on day one, Dr. Avner Benir was talking about the mistakes that Israel made with regards to 7th of October and the invasion by Hamas of Israel. Part of the reason for that is Israel wasn't really trying to understand things from Hamas's perspective, it was, how do we think Hamas is behaving? What do we think they're doing? So it wasn't fully reversing the picture. So we've got the Mona Lisa upside down, but is it actually the Mona Lisa, or has it been photoshopped? Not everything that's online can be found. Try to find an original TV coverage of the storming of the Bastille, or newspaper interview with Christopher Columbus following his return from discovering America. You won't find it. Or recording of Abraham Lincoln delivering the Gettysburg Address, and even photographs of Lincoln. You'll often now find colorized pictures. They were all black and white. My favorite, this comes from a colleague called Karen Blakeman. Apparently some children asked, why didn't the shepherds or wise men take photos with their phones? It's so ubiquitous that children don't realize we didn't always have mobile phones. So the next thing, when you're searching for information is held somewhere. It's held in an information container. That could be a results listing on Google. It could be an AI response, but that is where the information is held. So you need to make sure that what you're looking at is real. So what are the reasons information might be available? Who would want it to be available? If you can't think of where it'll be held, who else might want it? Where would they be looking? And AI will do this much faster, but maybe get it wrong. So now let's go into the meat of this. Almost everybody starts their search with Google, even if you're a student who's been told not to, or a journalist who has access to multiple sources, a lawyer or a judge, or an information professional who needs to uncover hard-to-find unbiased intelligence. There's nothing wrong with searching with Google. But if that's all you're doing, you're not doing the best job. And I now use Bing much, much more, because Bing includes Bing Chat or Copilot with all its searches. So I'm getting a bit extra for doing very little. And there are other reasons with Google that I'm going to cover in a second why Google's starting to get it wrong. So this is Google. Everyone knows that. But do you know the little details? Like, I'm searching from the United Kingdom. And if you click on the settings, you can sort of get things like this, all the various things going on. And if you click on search settings, so you're looking for an advanced search, various other options by clicking on the settings theme. And you get this. But I'm more interested in the other settings. And notice I've got continuous search. Oh, it's disappeared. Oh dear. And that's what's happened with Google. Years and years ago, you'd only get 10 results per page. And then you could change your settings to get 100 results per page. And it's much better if you can see 100 results in one go rather than 10, because 10, nobody goes to the second or third screen. It's a real pain. And then they came up with continuous, so you just scroll on and on and on and on. And that was okay, because you just get what was there. But for some reason, Google has taken that away and you only get 10 results. You can also change your language and region. But I want to get back to my 100 results. You can still do it with a bit of jiggery-pokery. So if you add the code ampersand num equals 100 to the end of your Google search string, you now get 100. What I've done is I've actually put into my bookmark thing on my browser a JavaScript that gives the same sort of thing. And if you want instructions, if you look on Reddit, the subreddit digital marketing, that link will get it. On Bing, the same problem. You only ever got 50 on Bing, and there it's not amp-num, it's amp-count. And all these slides, everything you can download, I'll give you a link to download right at the very end. So if you want to copy this for yourself, you can do that, or be an advanced searcher and see if you can find how to do it yourself by searching on Reddit. But if you can't, you can get this. There will be the PowerPoint show and you'll be able to get this coming up. So the next thing to be aware of is that some sites are harder to find than others. I call that invisibility. So sites that aren't search engine optimized won't appear in simple searches. You've got to do something slightly more sophisticated, possibly using AI, to find those sort of pages. But they're there. Then there's sites that aren't indexed by the search engines. And the chances are AI also won't find these because AI is going to be using search engines to find that sort of information at some point. Then the stuff that's actually excluded. The site says, I do not want to be found. The stuff you have to pay to use, and then the stuff like multimedia that's encrypted or non-indexable. So advanced search operators, AI will find the simple stuff. Deep web tools, social media search tools will find the not indexed, and deep web tools may find sometimes excluded from the search index. If you think it's going to be in, for instance, PubMed, you can use PubMed specific search features, and that might be excluded. And then the pay to use stuff often has its own search things, multimedia search as well. But I'm going to be focusing on the red box, things that aren't found in simple search. And the easiest way when you don't know what you're doing is go to sort of Google Advanced Search or Bing Advanced Search. We saw before there was that little pop-up on settings which gave you advanced search, and it gives you something like this. But all this is doing is adding parameters to the search. So if you know the sort of parameters that you can add, it makes it much faster, and you can also mix and match. So the main ones are phrase searching. Put everything in quotation marks. Use the or in capital letters or the minus sign for a not to give you an element of Boolean searching. And Google's not perfect Boolean, Bing is. On Google, you can search for the numbers. So if I want to do between 2022 and 2024, I do 2022 ... 2024. I can search for PDF files or things that are in the title of the page or in the URL of the page and so on. In Google, I can search for wildcards, and I'm going to give an example of this a bit later. And these change, and some of them have disappeared. I think on Google, I think cache has now disappeared, but it's still around on Bing. But they change, and you need to be aware of what those changes are. And sometimes you'll see old help guides that mention these. The squiggly tilde character was killed years ago, but I've still seen things that say you can try this. No, you can't. Similarly, the plus doesn't seem to work on Google. It does on Bing. And on AI, most search engines now understand natural language. So rather than putting just search operators, you can ask a question because of the AI integration. I said Google's changed. It used to give the number of results for search. So this unfortunately doesn't work, but I'm using this to show how you can improve your search. So if I put in competitive intelligence, I get several 100 million results. Putting it quotes, and I refine it down considerably from over. Well, in this case, I've got the asterisk. Sorry, the asterisk broadens your search, but it's forcing Google to use all its indexes rather than just the main one. But I can say I just want the title. So in title, I can use 3 characters. You get sort of help things. So there are various things that are there. I can use in URL. I can specify a little file type. I can do title and a PDF file. As I suggested, 2022 to 2024. So there are various things you can do. And in I can even exclude certain words. So I can say I want competitive intelligence in the title, but I don't want the word competitor to appear in the text. You can search for academic sites, edu or ac.star. So there are various things you can do to improve your search. But Google removed the results count in June 2024, so you wouldn't be able to get things like this now. Other things are little tricks like reversing the search order. So if I do Hilton Paris, I get different results to if I say Paris Hilton. This is a very obvious example, but sometimes they're much more subtle. If I repeat a keyword, I can sometimes get different results. And if I use two wildcards, for instance, Arthur * Weiss * London, I'm being very, very restrictive. So Arthur * Weiss, there are lots of us. And I got 26 million results. But Arthur * Weiss * London, I only got 22. Most of them were connected to me. But if you look at the first result I've got on the page, Arthurian literary production from Tennyson to White. It's Arthur something, Judith Weiss something, London. So it's about a book. Nothing to do with me at all, but that's what came up. The other thing you should do is look at the tools menu and see what that offers you, and also the images, the videos, books, and so on. The tools menu gives you two options: anytime or all results. Anytime you can specify a range, so you could say between specific dates. So if, let's say, there's a news event you're looking for, and I want to find out, I mentioned 7th of October. So I could put in up to the 6th of October to find out what the situation was between Israel and Gaza up to the 6th of October. If I don't do that, I'm going to get the most recent news. I don't want always the most recent stuff. Verbatim says, trust me, I know what I'm putting in. So if, let's say, you're searching for spelling mistakes, you might use verbatim. But I mentioned Bing. Google's not the only search tool. There's DuckDuckGo. And some of these you need to be aware of, because how you search, sometimes things are search optimized and they're buried deep in the research results. And there's, for instance, if you're looking in Cyrillic characters, you might use Yandex. There's Naver. There's Baidu for China. So there are a number of other specialist search engines. Sometimes, like Baidu, they're regional. Sometimes they sort of have little twists and things like that. So you've got Million Short here. Try them, see what they do. But if you're doing a complex search, you need to think about mixing your approaches, doing a mix of search approaches. Know your toolkit. Understand how these things work. So coming back to here, I'm going to be focusing on the simple searches that aren't necessarily search engine optimized, but you can still find them. And with the onset of AI, I now routinely also search using AI tools, specifically Perplexity, because I have a paid subscription for that. And Perplexity will search as well as give you in its inbuilt training data. LLM stands for Large Language Model, MLM, Multimodal Language Model. They're essentially what also known as chatbots, and they have a large amount of data that they've been trained on so that you can search for information. But Perplexity allows you to search as well. So does ChatGPT to a certain extent in the pro versions, but Perplexity is designed for searching. And also U.com does the same sort of thing. There are slight differences. I'll give examples of both of these. And there are lots more. This is just a subset of the chatbots. And if you want to look at how many AI tools are out there, you've got Elicit for academic use, also great. But if you want to create images, and I'm going to give an example later of a video editing tool, there's a website called There's an AI for That. And it gives thousands of different AI tools. Some of them are great, some of them aren't. So it's worth looking at some of these things. And if you're looking at AI, the things it will do, searching, you can use it for writing reports, answering, summarizing information, writing code, translating documents. And I will use the translation features for, if I've got a website, I might sort of copy large portions of it and ask an AI to translate. I'll get more results than, for instance, on Google Translate or Bing Translate, and analyzing data. And the latest version of ChatGPT, codenamed Strawberry, came out about 2 weeks ago. It's not, if you don't pay, you don't get it, but it is much, much better for analysis. It's not great for searching, but it's been billed as the best analysis AI tool there is going. But I'm not really interested in those bits for most OSINT or these bits. This is what I'm going to focus on. And there are specific tools now for helping you search. One is by one of my favorite internet searchers, Henk van Es, created a tool called searchwhisperer.ai. I'll show you how this works. So I'm looking at startups in Tel Aviv as an example. And I put in, I want the top 20 Israeli technology startups. Well, I could search like that, but what Search Whisperer will do is give me suggestions to improve my search. So Tel Aviv Startup Hub Disruptive Technologies Rankings. Or because Israel strong in cybersecurity, Israel Tech Scene AI Startup Cybersecurity Ventures. So it gives me alternative search terms that I might not think naturally. So if I'm not getting my rankings or my top 20 Israeli technology startups, this gives me other search terms to go a bit deeper. One of the interesting ones, which I wouldn't have thought about until I saw it, was Israel unicorn companies. Because of course, a startup that gets to a certain size gets known as a unicorn because it's sort of making $1 billion. So looking for Israeli unicorn companies as a way of really getting the top 20 Israeli technology startups. So searchwhisperer.ai is a way of getting other search terms that you might not normally have thought about. And it gives ideas also of refining your search with things like in title, all in text, in URL that I mentioned earlier. And it suggests using Perplexity. Using Bing. This is the standard Bing where you sort of put in a search. And notice the search box has got slightly more because you can now type a sentence or a request. But there's also two other features. There's the little Copilot, the beach ball, and there's Copilot at the top. And using Bing Copilot, I thought I would look up. I don't know anything about Futures TV. Apparently, it's a new channel. I'm sure that Ron might be able to talk about it a bit later. But I thought, let's put in Futures TV. And this is what I get. And notice next to that sort of beach ball thing, I've got deep search. So if I put in deep search, I get sort of GPT-powered thing. It sort of takes a bit longer. But it's giving me Roku, and funnily enough, Futures Television now comes second, but it gives me a bit more about Futures TV. But if I go on to Bing Copilot, I get quite a bit more, a bit about the site. And it gives me ideas, tell me more about Tech Tomorrow, what's the schedule for Futures TV. So it gives me other ideas I can try. And it's important to know that Bing Copilot will do a search, whereas Microsoft Copilot, which is pretty much the same thing, but is a slightly different entry. So you'd have bing.com/chat or copilot.microsoft.com, and they look the same, but they are actually slight different.
Hi, folks. So Arthur is having some connection problems. Let's give him a moment, and then we're going to return to the session. I will see you soon. Hello and welcome to What You Don't Know About Futures Wheels. I'm Gayoso from Futures Television, Radio Futures, and Chief Editor at IMCI Magazine. This series is a response to your feedback. In essence, you will find a series of tutorials or videos designed to explain one specific technique and show you how it can be used in the real world. Today, we're exploring futures wheels. What are they and how can you use them? So let's get started. Alrighty, this is the overview of this video. When you think about future wheels, they're visual ways to organize thoughts and ideas. We basically pick a topic and think about it using a questions and answers format. It is that simple. So what we use future wheels for? Well, we use them to think about the association of ideas and how they are related. One way to think about futures wheels is to describe them as tools to help us uncover risks and opportunities in the marketplace. Future wheels are used to help us evaluate competing ideas, consider alternatives, and in the process, we work to minimize surprises. If we do a good job at imagining alternative futures, then it is less likely we will be truly surprised. When we think about a set of competing alternatives, we are forced to evaluate which potential outcome is best, so we can direct our efforts one way or another. When we pick a path and make consistent decisions on how to get there, in reality, we're conducting a strategic planning exercise. And that is key if we want to ensure the long run survival of any entity. Alrighty. In this video, we will use a four-step process to create a simple futures wheel. Once you see the process at work, you'll be able to easily recreate it and thus come up with your own futures wheel. The first step is to select the key idea. It could be a trend or an event. In other words, we need to disclose what is the main point of the analysis. Once we decide on the main idea, then we can start to explore it in greater details. Okay, by the way, we could do this analysis using a piece of paper and a pencil. But for the sake of simplicity, we can work faster when you use any kind of established template. In this video, I use free software to expedite the process. There are many pieces of software and now are equally good and equally free. So please pick one. In this example, I am using the Video Paradigm online tool, which again is free. You will find a link to that page in the description of this video. Okay, now that we selected one piece of software, let's look at the center of the wheel and place the main idea, trend, or event. Notice there is a key idea at the center, surrounded by three different yet connected circles. One green, one yellow, and another one red. Once we place the main idea in the center, then we need to move to the green circle. There are a few ways to do this. We can think of consequences of the original idea. If an apple falls from the tree, it could hit the floor and roll around. It could get smashed on the ground, or someone might have caught the apple before it hit the ground. Well, you get the idea. Another approach is to think about this in terms of this, then that, in a logical or a linear fashion. So let's look at a concrete example. In this example, the central idea we are exploring is a trend called car electrification. That means a trend for people to buy more hybrid, or in this case, electric vehicles, as opposed to gas-powered ones. In this step, we're just looking at the key idea and posing questions, then making notes of what we find. Let's look at this example in greater details. If we use the if this then that process, we can pose a few questions. On the first path, we just ask, well, if there is a car, how will it be fueled? Or, in our case, how will it be charged? One potential way is to think people will opt to charge their cars overnight at home while they sleep. Well, for that, we would need a garage, an electric plug, and some equipment, perhaps a special high-powered outlet, one capable of handling charging the car's battery. Another path would lead to. Hey folks, sorry, we don't need to remain on the round table. Arthur is back. Glad to see you're back, Arthur. I was just keeping information flowing from the round table we had in the afternoon the other day.
Do you know where I disappeared?
No, you may have clicked something.
No, I don't think so. But I don't know when it disappeared.
Oh, yeah, I at this point I don't remember.
All right, I'll go back a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were on findingai.com, and then you 1 second. Yeah, it was right before that. Yeah.
Here or
One before.
this one?
Yeah, before Perplexity, you had just moved from findingai.com into, I think it's Perplexity.
Okay, so I was searching with you.com. I'll try and do it very quickly and catch up, because I don't know. All of a sudden I saw it disappearing.
The
Right.
magic of a disappearing internet.
Yes, exactly. One of the things people have to realize is that this technology is good, but it's not perfect. I suppose you need a bit more real intelligence as opposed to artificial intelligence to get these things perfect. I was saying, I think I spoke about you.com and how my favorite was Perplexity, but that's because I pay for it. And it gives you a number of different options, so you can search with not just the default, which is great for searching, but if you're producing reports or doing analysis, you've got Claude Sonnet and Claude Opus, and you've got the meta models for Llama, sort of Sona Huge and Sona Large, which sort of really have a lot of information on it. But doing that same search about looking at futures TV on Perplexity, and it gives me the same sort of thing. So one of the beauties about AI is that you can do searches and get a lot of information all in one go, and then you can refine it using the traditional OSINT methods. But it gives, if you know nothing about a topic, it can start you off. It can give you a sort of head start that you would not have got previously without having to go through a lot of information. Of course, you do have to be careful to make sure that you verify it, but combining traditional approaches with AI it's like driving an old car and driving a Lamborghini or Ferrari or Porsche. You can go much faster and get to places much more quickly. There is a danger. If you're going with a slow standard car and something gets in the way, you're not likely to get killed when you crash. Whereas if you're going in a Lamborghini and you're going too fast and you're not watching the road in front of you, it's much easier to crash and get something completely wrong. So you do need to check what you're doing to make sure you get things right. I then moved on to using deep web tools. And I gave an example of the Wayback Machine archive.org. And I sort of talked a bit about how you can sort of go back in time. So looking at the White House in February and then going back 4 years, and going back 4 years again, and going back 4 years when things get much more text-based. Going back, to 1996 eventually, and how you can see what's on the White House site. And that's one of the things that the Wayback Machine archive.org is really, really great for, is seeing what is on a site. So I could see all the Excel files on the Wayback Machine that have been indexed by the Wayback Machine. I then said there are lots and lots of different other sources, whether you're looking at industry sources, for the aircraft industry, or blogs, discussions in Discord or Reddit. Or if you're looking at regional sources, there are specific sources, deep web sources for looking at specific regional things. Like if you're looking at the Middle East or Africa, you've got AME Info, Zoya for the Middle East, trendtype.com for Africa, allafrica.com, or the Francophone countries, africnewsinfo.net. So get to know the specific tools for deep web searching, because some of these will not find in a search engine. For competitive intelligence, you might want to use open corporates for finding information on pretty much anywhere in the world, or marketresearch.com or Statista. And then there's various social media sites. And then the stuff that you really do have to know where to look for. It's been excluded from the search index for various reasons. It could be too much information, or paying for information. You need to pay for some information. And then the stuff that's encrypted or not even indexed. I'm just sort of seeing things seem to be slow. So looking for multimedia, or Pandora, one of my favorite music sites, I have to use a VPN to get it. And then there's the dark web on what are known as onion sites, encrypted information. One of the best tools for finding OSINT type things, if you don't know sites, is from Bellingcat, which has a whole section. If you go to bit.ly/bcat tools, it'll give you a whole series of search tools which Bellingcat use for online open source investigations. Social media, and gives you ways of searching social media sites, or people. And there's lots of different social media sites which people don't even realize exist. There was a brilliant case. I think there was a shooter in America that hid his plans on a Russian site called OK.ru. And I think it was Bellingcat who discovered this. So people, if they want to hide stuff, they can use social media, especially things like the free speech sites like Gab, BitChute. BitChute will have stuff on it that you will not get on YouTube, and they will be banned on YouTube. So if you're looking for nasty stuff, that's the sort of place to go. Then consider why information will be available on social media. I said why information will be available in the first place. Well, it's slightly different on social media. It's going to be more ego or community building. Although if you're looking at companies, you've still got marketing and propaganda, but job searching is another reason. So if you know why it's going to be available, can help you look where you're going for. So know what you're looking for. Consider, if you're looking for people, LinkedIn, Facebook, X, multimedia, TikTok. And even searching LinkedIn, there are specific things that you can find on LinkedIn. One tip is, for instance, if you're looking for senior management, to put in your LinkedIn search, head of or president or director, and you'll find senior people. It allows you to build organization charts. As I mentioned, all these slides are available to download, and I'll give a link at the very end. Whatever you're doing, whether you're looking at AI or traditional search, assess the information reliability and categorize what you're looking for. Don't report something without verifying it. And beware of bias. And there are reasons you get bias. If there's too much information, people try and do shortcuts and they'll miss stuff out because I can't be bothered to go through it all. So you only notice when things change. But the opposite happens if there's not enough information. People make generalizations, they fill in the gaps, and they make guesses. That's one of the reasons you might have hallucinations. In both cases, too much information, so it can't handle it, so it just makes things up. Or AI will hallucinate if this doesn't have the information, it'll just guess. If you don't have enough time, well, I can't be bothered to go through this, so I'm going to assume I'm right. And people also remember things that weren't real. So they'll edit their memories to make sure things fall into the pattern so they're consistent with what they expect. So do you have a complete and unbiased picture? I see a square. That's true. I see a circle. That's also true. The truth is, I'm actually looking at a cylinder, but I'm only looking at it in a two-dimensional perspective, not three-dimensional. When you do your research, you need to try and make it three-dimensional. And beware of misrepresentation, beware of fakes. So there's a great website, Which Face is Real? Of these two faces, which of these is a real person, which is a made-up person? And I'll give you the answer. She's real. But it's kind of tough, and it's getting tougher. This guy is fake. He's a completely made-up picture. So I'm going to finish off. I'm probably a bit over now because things went belly up. But what's next? Well, as I said much earlier, Google is killing certain things. Traditional search is being dumbed down, which makes it harder and forces people to use AI. So they do provide an alternative. There are new tools appearing like searchwhisperer.ai or another one, belogo.xyz. There are plugins that fit in with Office 365. Eventually, AI is going to be monetized, which means if you don't pay for it, you're going to get lots of advertisements. And those advertisements, they'll know one hell of a lot about you. And disinformation is growing. So I'm going to show a short video to finish off. I hope the video will work. But this is the real danger if you're in corporates. That it's very easy for somebody to put out disinformation about you. So make jolly well sure that you're searching not just for information about your competitors, but if anybody's trying to rubbish you and put information out about you. The flip side is a form of counterintelligence. So let's just see this video. It is created with a site called invideo.ai. It took me 5 minutes to create the video from a single prompt, and that prompt took 30 seconds to put in. Let's just see the video.
What's something people don't know about their iPhones? This is going to blow your mind. Behind the sleek design, there's a troubling secret. Apple products may look sleek and polished, but their labor practices, not so much. We're talking about almost slave labor here, folks. Imagine working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for barely enough to get by. That's the reality for many workers in Apple's supply chain in China. And the kicker? Most of them can't even afford the products they're making. So why should you care? Well, ethical consumers like us hold the power to demand better. By choosing not to buy Apple products, we send a strong message. We won't support companies that exploit their workers. But wait, there's more. Reports have shown that workers face unsafe conditions, limited breaks, and extreme pressure to meet insane quotas. Some have even resorted to desperate measures due to the unbearable stress. Now, I know what you're thinking, but I love my iPhone. Don't worry. There are plenty of alternatives out there from companies that prioritize ethical labor practices. It's all about making informed choices. So next time you're in the market for a new gadget, think twice about what your purchase really supports. Because when we demand better, we get better. And remember, every time we choose ethical over easy, we're making a difference. It's not just about the tech, it's about humanity. Thanks for watching, and stay informed, stay ethical. Catch you next time. What's something...
So just to finish off, top tips: know what you're looking for, plan your searches, use advanced search techniques, and then if you're really getting further, look at the deep web, look at stuff that's not going to be indexed. Don't ignore your own competitor's website. Don't ignore social media. What's being said? So look at blogs, forums, video. Be willing to pay for information and stay up to date. And if you can't find the answers online, there's always OSINT. And the video was a complete con, anti-Apple. I'm actually a lover of Apple because I believe in, as Steve Jobs said, think different. So I'm slightly over. And any questions? Do we have time for questions?
Well, we were way over, but yeah, they were like 19 or so. They love your stuff as always. They're asking me to ask you to come back with a longer presentation. I shared with them the link to Aware and to your site and asked him, so please make sure you connect with Arthur on LinkedIn as well. He's actually very easy to find. We cannot see the picture of his door as Google used to show, but you can find him.
The PowerPoint. Just remember aware.tiny.us. That is no reflection on the size of the US, although I think Canada's bigger. And Jonathan Calof, who you'll be hearing later, comes from Canada, so he'll probably comment on how much bigger Canada is. And it's and the head of government in Canada is still King Charles. Long may he reign forever. But so it's aware.tiny.us/ in capital letters VCMEAX, and then in small letters my initials AW. Thank you.
Well, Arthur, again, thank you so very much. As always, wonderful to have you here with us and sharing your knowledge. And folks, again, the questions, I will make sure I follow up with him. And I know there's some posted here, others on the question box, and he is sharing the link, so you have access to the presentation and, of course, the address, the website for Aware, and you can connect with him. So again, Arthur, thank you so very much, and I'm so sorry for the technical issues. You know, people really love your stuff.
Well, thank you very much as well. And I'm just looking back at the questions, so I'll try and answer questions whilst you move on to the next person.
Wonderful.
That's good.
And you want to kick me out of the green room again?
Okay, so folks, we're going to go on a quick break, and then we're going to switch to the next session. See you soon. Hi there, folks. So let's welcome Nathaniel Witbooi to the conference. Nathaniel's presentation is unlocking venture capital opportunities for women and minorities in the Middle East and Africa. So Nathaniel is the founder of Freestyle Saturdays in Cape Town, South Africa. He has created an emerging and disruptive tech company comprising of a house of locally groomed engineers, optimizing current technology through accessible methodologies to create an ecosystem that puts the consumer's needs first through ethical lenses. He's also the program content and business developer of Africa Arena, building a sustainable Pan-African tech ecosystem through event services. He also implements and coordinates digital and on-air projects in a creative, solution-driven manner from beginning to end from the KFM and Cape Town division of Prime Media Broadcasting. So in this session, Nathaniel will share insights into creating an equitable access to venture capital for underrepresented groups. Drawing on his experience in tech and event-driven ecosystems, he will explore how local entrepreneurs in these regions can tap into global VC networks to foster both innovation and growth. This session is essential for anyone interested in inclusive entrepreneurship and sustainable tech ecosystems in emerging markets. So without further ado, let's welcome Nathaniel. Hi, Nathaniel. How are you doing today?
Hello, welcome.
Hey, how are you guys doing today? Today is quite a beautiful day in sunny, or I say slightly less sunny South Africa. How have you guys been doing, and how's the conference been holding up?
Wonderful. So we've been great. I mean, some technical issues here and there, but other than that, we're surviving, and we're so happy to have you here.
Phenomenal. So, do you mind if I share my screen?
Please do, yes. So if you go hit present and then slides, it should work.
Phenomenal. Let me just quickly set this up on my side. Awesome. Okay. Let me just see if you can see my screen.
Not yet. It's coming up. There you are. Okay. Move in the background, and the floor yours.
Phenomenal. Well, good afternoon and good morning, everybody. As I was previously introduced, I'm Nathaniel Witbooi, founder of Freestyle Innovations, a company dedicated to unlocking innovation potential in underrepresented markets. I'm also here as a guest speaker for Future Televisions, and I'm thrilled to discuss, how we can empower women and minority founders in the VC space. Today, we're here to talk about a very critical issue: the lack of access to funding for women and minority founders. Despite the tremendous potential of entrepreneurs in this region, funding remains inaccessible for many due to various barriers. We're going to explore those challenges, but more importantly, we'll focus on opportunities and also actionable solutions. My hope is that by the end of this webinar, you will have a clearer understanding of the venture capital landscape in the Middle East and in Africa, the challenges underrepresented founders face, and also how platforms like the VC Middle East and Africa Conference can help bridge the gap. So let's begin. The venture capital landscape in the Middle East and Africa has experienced rapid growth in recent years. In Africa alone, VC funding reached over $6 billion in 2023, driven by key sectors like fintech, agri-tech, and health tech. The Middle East is also seeing expansion, especially in sectors like e-commerce and fintech, with the UAE and Saudi Arabia leading the charge. But despite the impressive numbers, women and minority founders still face significant barriers in accessing this capital. In Africa, less than 3% of VC funding goes to women-led startups. It's important to note the sectors where we're seeing increased attention: fintech and sustainable energy, agri-tech, and health tech. These are industries that are not only attracting global attention, but also solving real-world problems in our regions. For instance, in Nigeria and Kenya, we see fintech startups bridging gaps in financial inclusion, while health tech is revolutionizing healthcare access across Africa. The good news is that we're seeing more programs and networks specifically geared towards supporting underrepresented founders. For instance, there are initiatives like the IFC's She Invest, AWS's Black Founders Fund, also Google's Black Founders Fund, And then we also have other initiatives like Momentum in the Middle East, who are empowering women entrepreneurs by providing both funding and then also mentorship. So what else can we look at? Leveraging VC firms focus on diversity. There are also more venture capital firms, and I'll deep dive into that a bit later into this presentation, and funds that are prioritizing diversity. So key funds that I can just highlight for now are funds like Algebra Ventures in Egypt, for example. They're making strides by ensuring that women-led businesses are on their radar. Similarly, organizations like African Women in Tech, the AWIT, for those who want to Google and look a little bit further into it, they provide platforms for women to learn, grow, and also scale their businesses. So let's deep dive. When we look into the VC landscape, we can see that it's growing. Access to funding remains a major challenge for women and minority entrepreneurs. We can see that many VCs still invest in founders who reflect their own background and perpetuating like systemic biases. So entrepreneurs who don't have the right connections often struggle to even get in the room with investors, let alone like secure capital. Before my journey as a consultant, I worked for a company called Africa Arena. And what we used to do is that we directly connected investors to founders. And for us, it was very difficult. When we spoke to them, especially when it came to women in business, it was very difficult because a lot of these people didn't have a mandate in terms of actually finding women founders, or didn't even have a gender-focused lens, which made it very difficult for us to actually raise funding for them. So let's take a look at some of like the barriers. You've got cultural and also social barriers. In many parts of the Middle East and Africa, cultural norms also play a significant role. Women entrepreneurs are sometimes not taken as seriously, and in some, communities, there are social constraints that discourage women from taking leadership roles in business. There's also a lack of mentorship and also representation. Moreover, there is a significant lack of representation within venture capital firms themselves. This lack of diversity in decision-making roles limits the perspectives that could lead to more inclusive investments. And without mentorship from experienced founders or VCs, many women and minority entrepreneurs struggle to navigate the complexities of the startup ecosystem. So let's take a look at this a bit further. So if we look at the cultural challenges in MEA, right, the first thing that we look at is women are not taken seriously in business. So first of all, let's deep dive into the challenge. One of the most persuasive, or should I say pervasive, issues faced by women in business globally, but particularly in emerging markets like the Middle East and Africa, is the tendency for female entrepreneurs and professionals to not be taken seriously. This bias stems from deep-rooted gender stereotypes and assumptions about women's capabilities, particularly in male-dominated industries like technology, finance, and venture capital. Many female business leaders face unconscious bias during investor pitches, business meetings, and even within their own organizations. Investors may question the scalability of female-led company or have doubts about a woman's ability to manage growth, particularly if she has a family responsibilities. These stereotypes persist despite numerous studies showing that companies led by women, and this is going to be crazy, often outperform those led by men in key financial metrics. For instance, women frequently report experiencing mansplaining in meetings where, male colleagues or potential investors attempt to explain concepts they're already well versed in, or they face condescending behavior such as being asked about family or work-life balance when pitching for serious funding opportunities. This undermines their authority and can derail potential partnerships or funding rounds. So what are the key insights when we think about, women not being taken seriously? So the first thing to remember is that there's bias in business interaction. Women entrepreneurs face microaggressions that make it harder for them to be seen as serious contenders for leadership roles or investment. The second thing is undervaluing female-led businesses. There is a persistent myth that women-led businesses are smaller in scale or less innovative. Despite evidence to the contrary, there's discriminatory funding gaps. So the result is a significant funding gap between male and female entrepreneurs, with women receiving less funding for equal or even better models. Now, the question is, what's the way forward to counteract this? The first thing we need to do is we need to create awareness campaigns. It is crucial to raise awareness about the success of female-led businesses to challenge misconceptions. Highlighting examples of women outperforming in business can break these harmful narratives. Then we also need to focus on data-driven decisions. Investors and business leaders should rely on data rather than stereotypes when assessing business potential. They need to create platforms that highlight the performance of women-led businesses and can help shift perspectives. So the second part when it comes to cultural challenges in MEA is that there are cultural restrictions on leadership roles. So let's deep dive into the challenge. Cultural restrictions on leadership roles are a significant obstacle for women across the Middle East and Africa. In many countries in these regions, societal norms and legal frameworks limit women's ability to rise to leadership positions. These restrictions often stem from deeply ingrained cultural practices, traditional gender roles, and patriarchal structures that view leadership as a primarily male domain. So, in some cultures, when we are expected to prioritize family responsibilities over career ambitions, and in certain cases, women may need permission of a male guardian to work, travel, or even start a business. Even when women achieve leadership positions, they may encounter cultural pushback or face positions from male colleagues who do not see them as equals in decision-making processes. In many countries within the region, a woman's success in a business or leadership is not just about her ability, it's also about navigating societal expectations. Women are sometimes seen as less legitimate leaders, which leads to fewer opportunities, limited mentorship, and restricted access to leadership paths. So if we deep dive on the key insights, things we need to remember is that legal and societal barriers is an issue. In some regions, laws or cultural practices actively prevent women from entering leadership roles, while in other regions, cultural attitudes may indirectly block their progress. There's also limited opportunities. Realistically, even in more liberal environments, women face the so-called glass ceiling, where there are expected to excel at both family roles and leadership responsibilities. This creates an unfair burden that is rarely placed on men in similar positions. So the question now is, how do we mitigate this and how do we actually overcome this problem? The first part is that we need to focus heavily on a cultural shift and advocacy. Change can come through advocacy and education. By challenging the norms that confine women to traditional roles, countries and industries can promote gender equality in leadership. We need to create female leadership networks. So female leadership programs and mentorship circles can provide women with the tools and support they need to succeed in leadership roles, even in the conservative cultures. Lastly, when we look at cultural challenges in the Middle East and in Africa, the challenge here is that the Middle East and Africa are culturally diverse region. I mean, we have so many countries on these two continents. It's actually mad, with each country presenting unique opportunities and challenges for women and minorities in business. However, across both regions, there are common cultural challenges that hinder women's participation in leadership and entrepreneurship. In many parts of the Middle East, social conservatism and patriarchal traditions means that women face greater scrutiny when entering business or leadership roles. Societal expectation may place limitation on their freedom of movement or the types of businesses they can engage in. In some countries, there are strict laws about how when women can engage in business, often requiring male guardianship or limiting their participation in certain sectors. In Africa, while there are many successful women entrepreneurs, cultural challenges remain, particularly in rural areas. Traditional gender roles often dictate that women should be responsible for domestic duties, leaving very little room for career advancement. Additionally, some communities still hold patriarchal views that discourage women from pursuing higher education or leadership positions. This results in a lack of female representation in decision-making bodies across African countries. So both regions also face the broader challenge of limited access to education and economic resources for women, further perpetuating gender inequalities in business and leadership. In many cases, women in rural or lower income communities lack access to capital, financial literacy, and also business mentorship, which prevents them from realizing their entrepreneurial potential. So, what are the key insights? The first thing we need to keep in mind when it comes to cultural challenges is we need to take a look at patriarchal systems. Across both regions, patriarchal systems limit women's participation in leadership and business, often through restrictive laws or societal expectations. Geographical differences. Urban women in both regions may have more opportunities than their rural counterparts, but even urban women face significant obstacles due to cultural norms. Lastly, access to resources. The lack of education and access to economic resources disproportionately affects women, making it harder for them to break into business or leadership roles. So, how do we mitigate these cultural challenges for women and minorities? First of all, it's education and empowerment. Efforts should focus on increasing women's access to education and business training, particularly in rural areas where cultural norms are strongest. We need to promote policy changes, advocating for policy changes that enable women to participate in business without the need for male guardianship or legal restrictions will help remove some of the barriers in the Middle East and Africa. We also need to focus a lot on building alliances, encouraging alliances between local governments, nonprofits, and also the private sector organizations can provide women with access to resources, training, and mentorship that are culturally sensitive and locally relevant. So, in conclusion, we see that these three issues, women not taken seriously in business, cultural restrictions on leadership roles, and cultural challenges in MIA, highlight the complex and multifaceted obstacles women and minorities face in business in these regions. By addressing these challenges through education, policy change, and networking opportunities, there is significant potential to unlock the leadership and entrepreneurial talent of women and minorities, fostering a more inclusive and also a dynamic economy. So, I know it's a lot of negativity and a lot of things that we're trying to, but this is the reality of the situation in Africa and MIA. And later on in this presentation, we're going to get into the opportunities and what is available for us in order to actually mitigate this and find the solution for the future of Africa that is more inclusive. But before we get there, I just want to expand a bit more on barriers for women and also that minorities face within our country. So first of all, we take a look at limited access to funding and networks. So if we look at the challenge here, one of the most significant hurdle for women and minorities, or should I say minority entrepreneurs, is the lack of access to venture capital, funding, and also critical business networks. Research shows that women and minority-led startups receive disproportionately less funding compared to their male counterparts. In Africa, for example, less than 3%, think about it, 3% of $6 billion US of the total VC funding goes to female founders. And then the number for minorities are even smaller for those groups in specific certain regions, which I think is completely ridiculous. This disparity is largely due to systemic issues. So when you look at traditional VC networks, they are often composed of investors who have limited exposure to diverse founders or are focused on sectors where minority founders are underrepresented. Many VCs rely heavily on personal networks for deal flow, and because these networks are homogeneous, like minority founders are often overlooked. This lack of access to funding stifles innovation and also prevents promising businesses from scaling. So if we look at the highlight key insights of this, there's a big funding gap. Women and minorities are less likely to receive significant funding, even when their businesses show early promise. There's also network limitations. Entrepreneurs from underrepresented groups often lack access to the informal networks where many investment deals are initiated. Without connections to decision makers, they struggle to secure meetings or even pitch opportunities. The question is, how do we change this, right? We need to change this by doing diverse investor groups. This means building more mission-driven VC firms and funds that prioritize diverse founders. That's super essential. Initiatives like impact investing and gender lens investing focuses on identifying and supporting startups led by women and minorities. We also need to create inclusive networks. So networking platforms and pitch competitions aim specifically at underrepresented groups like All Rise and the Black Women Talk Tech provide invaluable access both investors and mentors, especially like where I used to work for Africa Reno. Like we specifically ran a women in tech program and we ran it pan-African. It was amazing. We had the top 5 founders pitch in every region. And between that, I mean, we've helped raised about, what was it? I think it was over 4 to 8 million US dollars between the top founders in that group. And I'm telling you that by participating and opening yourself up to the network and networking with these investors, it will really put you on the map. It will make you be seen. People will understand your technology. People will understand what you're about, who you are, and then they'll be able to make deals. Because honestly, the best deals are made in person versus being made digitally. People need to know who you are. They need to know who they're getting into the car with in order for them to really make a truly committed investment in you. So just keep that in mind. The second part is that there's cultural and social biases. So the challenge here is that cultural and social biases remain a persistent challenge for women and minority founders who often face discrimination and skepticism in the startup ecosystem. So these biases manifest in various different ways, from subtle forms of prejudice to overt doubts about their leadership capabilities. For example, many female founders report being questioned about their ability to balance family life and work, which is bizarre because it's something that male founders are rarely asked for. Similarly, minorities are often judged based on stereotypes that undermine their credibility or even devalue their potential contribution to industries traditionally dominated by other groups. These biases can also lead to a lack of trust from investors who may be less likely to fund a startup led by someone who doesn't fit their preconceived notion of a successful entrepreneur. The result is that many talented women and minorities are overlooked or forced to jump through additional hoops that their counterparts do not have to face. So the key insights from cultural social biases is that there is gender bias. Investors may assume that women-led businesses are less scalable or that women are less capable of handling the pressures of entrepreneurship. There's also ethnic and racial bias. Minority founders may face unconscious bias from investors who question their competency based on stereotypes or make assumptions about the markets they serve. The question is, how do we change this? So the way forward here is that we need to focus on education and awareness. We need to combat bias that requires education at entry level of the startup ecosystem. Investors must recognize the unconscious bias that cloud their decision-making and actively seek to diversify their portfolios. Highlighting success stories is also super crucial. So showcasing successful women and minority founders can challenge these cultural norms and provide roles for future generations. Now, the last part, before we move on to the good part, is the issue that we also have when it comes to barriers for women and minorities is the lack of representation and then also, sustainable and relevant mentorship. So one of the challenges here is that another major obstacle for women and minorities in entrepreneurship is the lack of representation in leadership roles and the shortage of mentors who can offer guidance. So mentorship is a critical factor in startup success, providing founders with the insights, connections, and confidence to navigate the complex business landscape. However, many women and minorities struggle to find mentors who share their lived experiences or even understand the unique challenges they face. When looking at leadership positions within major companies and VC firms, women and minorities remain starkly underrepresented. This is a lack of representation not only limits access to mentorship, but also affects visibility in the ecosystem. Without leaders who look like them, aspiring entrepreneurs may feel discouraged or face additional barriers when trying to break into the industry where they are historically underrepresented. So the key insights here is that first we have mentorship gaps, right? Women and minority founders often miss out on critical mentorship opportunities because there are fewer people in leadership positions who have walked a similar path. There's also leadership disparities. Representation in leadership across sectors like tech, finance, and venture capital is skewed towards male and non-minority groups, creating fewer role models for diverse founders. Now, the question is, what is the way forward for us to change this? First, we need to really look at mentorship programs. Initiatives like Women in Tech Africa, Black Founders, and Female Founders Fund focus on providing structured mentorship and support to underrepresented groups. We need to look and focus a lot on visibility campaigns. Companies and organizations must make intentional efforts to spotlight women and minorities in leadership roles, providing inspiration and guidance for the next generation of entrepreneurs. So in conclusion here, addressing these challenges, limited access to funding and networks, cultural and social biases, and the lack of representation and mentorship requires a multi-pronged approach that fosters an inclusive startup ecosystem. This means creating more opportunities for women and minorities to connect with investors, increasing education around unconscious bias, and providing better mentorship and role models for diverse founders. By focusing on these areas, we can unlock the untapped potential of women and minority entrepreneurs, creating a more innovative, dynamic, and equitable future for all. So now that we've looked at all of the bad parts, I really want us to move over to cool, I'm a founder. I'm going to start a tech startup, but I don't really know if my tech or what I'm actually building is going to be applicable for the African continent or even be applicable for MIA, in its entirety. So I want to give you a bit of a snapshot on what's hot at the moment, where funding is coming from, and who's who in the zoo, right? So let's look for the opportunities in emerging sectors. The first one we're going to look in is fintech. Okay, so fintech, if I look at it as a bullet shot, increasing financial inclusion and then also financial technology. So fintech has emerged as a critical driver of financial inclusion, particularly in regions like the Middle East and Africa, where traditional banking system often leave out a significant portion of the population. So think about this. Over 1.7 billion adults globally remain unbanked, with women disproportionately affected due to barriers such as lack of access to credit, restrictive banking practices, and also cultural norms that limit their financial independence. The impact here is that fintech solutions are designed to bridge this gap by providing innovative, accessible financial services. So technologies such as mobile banking, digital wallets, and peer-to-peer lending platforms are transforming the way individuals manage their finances. For example, platforms like M-Pesa in Kenya have revolutionized mobile money transfers, enabling millions to engage in the economy without traditional banking infrastructure. So what's the key benefits of fintech, development and growth? First of all, it's access to credit. Fintech enables alternative credit scoring models that consider non-traditional data, allowing underserved populations to obtain loans and then also financial products. Secondly, there's a cost reduction. By lowering transactions, costs, and eliminating intermediaries, fintech companies make financial services more affordable for low-income users. There's also the fact of empowerment. So women-led fintech firms often prioritize solutions that cater specifically to women's needs, enhancing their economic empowerment by providing tools for savings, investments, and then also financial literacy. Now, the question is, what are the opportunities for you in this ecosystem? For entrepreneurial ventures, women and minority entrepreneurs can leverage fintech to create solutions that address unique challenges faced by their communities, driving innovation and economic growth. There's also room for collaboration and partnerships with established financial institutions that can help scale fintech solutions and reach wider audiences. So this looks at fostering an inclusive financial ecosystem. Now, when you look at the catalyzing economic growth, there's an untapped market potential with over, let's say, 400 million unbanked individuals if we just put like a screenshot on Africa alone, and many in the Middle East lacking access to formal banking. So fintech ventures have the opportunity to tap into a vast market. This presents a chance for innovative solutions tailored to meet the unique needs of these populations. So let's look at this. There's regulatory support. These are the opportunities that are going to help you. Many African and Middle Eastern governments are increasingly supportive of fintech innovations. What they're trying to do to kind of help you disrupt the market is that they are launching things called regulatory sandboxes to encourage experimentation. This allows startups like yourself to test your solutions in real-world environments without the full burden of regulations initially. There's also a growing mobile penetration. With the rapid increase in mobile phone usage, fintech companies can leverage mobile technology, just like M-Pesa, to facilitate greater access to banking payments and also financial literacy resources. Another solution is cross-border solutions. As the trade and commerce between African and Middle Eastern countries increase, fintech solutions that facilitate cross-border payments and remittance can streamline business operations and then also improve economic integration. So that's the opportunity if you're building a fintech startup. Moving on, another very big one which I would put in the top 5 is agri-tech. Agri-tech is focusing mostly on boosting food security. So let's look at the context. Agriculture technology, it plays a super crucial role in addressing food security challenges, particularly in Africa, where agriculture is a major part of the economy and food production systems are often inefficient. With the global population projected to reach about, and this is large, 9.7 billion by 2015, innovative agricultural practices are essential for sustainable food production. So the impact here is that agri-tech encompasses a range of technologies aimed at improving 1, agricultural productivity, and 2, sustainability. From precision farming and vertical agriculture to blockchain for supply chain support, agri-tech solutions can enhance crop yields and also reduce waste. The key benefits of starting an agri-tech startup is that 1, there is increased productivity. There's advanced tools like drones, IoT sensors, and data analytics, which enable farmers to optimize resources used, leading to a better crop management and increased yields. From sustainability, agri-tech solutions can promote sustainable practices, reducing the environmental impact of farming while ensuring food security. Then there's also empowering women farmers. Many agri-tech initiatives focus on, and guess what, women farmers, who often represent a massive significant portion of the agricultural workforce, but face systemic barriers to resources and also markets. So what is the opportunities in building an agri-tech startup? First of all, innovative startups. Women and minority entrepreneurs can create startups that address specific challenges within the agricultural sector, such as access to markets, training, or sustainable practices. You can also build support networks. There are collaborations with agricultural cooperatives, NGOs, and government programs, which can help amplify the impact of agri-tech innovations, fostering greater food security. Cool. So if we move on to the third part, which is also a big boom, is taking a look at health tech, which is expanding access to healthcare. So let's look at the context. Health technology, or health tech as we call it, is vital for improving access to quality healthcare services, especially in the regions with limited medical infrastructure. After the COVID-19 pandemic, it highlighted existing disparities in healthcare access and underscored the need for innovative solutions to reach underserved populations. What's the impact, right? Health tech encompasses telemedicine, mobile health applications, wearable devices, and also health information systems, which enable healthcare providers to deliver services more effectively and efficiently. For instance, telehealth. Platforms allow patients to consult with doctors remotely, overcoming geographical barriers to access. What's the key benefits here? First of all, it's all about accessibility. Health tech solutions can bring healthcare to rural and also remote areas, allowing patients to receive timely medical attention without the need for long travel. There's also the aspect of affordability. By reducing overhead costs and streamlining operations, health tech can make healthcare services more affordable, particularly for low-income communities. There's also the empowerment through information. Health tech applications can provide users with information about their health, preventative measures, and also access to local healthcare resources, promoting health literacy. So if you're building a health tech like company or startup, the opportunities for you is there's women in health tech, right? So female entrepreneurs can develop health tech solutions that address women-specific health needs, such as reproductive health, and then also maternal, care. You can also look at public-private partnerships. Collaborations between health tech startups and public health organizations can enhance the scalability and also the impact of innovation health solutions. Then the next three, which I would group into one, and I would call them more as like the first three are more like they're the hot topics at the moment, and these are the next tier emerging sectors that are going to come up and are bolstering on the continent for the next couple of years. The first one, which is super hot, and a lot of the DFIs are focusing on funding these type of ventures, which is climate tech. So what is climate tech? Climate tech is addressing environmental challenges. So the context here is that it refers to technologies that are designed to mitigate climate change and also promote sustainability. With increasing global awareness of climate issues, demand for innovative solutions in energy efficiency, carbon capture, and renewable energy is growing so rapidly. If you look at the impact, climate tech encompasses a wide array of solutions, including clean energy technologies, sustainable agriculture practices, waste management innovation, and also electric mobility. By focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and also enhancing sustainability, climate tech has the potential to transform industries. The benefits here is that it focuses on environmental protection. Climate tech solutions help mitigate the effects of climate change, also promoting a healthier planet for future generations. There's also a lot of economic opportunities. So there's a big transition to a green economy, creates new job opportunities in sectors such as renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and then also environmental consulting. There's also community resilience. So innovative solutions can enhance community resilience against climate-related challenges, ensuring that there's vulnerable populations are better equipped to adapt. So if you're building a climate tech startup, this is the opportunities that are available to you. First of all, there's entrepreneurial ventures. Women and minority entrepreneurs can play a significant role in developing climate tech solutions tailored to their communities, addressing local environmental challenges. There's also investment in sustainability. As an investor increasingly prioritizing sustainable practices, climate tech startups have great access to funding and support. And I mean, there is a lot of funding for climate tech. A lot of the deep tech, a lot of the fintech founders, or at least funds that I know who have been raising their funds, have all transitioned into green tech because of the amount of money that's being pushed into this. So this is definitely a hot sector to keep in mind when you're thinking about building your venture for the future. Other opportunities is the integration of fintech, agri-tech, health tech, climate tech, and deep tech, and clean tech highlights the immense potential for women and minorities. So if we move on, I would call this a subcategory of climate tech, but it's also leaning towards its own strong pillar, which I think will become an independent in the next couple of years, which is clean tech. So clean tech, which is what we refer to as clean technology, refers to a product or a service and processes that use renewable materials and energy sources while reducing waste and pollution. So you can see how it's kind of linked to climate tech, but people would love to, I think it should be included into climate tech, but people see it as its own vertical. The transition to clean tech is essential for sustainable development and also combating environmental degradation. So the impact of clean tech, it encompasses a range of solutions. This includes great things like solar energy systems, waste to energy technologies, and then also water purification methods. By promoting the efficient use of resources, clean tech can help industries minimize their environmental impact. Like a very cool startup that I met that is focused on clean tech is a startup called Cumulus. They've created this really amazing technology where they take the hydration, so the condensation from the air, and then they turn that into water because there's a very big problem with water in Tunisia. And what they needed to do was they needed to find a way to make new water for their community. And this machine does it so effectively. I mean, I think it produces up to about 10 liters of water a day. And the machine is about probably this big, but they're creating like smaller versions of it and constantly adapting their technology. So, I mean, there are so many opportunities, especially if you look at the Middle East and like water crises across the country. There's a lot of ways that you can adapt this and really build your own company. So what are the key benefits? There's resource efficiency. Clean tech solutions enhance resource efficiency, so reducing costs and environmental impact for businesses and consumers alike. There's also energy independence. So renewable energy technologies can reduce reliance on fossil fuels, contributing to energy security and independence community. Like a case study here, which I found very interesting, was when I was looking at Central Africa. So something interesting about Central Africa for you is that 1 out of 2 people, right? 1 out of 2 people have access to electricity. So when I was evaluating a startup there who wanted to come pitch in the West Africa summit that we were hosting, they didn't meet our criteria, but contextually in the country, this person had created a solar energy company where you can get linked up to the internet, you can get linked up to having a working light, a working kitchen, and have energy for your house for a subscription fee. I mean, for other, more advanced regions, you would think like, what is this? But contextually within Central Africa, the solution is brilliant because the consumer, it's a massive need for them. So even if you're trying to create something disruptive, it might not be applicable in terms of another country that you're looking at, but bringing in other technologies from other countries and then reusing it in a way that fits the context of your region would actually be phenomenal. It could make you so much money and really help scale and also change the way that your country is currently operating. Because it just takes this little small idea or solving a small problem that creates a great startup. It's not about how disruptive your technology, it's about how impactful it is for the consumer. So please keep that in mind. Another one of the benefits is there's a lot of community engagement. Like clean tech initiatives often involve community participation, fostering local engagement, and also promoting sustainable practices. So, what's the opportunities for you? Innovative solutions. Women and minority entrepreneurs can develop clean tech startups that address specific, like I said, local needs, such as waste management, energy efficiency, and then also sustainable agriculture. There's also collaboration with various other government institutions to help optimize and really look at the way that things are being done in the public and also private sector. There's also the natural resource challenge. With significant challenges in water scarcity and energy supply, clean tech ventures can provide innovative solutions that enhance, resource efficiency and promote sustainable practices. You can also look at governments. So there's partnerships with governments and NGOs. This can help scale clean tech solutions and also enhance the impact of your local communities. So we move on to the final opportunity, which I also think is a very hot topic. This Sunday, I'm going to be going to Uganda, where we're going to be working with the government, with a company called OST. So we're going to be working with the Ministry of Science and Innovation, where we're going to be building deep tech regulation for the actual country itself to kind of advance and see what's going to be the future opportunities for the country. This is why I think this is super important, because a lot of countries like Tunisia, like Uganda, like Kenya, like South Africa are really deep diving into this deep tech revolution. Also in the Middle East, there's a lot of investors who are looking at more hardware and more solutions and AI-driven solutions that I know of that is becoming a very hot topic. Like you can't go to a summit without hearing about AI or deep tech. So the context here is that deep tech refers to advanced technology solutions that are rooted in one, scientific breakthroughs and have the potential to create significant societal impact. So this includes areas such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, biotechnology, and also advanced materials. So the impact of deep tech innovations are transforming various industries by providing novel solutions to complex challenges. For instance, AI can optimize resource allocation in agriculture, while blockchain can enhance transparency in supply chains. The benefits here is that there is a high impact potential. Deep tech has the capacity to address pressing global challenges, from healthcare to climate change, creating lasting benefits for societies. There's also a long-term investment. Unlike traditional startups, deep tech ventures often require substantial investment and time to mature, attracting long-term commitment from investors. There's also interdisciplinary collaboration. Deep tech fosters collaboration among scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs, driving innovation and accelerating advancements. The opportunities here is women in deep tech. Female entrepreneurs can lead in areas such as AI ethics, biotech innovations, and also sustainable technologies. This is ensuring diverse perspectives in the development of new solutions. There's also opportunities in research and development. Collaboration with universities and also research institutions can provide women and minority entrepreneurs with access to resources, expertise, and networks critical for success. The opportunities here as well is that it is really, really, really focusing on deep tech. We're really focusing on fostering advanced innovations. We're also looking at research institutions. So the presence of universities and research institutions in Africa and the Middle East creates opportunities for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and also innovation in deep tech sectors. There's also global tech interests. So there's global interest in deep tech solutions, particularly in AI, blockchain, and biotechnology. There's a very big focus on problem solving. So you see that deep tech startups can address local challenges such as improving supply chain efficiency, enhancing healthcare delivery through AI, or developing smart agricultural solutions, making them attractive to both local and also international investors. The other side is there's also a skilled talent pool. Both regions are developing a skilled workforce in technology and engineering fields, providing the necessary talent for deep tech ventures to flourish. So I want to deep dive and taking a look at just the context. So if you look at everything as a whole, the opportunities in emerging sectors. So the context here is that emerging sectors such as fintech, agri-tech, and health tech offer significant opportunities for entrepreneurs, particularly women and minorities who often face barriers in traditional industries. These sectors are rapidly evolving and present a unique landscape for innovation and growth. The opportunities for fintech, agri-tech, health tech, climate tech, deep tech, and also clean tech ventures in Africa and the Middle East are vast and varied. Women and minority entrepreneurs have a unique position to leverage these opportunities, driving innovation and social impact by focusing on local needs and challenges. These entrepreneurs can create solutions that not only contribute to economic growth, but also foster greater inclusivity and sustainability within their communities. The impact here, as a global challenges like climate change, economic inequality, and health crisis become more pressing, emerging sectors provide avenues for impactful solutions that can transform communities. Innovations in technology can create new markets and improve existing services, leading to enhanced economic resilience. The benefits here is that there's a diverse solutions. Emerging sectors encourage diverse perspectives, leading to more comprehensive and effective solutions to societal challenges. There's an opportunity for job creation. The growth of these sectors can generate new job opportunities, particularly for underrepresented groups, fostering inclusive economic development. There will also be increased investment. Investors are increasingly looking at emerging sectors for opportunities that align with social impact and sustainability goals, creating more funding avenues for diverse entrepreneurs. The opportunities here is one, ecosystem support. Women and minority entrepreneurs can benefit from supportive ecosystems that include accelerators, incubators, and funding networks specifically aimed at fostering innovation in these sectors. There's also global market access. As technology enables global connectivity, entrepreneurs can access international markets, providing them with greater opportunities for growth and also collaboration. The themes of fintech, agri-tech, health tech highlight the immense potential for women and minority entrepreneurs to not just drive innovation and social impact in emerging sectors, but also to grow sustainably. By leveraging technology to address pressing societal challenges, these entrepreneurs can play a crucial role in fostering economic growth, improving quality of life, and enhancing inclusivity within their communities. As investment in these sectors grows, there is a unique opportunity to create a more equitable and sustainable future. I wanted to deep dive into this because I know my time's running out, but this is just one of the really amazing success stories. It's a pity the picture isn't showing, but there is this incredible founder called Ahmed. She was a young Nigerian entrepreneur and founded a fintech company with the mission of improving financial inclusion in Nigeria. So, particularly, she was looking at the unbanked and underserved populations. Her idea was revolutionary. It was a mobile-based platform that allowed people in remote areas to access essential financial services, such as savings accounts, microloans, and mobile payments, all through a simple mobile app. She had worked tirelessly to build her product, and the platform had already, garnered thousands of users in pilot testing. The challenges, however, when it came time to raise capital, Aramide faced significant challenges. Despite having a scalable product and a clearly defined market need, she encountered numerous rejections from investors. Many of the venture's capitalists she pitched didn't believe in the potential of female-led startup in the tech space, particularly in a male-dominated sector like fintech. Some even questioned her ability to lead a fast-growing company, showing biases about her gender and in some cases her African origin. And I quote what she said. She would say, "I'd leave meetings feeling frustrated," she recalled. No one wanted to back me, even though my product was already showing results. They couldn't look past the fact that I was a young African woman trying to disrupt a sector traditionally dominated by men. This was not an isolated experience. Again, research shows, and I'm going to remind you, less than 3% of venture capital funding across Africa goes to women-led startups. So investors often overlook businesses run by women, even though female founders have been proven to deliver higher returns on investments. However, the turning point, after several months of failed pitches, RMI decided to change her approach. Instead of targeting traditional VC firms that often had little understanding of the local market or her lived experience, she sought out mission-driven investors and VC firms that focused on diversity and also social impact. One of the key players in her success was an investment firm called She Invest, which is predominantly backed by the IFC, which specifically supports women entrepreneurs in Africa who are creating solutions to local challenges. So Aramide was introduced to She Invest through a regional pitch competition, see the importance there, that highlighted female innovators tackling Africa's most pressing issues. The judges were impressed by her clarity of purpose, her proven track record in pilot testing, and her deep understanding of financial needs of underserved communities. The breakthrough here was that She Invest recognized the potential of her fintech platform, not only as a profitable venture, but as a critical tool for advancing financial inclusion in Africa. With their backing, Aramide secured $1 million in seed funding, which allowed her to scale her platform beyond her pilot region. She was able to hire key talent, invest in marketing, and expand her user base from 10,000 to over 150,000 active users within the first year of post-funding. So you see, working with a VC firm that understood my vision, she said, and my market made all the difference. They didn't just provide the capital, they also offered mentorship and guidance that helped her refine her strategy as she grew as a leader. So today, Aramide's fintech company has grown exponentially. She's now considered one of the most influential female fintech founders in Africa. Her platform has reached over 500,000 users in Nigeria and is expanding into neighboring countries. More importantly, her success has inspired a new generation of African entrepreneurs, showing them that it is possible to break into the tech space even in the face of gender-biased barriers. So I'm telling you, her story serves as a reminder that when diverse founders are given the support they need, they can achieve incredible results, not just for themselves, but for the entire ecosystem. So remember, resilience and persistence. Despite facing multiple rejections, Aramide's belief in her mission kept her going. She found the right investor. Her breakthrough came when she targeted the VC firms that aligned with her mission and values, instead of trying to fit into traditional VC molds. Mentorship and community. Beyond capital, the support and mentorship from She Invest helped her scale and navigate the unique challenges she faced as a female founder. So this is the story of Aramide, and I'm telling you that if you're building a venture, don't let the barriers stop you from pushing through them and really achieving your goals. It is very important. And then maybe just to wrap up with the last couple of slides, this is the list. So I was working for a company called Digital Collective Africa. We created a diversity pledge where we got over 80 of the top funds in Africa who signed a pledge for us. And in here, if we take a look at this, in venture capital, there's a lot of focus on diversity these days. Specifically, we're going to look at the targets VC firms have set for investing in startups that have at least one female founder with equity. On this slide, I've compiled data from some of the leading VC firms operating across Africa and the Middle East. What you're seeing here are the percentage targets each firm has set for the year. From 2023 to 2024, these targets represent the proportion of their investment that will go towards startups with female founders. So 535 Ventures, for example, they stand out with a super strong commitment. They're a VC fund that focus predominantly on investing in women. They've set a 90% target for both 2023 and 2024, signaling a very clear focus on supporting women-led startups. This high level of commitment reflects their dedication to not just promoting gender diversity in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, but also showing that they are very intentional about changing this narrative. On the other hand, some firms are taking smaller steps. For example, Kale's Venture, they had a 0% target for 2023, but they aim to change that by reaching 10% by 2024. Similarly, Sharing Value also starts at 0% in 2023, but plans to make an incremental progress by hitting 10% in 2024. Firms like Acacia Ventures and Future Africa are setting ambitious goals targeting 35% for 2023 and raising that to a further 40% in 2024. These targets show steady growth, signaling an evolving commitment to supporting diversity. It's also important to highlight firms like Africa Rise and Climate Resilient Africa Fund, which are setting consistent 50% targets for both years, representing an equal investment split. This reflects a balanced approach to gender diversity right from the start. Now, if we zoom out a little bit, you'll notice varying levels of commitments across the board. While some firms are pushing for higher inclusion, others are more conservative in their approach. However, the overall trend is clear. There is a clear growing focus on gender diversity in venture capital, and these firms are beginning to set measurable goals towards their important issue. So the key takeaways from this data is that while progress is being made, the pace of level of commitment vary widely. Some firms are already leading the way, while others are just beginning their journey. What's encouraging is that nearly every firm here has set concrete goals for improvement, indicating that gender diversity is becoming a strategic priority in the VC world. This data is not just about numbers, it's about creating real opportunities for female founders to thrive and also innovate. The impact of these targets could reshape the entrepreneurial landscape in Africa and the Middle East over the next few years, especially for women-led businesses. So I'm just going to rush through the next couple of things. There's a lot of other content that I really wanted to get through, but just keep in mind, if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur in this ecosystem, the first thing that's very important is that you need to build networks. You need to attend events and you have to go to conferences. Like I mentioned earlier, meeting the people in person, showing your face, explaining your expertise. Like, let me give you an example. I was meeting the Belgian consulate in South Africa. And for me, I have a very big feeling of, I love my flip-flops. I love my shorts. As you can see, I am just who I am. So I walked in there and this man looked at me thinking like, who are you? And just chatted to me and looked at me and started, talking over me until the data came in. And when I came in there, met the guy in the network, gave him the data, the whole perspective changed. And that's what I'm saying. When you meet people and you actually share your knowledge, share your ambition, share your passion with them, that perspective changes and you suddenly become more investable than you were when you were looking into the screen. Secondly, that's also very important, is that you need to craft your narrative and position your identity as an advantage, right? A lot of people, when they curate their pitch decks, you have to be very focused in how you're telling your story. You need to set the problem, because if you're a founder, you only become a founder if there is a problem that irritates you so much. If you feel like, I am so sick of not getting water every day, and you're super passionate about that, and you work in your community, you work in the solution that impacts you. If people see you're trying to solve a problem, not just for you, but for the people around you, they will be more likely to invest in you because you're shaping it around your specific and unique problem. And you're creating a very unique, a UPS, a unique, or UVP, a unique value proposition, right? And that's what you need to do. Craft your narrative and make sure it speaks to who you are. Lastly, emphasize social impact. align business with your societal benefits. It's very important to focus on what are you trying to solve and what type of impact is it actually going to do? How are you going to draw the customers? Because if you're not creating an impact, people are not going to buy your product, or they're not going to buy into what you're selling. So be very focused on emphasizing the social impact and how you're actually going to be changing your region, your community, and the people around you, and how this is going to better Africa and the Middle East, or MEA, in the future 10, 20, 30, 100 years that this business will be running. Because sustainability is very important in creating your business in this era and in this time. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you so much for the time. I know I'm a little bit over, but please feel free to ask any questions that you'd love to ask. I'll be here, and it was really great sharing this knowledge with you.
So it was wonderful to have your presentation. I would like to ask. So Deb has a million questions in the lineup. We can go a little over, but I would ask Deb to share. How exactly did we get started? So people made several comments here about less than 3% of. So he's in South Africa, and he's saying less than 3% of the VC capital funds are allocated to women. This is exactly how we got started. I'll let Deb share.
No, absolutely. And Nathaniel, thank you so much for sharing this. And everything you said really hit home with me personally and professionally. It's interesting that the reason why we started the conferences, and we call them VC, and it's a series of conferences focused on women and minority entrepreneurs. And and the reason why we did this was because, to the point that you made about the lack of funding for these women and minority entrepreneurs all over the world. And so we wanted to gather all these wonderful experts, subject matter experts in finance, business, strategy, marketing, leadership, funding, and gather all these experts and put them together in an environment that provided access to this education to women and minorities wherever they are in the world. And so we started this, Ram and I started this at the beginning of last year with a focus on Latin America. Then we went to Europe. Then we went to Asia Pacific. Now we're, Middle East and Africa. And why are we doing this? And you made a point about the importance of education, and education, is empowering. Right. So if we can gather all these experts who are incredibly generous with their time, such as yourself, and their expertise, to help inform and help educate women and minority entrepreneurs wherever they are in the world, so that they can, maybe qualify for funding. And one of the things that I started, I think the first conference we did, and I did my opening remarks and talked about the vision of the conferences, was exactly that, because there's such an inequity in funding for these women and minorities. So the 1.9% of all venture capital is going towards, these women and minority entrepreneurs. That's just wrong. And so, that is the thing that's the fire that was in my belly, to say, let's do something about that. Let's gather this arsenal of experts and put this knowledge out into the world and tap into it. So the education was really important. And you spoke about how important that was to empower people, but also the sense of community and building a community. And since Brahm and I started doing this at the beginning of last year, we have tens of thousands of entrepreneurs that are part of our conference community. Why? Because they are looking for, to make connections, to be able to build these communities, to network and share ideas and share best practices. And because it's a digital platform, we're able to do that and empower them to help them make those connections and get the information and education that they need. So, thank you so much for sharing, your expertise, talking about the challenges, sharing the opportunities that are available. There are so many opportunities out there to make a difference and to have an impact. And so I encourage everybody who is participating in our conferences this week as a speaker, as an educator, those who are attending our conferences, just have an awareness of these inequities and step up and share your knowledge with a global audience who really can benefit greatly from the expertise. And thank you again for capitalizing on these opportunities, providing opportunities. That's really you talked about, you used the word, about making sure whatever you're doing is aligned to a social impact. And that really spoke to me personally, and hoping that through the efforts that we're doing with these conferences, that we're going to have an impact in the most remote parts of the world. If you have access to technology, you can get in front of a computer. The world is yours, and the information is available to you. So thank you again for your contributions here today. Very impactful.
Awesome. And if you guys are ever looking for other like female speakers who are super impactful, really leading the drive in Africa, very happy to get them connected with you as well.
We would greatly appreciate that.
I'll follow up as soon as the conference is done. We'll reconnect again.
Sounds good.
100%. I love what you guys are doing.
Thank you so much.
You,
Awesome.
Okay, folks, we're going to go on a short break, and we're going to get ready for the next speaker. See you soon.
Are you looking for a good book? Then let's talk. Books and Authors is the book show on Futures Television. We bring you the best authors on a variety of genres. There are so many great books out there, so where do we start? Leave the digging for us. You can watch Books and Authors every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 2 p.m. Pacific.
Hello and welcome to Books and Authors, the book show on Futures Television and on Radio Futures. I am Gayoso, your host. Today, we're talking about gaining market insights from events, a lifetime journey, Dr. Jonathan Kaloff's latest book. First and foremost, thank you so much for your being here with me and my guest. I know your time is very important, and I'm the guy who will make sure it is invested wisely. Remember, if you're watching this show via Futures Television, the home of the future on television, or listening to the show via Radio Futures, the wave of the future on radio, you too can be part of the conversation. This show airs on television every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 2 p.m. Pacific. And this show is broadcast via Radio Futures daily, also at 2 p.m. Pacific. If you're not watching us live, please join us in our YouTube channel, and that is IMCI Magazine, where we continue to chat about the topic of the day. So let's get going. Let me say a few words about Dr. Jonathan Kaloff, our guest today. So he's a thought leader and an educator in intelligence and in foresight. He's a professor of international business and strategy at the Telfer School of Management at the University of Ottawa. Dr. Kaloff combines research and consulting in competitive intelligence, technical foresight, and business analytics to help organizations develop key insights on their competitive environment. Jonathan has given over 1,000 speeches, seminars, and keynote addresses around the world. He is a prolific author with over 150 publications to his credit. And today, we're talking about his latest book. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Jonathan Kaloff to the show. How are you doing today?
I am doing good, Ram, and thank you very much for having me on your show.
And thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's a very busy time of the year, and you're running around and doing your seminars, plus teaching. And thank you so much for helping the community, all of the CI community. You're always so generous, and this has been a wonderful work that you're sharing with all of us. And I know you work very hard to make all of us improve and actually better our CI skills. So again, thank you so much for doing this for the entire community.
You're welcome, Rom. And just a background fact, I wrote about half the book while lying in a hospital room fighting leukemia because I wanted to do something and not just lie there. So this book's got a lot of backstory to it. Thank you for that nice bio and introduction. But the thing I'm most proud of, and you don't see that on my bio, is I was just recently named a UNESCO professor in anticipatory systems for innovation and new ventures. So as I talk today, you'll see where the anticipatory system part fits in very nicely with the book.
What I think is so special about your work is that you work in that intersection between foresight and intelligence, or bringing those two together. And I think that is very unique. And I think that's why you add some unique perspective to all of the topics that we cover. And we're going to cover quite a few today.
Thank you. And in fact, it's interesting that I'm an intelligence professor at 3 universities. I'm a foresight professor at 2. I'm on the editorial board of 2 foresight academic journals, 2 academic CI journals, and the CI magazine. So it's when you say bringing them together, that's exactly what I do. And last month, I had the honor of hosting a session with the Association of Professional Futurists, where I brought in a prominent foresight practitioner, Joanna Linkova, and a prominent CI practitioner that talked about what they do. So you could see how they were similar and how they were different.
Wonderful. So, Professor, people were afraid to go places during the pandemic, but it seems we're no longer that afraid. So human was dormant for quite a while. So will attendance to industry events go back to pre-pandemic levels? What do you think?
Ron, you're asking me at the right time. I mean, as you know, I was in Europe last week giving a bunch of talks around the book, and I got together with friends of mine in the CI community. One of them said, I've been to 3 shows in the last week, and they were packed beyond belief. And you got to remember, human beings, we're pack animals. And as pack animals, we want to be with other people. So the show opens up and everybody clamors so they can see each other. But despite the fact that that is rising and will continue to rise, we've learned that virtual shows have enormous value. And I'm prepared to say they are here to stay because they're now realizing the value of periodic virtual and then the every year big annual conference.
Yeah, so those are probably here to stay because there's a lot of convenience. And actually, you made a distinction in the book. So you did not call it trade show intelligence, rather event intelligence. Why was that?
All right, because what the book is, I mean, again, when you think about what this book is for, it's for anybody that goes to events, not just CI practitioners. And when I say events, it's where am I going to get information where people gather together? I've done it at trade shows. I've done it at conferences. I've done it at workshops. I've done it at parties. In fact, one of the chapters in the book is called "'Tis the Season to Do CI." Fa la 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 la. And it's about how you could use the office parties as an opportunity to creatively gather the information you need for your intelligence program.
Wonderful. And actually, I did not know that about you, but you have been involved in the industry since you were 12 years old. So that was a very interesting revelation for me. Thanks for sharing that.
And that's the interesting part. I started off at age 12 in a booth in my uncle's when he was at the provincial exhibition. Then at 16, I was building booths for the Canadian government. And then at 18, I started managing federal presence at these shows. And here we are, I'm not going to tell you how many years later, and we're gone for full circle where I'm now using trade shows to gather information, but I'm still behind the booth for lots of different organizations as well. This is a lot of fun.
And that's the wonderful part of it. So in the book, you use the term cooperative intelligence. So what is that?
So you're going to see in my book two things. One is you're going to see the word friendlies used a lot, and you're going to see cooperative use a lot. And the concept in cooperative intelligence, and this really was the term by Ellen Naylor, who's one of our top practitioners, is that we help each other gather, right? You go to a show, you're one person, maybe you're 2 people, but you take a look at where you want to go, which events, people you want to talk to, and you realize there's not 70 days of trade show and 24 hours in a day you can work. So cooperative says you team up with people, friendly people that like you, care about you, or care about your organization. You ask them, what workshops are you going to? What booths are you going to? And then you go, would you mind asking these questions for me while you're at that booth and you're in that workshop? And would you mind taking down this information? And I'll do it for you too. So cooperative is we all help each other. And one show I went to, it was just me and a friend. By the end of it, I had over 100 people collecting. And that's cooperative intelligence at its very best.
Well, that's for sure a force multiplier in the intelligence field, right? So I had another different kind of question. So you highlighted event intelligence requires a lot of preparation, right? And in the book, you describe specific steps we need to take 4, 3, 2, and even 1 month before an event. Preparation does start that early. Is that important?
Okay, so I'm going to put my trade show hat on. Okay, so pretend I'm not a CI person, I'm a trade show person. I am planning a year plus in advance. I'm booking my hotel rooms. I'm making lists of who I want to meet with. Most of the people I deal with have meetings set up at trade shows 1 year before the next trade show. So they're getting themselves together. It's got to start early for a couple of reasons. One, it's a temporal event. And now there's a lot of references in there to quotes by Vernon Pryor about how in 3 days you could collect more than you could collect an entire year, providing you're properly organized. And so you look at this and you go, all right, how do I organize? Well, number one, I got to know what I need to know. Key intelligence topics, information needs. I need to know who's going to be there. I need to approach them in advance and say, would you mind getting together with me? I need to know what information we already have, because you've got 3 days and you don't want to collect something you could have gotten off the website of the customer or the competitor. So you need that planning time. And you also need it because when you plan, you're then going to share the plan with senior management and others and say, is this what we really need? Is there something else that's needed when I'm at that event or that you need to collect at that event? And so we're doing a lot of work on what do we need and why, what do we already have, where are we going to get it from, who's going to be there, what workshops are going on, and putting that plan together. I even talk about how you don't want to randomly interview somebody. You don't say I bumped into them. You want to profile them. Profiling takes time. You got to know how you connect with them. Or if you don't, do I have a friendly that will connect to them? So when I go 4 months in advance, no question, you should start even earlier than that. But even if you take these tips and do this the night before, you're doing a better job than most people do. Craig, I'll tell you, I've been to too many shows where people said, I'm glad I ran into you. And I shake my head and go, you're lucky you ran into me, but where was the prep? Why didn't we have something set up?
Yeah, so one of the things that I like about your work, and it's that educator in you. So you highlight specific steps and strategies one by one. And I think that's very important, specifically for someone who has not been working in the field. And also for the people who have been working in the field because, oh, I forgot I could do this. I forgot I should have done that. So I think it's great for the people who have no experience. And it's fantastic for the people who actually do. But you know what? We forgot we should have done this, that, and the other. So the vast amount of checklists, strategies, tips, that you prepare and share. And that's what I think is different about your work, is that educator in you comes out and it's very clear that you're very specific. So we're not talking generalities or by the ways, but so you're actually giving specific actionable strategies that someone can adopt when they're planning to go to any kind of event. So not just a conference, not just a seminar, but any kind of event, right?
You got it. And Ron, when you say it's my tips, I'm a professor, man. Okay, I reference things.
Yes.
And so when you read in the book, it's not just my tips. We've got, we got a chapter called Formulating Your Intelligence Objectives. And that's got forms from some of the top CI consultants in the field that they use when they go to shows. You're learning from them. You're learning from top interviewers. You're learning from John Nolan. You're learning from JP Radizak. You're learning from Ellen. The list goes on where their tips are put in it. I've been very fortunate that many of the senior practitioners in the field have said to me, here's how I do it. Please share that with the world. So it's my experience plus a lot of other people's experience.
Wonderful. So you made another very important point in the book, which is communicating our findings. So can you share, what are the elements of a good debriefing session?
All right. So there's two elements of communication. One is, what do I do with HQ? And what do I do with the team? So I'm going to deal with the team one because there's a couple of articles about that. I love debriefing at the show. Now, morons, and this is what a lot of people do, and pardon my language, they'll go to a show, they'll issue plans, and then 2 weeks after the show, they'll get together with the team and say, let's talk about what happened. Okay, that doesn't work. Remember, this is a fluid, ever-changing process. Intelligence plans have to be modified if they're not working. So we get together every night, me and the team, and we go, all right, let's take a look at the intelligence plans. What information did you collect on each one of these kits? Information need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where did you get it from? Who gave it to you? And did you put it in the database? And then after you make sure that all the data has been captured, you sit around and you go, what is this saying to you? Because remember, I've got kits involving where our customers going to want to go next. What do they really need and why? I got what are the competitors working on? What does it mean to us? And we need to discuss what's coming in so far to figure out, do we still need to collect or do we have enough? And then most of my shows, half of the intelligence topics really have been done by the end of the day. We also have to say, are there some kits here that we thought we could do here, but we're going to have to abandon because there's just no information and things change. Booths don't show up. Boothers, speakers don't show up. We got to figure that one out on a nightly basis. And then the third part of that is one of my favorite topics. It's in every one of my trade shows. It's called What's the Buzz? People say there's a danger when you're so focused, you miss what's really going on. And so what's the buzz is, what are people hearing? What are people talking about? And that might become a new kit for the next day. We then will sit down and go, do we need to change the plans for tomorrow? And I actually do a nightly bulletin that we put underneath their door that says, okay, based on what we said, you go there, you go there, you go to that booth, you go to that show, you ask that question. And so there's a lot of stuff that goes on. And it's a way for having the group be involved in all aspects, planning, collection, assessment. It's really great. Then after we get together, I'll talk to HQ. So I'll say, senior management, we're going to talk every day, and again, time zones are going to be an issue with this, about what our findings are so far and what the buzz is. Do you need us to keep going on? Now, Ron, you know this because you've been involved in this field forever. Never has what my client asked for, my boss asked for, been what they really needed. And they say, I need you to get this information about our competitor. I gather it and I say, here it is. And they say, that's not what I asked for. I go, here's your email. They said, you don't understand it. And so if I waited till I got back home to say, here's what I found, what did you think? I'm guaranteeing you it's going to be failure. So instead, I debrief each night senior management and I go, are we on track? What does this mean to you? That means they're involved in the analysis process. Do you have information that will help us? They're now involved in the collection process as well. And so that's the management briefing document. And you'll see it in one of my articles on communication. And this comes from Joe Goldberg. There's a form that they use so they consistently report back to HQ every single intelligence topic.
What's the beauty of this work is that actually the research design live, and well and interactive, and people forget we write it up and this is what's going to happen. Oh, baloney. Yeah. Not really, but so as we uncover more things and we go back and communicate with headquarters and then realize that as you explained so well, it's a fluid situation, but the more we communicate, the better we understand. And sometimes half of the questions are not written very well, so we have to go back and re-ask the questions and work. But that's the beauty of the research design, and your set of instructions is so clear about this is fluid. There's feedback in there. Let's keep reworking. Let's keep relearning, and more. I guess serendipity will come into place, right?
It will come into play. And Ron, I mean, there's two things I'm going to say to this. One of them, and you'll love this as a foresighter, shifts happen. Okay, you go, there you go. I was careful how I said it. You get to the show and different people are there, which provide different opportunities, and different stuff is being talked about. And you go to the poster sessions and you go, oh my God, I didn't realize that company was so advanced in that development. And so you got to pivot. And, you know, unlike, I'm going to call it normal intelligence. So in normal intelligence, if I mess up, I'll call the person back the next day and say, what I really meant to ask you was. I'll do another Google search. I'll do a survey. But again, the trade show is temporal. After 3 days, I get home, and if I haven't asked the question, I can't go back and do it. And the trade show is where everybody wants to talk. They're friendly. And I can tell you more stories about that when we go on. Story from when I was managing trade show presence. So I had all of these executives, Canadian companies, going to these major shows. My job was to make sure the booths were put up, hold their hands, just manage what's going on. Every show had the same thing. 1 week after the show, I'd get calls from half the participants, and they'd say, Jonathan, my boss is asking me what I got of value from the show. And I go, and? I was drunk for most of the show. Is there anything you can tell me that I can give to them that will make me look good? I just sit here and go, why weren't you pre-planned? Why were you just partying the whole time? Oh my God, you gave up an opportunity. So that's why this planning stuff is so critically important, but also the willingness to pivot and change. And that's why the group comes together, and that's where you talk to senior management.
Wonderful. So let's change subjects a little bit. And I want one of your precious tips. So what is your advice on how to look at session, booth, and workshop description? So what are we should we be looking for really?
All right. So assuming you have intelligence topics, and then next to them information needs, and then sources. So properly laid out plan. The normal approach would be you look at the title of the workshop, you look at the description of the booth, and you say, does that description match what I'm looking for? Okay, so that's I call that level 1. But then there's levels 2 and 3. So in level 2, you go, okay, the workshop title, the booth may not make sense to me, but who's speaking? Who's staffing the booth? Are they people I need to talk to? Because, and I've done this at several shows and several conferences, if I know that the head director in research for the Food and Drug Administration is giving a speech at that workshop, I know that if I show up, I can talk to him after the speech. I know where he's going to be, and it's not serendipity. And I say, God, I hope I bump into him. The third level is you have to ask yourself, who is going to be at that workshop, in the booth, whatever it might be? Because maybe that's somebody I want to talk to. And many shows I go to now that have workshops and have these sessions actually list who's going to be at that session. And I'll look at that and go, that's a key customer. The questions they ask the speakers will reveal to me what their needs are going forward. Okay, that's great customer insight stuff. My competitors' questions is to validate a direction they're planning to go in. The government's questions are about what policy I need. And there they are asking for their information needs, and I get to listen and I get to interview them afterwards. In fact, I'll go up and say, and again, we got to be really ethical in this. You tell them who you are, tell them why you're there, and then I'll say, I really liked your comment and your question about da-da-da-da-da-da. You mind if I ask you a few questions about it? So again, very ethical, very open approach. But once again, it's because I knew in advance who was going to be there, who I needed to talk to. That's really efficient use of your time.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that. And people forget. But for example, several of the large, trade show companies, the professionals like Frost and Sullivan, ICI, Rainer does a fantastic job, and they have speed dating opportunities. They have round tables. They have get-togethers. They have coffee hours where people who are in biotech sit together, people who are in the finance industry. And it's all listed in the program. So if we take a moment to realize, perhaps, I will go to this round table and I will do this speed dating, and my colleague will do this and she will do something else. Perhaps we can take more advantage of going to those those events, because there's so many, as you know and pointed out, there's so many opportunities to interact with people, correct?
And Ron, this is where virtual trade shows actually rock, because many of the shows I go to have created gamification. And the gamification idea is I'll give you points for every person you talk to, everybody you meet to, every session you go to, and everybody is competing to get those points. So the prizes are minimal, but it doesn't matter. We all want to win. So all of a sudden, people that would not have talked to me normally are going, I need those points, and Kalof has reached out to me. Number two, and I'm not sure, Ron, if you were at the Skip virtual conference the other year, but you could set up round tables. And so I set up a round table. It's virtual, so everybody attends from wherever they want to be. And I said, let's get together and discuss fill in the blank. And 20 people came, and we had such a great discussion.
Wonderful. Well, I want to ask a different kind of question. So unlike you that can come out and talk to virtually anyone in the world, some of us are natural introverts, and it's very difficult to get out and start conversations with complete strangers. So I have to ask you, so how do you go up to people you don't know and ask questions? So what's your secret?
So the secret, you want for the introvert, you're talking about the secret for the introvert. Most people in the world, depending on the study, are introverts. So there's a few things here, tips for the introverts. And actually, this applies to the extroverts as well. Number one, profile the person you're going to be interviewing. Find out what their likes and their dislikes are. Find out if you've got commonality with them. Find out if you've got a common, I call it level 2s and level 1 LinkedIn connections. And so the best approach, number one, is to say to the introvert, I'm going to have you interview introverts. And it's not just because you're an introvert, it's because, this is back to the interviewing process. Human beings, and this is biology, psychology, neuropsychology. Perry Stackley wrote something for me, and you'll see that in the book, results in the back of the brain going, I really want to be with you because we're pack animals, but if you're not like me, I'm going to run away or I'm going to fight. And so if an extrovert walks up to an introvert with arms out, let me give you a hug, the introvert's going to run away. They're not going to talk. But if an introvert meets with an introvert, it's going to go well. If an extrovert says, let me pretend to be an introvert, the introvert will spot them a mile away. It'll say subconsciously, something is wrong. This isn't adding up. So assign your introvert, first of all, to interview introverts. Profile. Number two, if there is a level 1 or 2 connection to that introvert, contact that person and say, could you introduce me to? Let them know I'm looking for them at the show. So a friendly introduction. This is doubly important in terms of the virtual. And number three, with the profile, find out where you got commonality so you kind of know how to start the conversation. So again, you're going to put this all together. I do not advocate acting. I don't. I'd say be yourself. And that leads me to number 4, which is assign the right person to each interview. And so once I've done the profile, and I've gone to shows where I was the wrong person to interview, and the individual is looking at other people, not looking at me. It's going nowhere. And I said, okay, it's pretty clear to me what the person is this one would rather talk to. And I got one of my friendlies to go in and do the interview. I said, and you can also tell him Kalof is a little green. He's a professor, doesn't know what he's doing. He's an exuberant little puppy. So you guys can laugh at my expense, bond that way, and then do the interview. So again, that's the careful assignment. So if you're an introvert, for God's sake, do what is natural to you with who you should be interviewing with. And the 5th tip on that one, and this is for companies and this is for individuals. Introverts, it takes a lot of energy to socialize at these events. And so they will be burnt out earlier. So don't schedule afternoon and evening interview sessions. Understand it takes everything they got to get through 1 or 2 of these. Use your team wisely.
So I will share, my experience. And many years ago, I learned something from a very good mentor of mine. And he said, the no you already have. So try the yes. So I was just working on my dissertation, and I was in a WFS World Futures, Futures Federation meeting, and it was my first presentation in one of such conferences. And I actually shared that when I was interviewing Jerry Glenn, who heads the Millennium Project from a world figure. And I approached him and I said, well, I have nothing to lose, right? And I wanted to talk to him and approach him. And the guy was just fantastic. He shook my hand, asked questions about me. And as it turns out, he said, what are you doing here? And I said, well, it's my first time and this blah, 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 in my dissertation. So he started to say, what is your dissertation all about? So he gave me tips. And it became a friendship that has endured the years. But I would never have gotten that there if I hadn't said hello. I'm Ram, and extended a hand and started talking to him, because again, I already had the no, right? I would try the yes. I have nothing to lose, right?
And so, Ram, you're right. I mean, you never knew this person before. They never talked to you before. Worst case scenario, they won't talk to you. Right? So be bold. You have nothing to lose in that respect. But you're at a show. Everybody wants to talk. That's the way they're wired. I've never gone to a booth and said, really cool product, and had the person say, oh my God, it shouldn't be there. I can't talk about it. Close your eyes. And you haven't heard it. It doesn't happen. But people are afraid. Number two, and this is where the profile comes into play. Ron, you did the right thing. But if you had the profile, you then would have led with, let's chat about, and fill in the blank. And that's, once again, the more you build commonality, the better. Remember, and I love this because it's in the book, few of the authors have said this, interview is an exchange relationship. You're not there to take. And if you do that, you'll be known as a taker. Word will spread. It will hurt you and your company. But if you look at it as, I want to make a new friend who's got the information I need, and I got the information they need to be more competitive, something nice is going to happen. I've actually gone to shows with clients and said, you're going to make 10 new friends in the next 3 days. You're not going to collect a darn bit of information. Just 10 friends based on your information and insight needs over the next year. And it's amazing how relaxed people are when you don't ask them for information, when you just say, let's have a drink. Let's have a talk. Tell me about what you do. People love to talk about themselves and what they're doing. So, Ron, you did the right thing. All I'd say is profiling would have been key. And for everybody listening in, remember, it's about building relationships. It's not going in and out really, really quickly. And it's Kent Potter, Nancy Potter, who wrote about that in one of my columns.
I will share one of the boo-boos that happened, and it was unintentional. It was in the Skip conference, I think was 2002. And there was this person who was mouthing off about, how technology, big tech companies, work together or conspire together, blah, blah, blah. And then after this guy finished talking, he came out, and I was talking to someone. I was walking and talking to someone, and we're just sharing, blah, 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 let's have some coffee. And then the guy walks into us and goes like this. And walks away. And then I said, well, what the heck's going on? And then I saw, in my name tag said, I for 15 years, I worked for Intel. And the guy next to me, I look at his tag and says, Microsoft.
There you go.
Oh, brother, that was unintentional. We didn't agree to meet. We didn't plan on it. And then the guy looked at us like, that's validation, And he walked out and said, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that person. But I didn't even try to explain. I said it would take too long, and he wouldn't believe anyway.
So Ron, let me tell you an Ellen Naylor story that matches that beautifully. So Ellen is a solo operator. And again, she's done so much for the field. She goes to a show. She's targeted competitors' booth for the company she's representing. She goes in, she's honest with what she's doing. And the person in the booth says, I'm sorry, we cannot talk to competitors. So again, she's not trying to fool them. She leaves the booth, as she should, looks a little dejected. One of her friendlies comes up to her and says, what's wrong? And she says, they can't speak to me. It's corporate policy. He says, I'm one of their top customers. I'm going into the booth right now to ask them questions. You come with me. And so she goes with the friendly to the booth. The person that sent her away looks and goes, basically, crap. I got to let you in now. But again, we know who you are. So yeah, that's, your story is very familiar. And that's back to why friendlies are so valuable to me.
Yeah. So I want to go and ask for one of your tips, another one. So you created the 10-step competitive intelligence process. How does that work?
Yeah. So how do I put this? The idea when I wrote this book, right, is to, and you'll see it, hundreds of tips of how to do a better job. And again, start off where we started from. If you're properly organized, really cool things can happen. And what does properly organized mean? And then that's where, back to what you said, pre-planning months beforehand, that's what the 10 steps do. And I could have made it 13 and it would have been bar mitzvah, but I made it 10 so I could say 10 commandments. It's a nice Jewish thing to do. It works very well. And so I said, okay, you got 3 phases here. You got collection plans. So what am I going to collect and why? Information needs, intelligence topics, sources of the information at the show, relate your plan to the show, look at the show materials, bring it back into your plan. And now I got a plan. Then a logistical plan, right? So just to simply have a plan and say, hey, this is what I'm going to connect. I was helping the small business. She was a one-person army and she was managing a booth. And she had her plan and she was excited and it was a great plan. And I said, all right, how long is it going to take you to gather this information? And she said, 70 hours. I said, okay, who's working with you to collect it? She said, just me. And I said, and are you doing anything else besides collecting this stuff? She goes, yeah, I'm in the booth. And then she goes, oh, crap. I think we're getting at, I don't have that many hours in the 3 days and the booths aren't open for that long. I can make that happen. So the resource plan says, okay, if you really want to do everything specified in the collection plan, what additional resources will I need? What technology will I need? So I'm now thinking about the logistics of making this happen. Start working with your resources pre-show. So if you've got friendlies that are helping you out, or you have assigned personnel from the organization, or you have consultants, you go, all right, I've now got my plan. We have agreement to it. And again, a lot of talk I said earlier about what to do with the plan. Now I'm going to work with the resource. I'm going to work with the people that are helping me. Make sure they know the ethics code. Being very critical. Make sure they know how to collect properly. That's interviewing techniques. And there's a couple of articles on that one in the book. Make sure they know the procedures. Now, when I say the procedures, that comes under the other pre-show logistics. They got to know where to put the information. Is it an app on your phone that you drop into the database? Is it Slack? I do a lot of work with Slack where the people collecting just click, 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 go into the right box, put in the information. Do they know how to reach me if they have a problem? Phone, Motorola, walkie-talkies. I've used that as well in some of the trade show halls that are really, really well set. Don't have good sound inside of them. So those are the pre-show logistics. Where's the war room? Where do you go afterwards? Where do we go to debrief? Where do we go to analyze and assess? Set up the war room. So if I'm going to do something, and I always do it in my hotel room, it drives the hotel folks nuts. I get a hotel room and I book it a year in advance, because remember, I can always cancel at the closest venue to the event. And I give everybody on the team my card. And so it drives people crazy because 25 people are accessing my room, but they need to know where to go. And when I say set up the war room, I got charts on the wall so people can see what's going on in real time. I've got things in the corner so people can get together and chat. It's all set up for real-time assessment, real-time communications, and real-time analysis. And that's the war room. And part of that war room setup, and that kind of leads you into security, is I can't let anybody into that room during the show that doesn't have the card, because I've swept the room beforehand just to make sure no one's listening. And I can't guarantee that that room stays clean from a security perspective until after the show. But again, you'll read it in the articles. The night before. So the night before, people say, great, you got a plan. You thought about what to do with the event. No, I'm not there yet. The night before, I get everybody together. And I go, let's go through this one more time. These are our kits. These are information needs. And does anybody disagree with it? And we kill kits. We really do. People come in and say, oh, I've already got that information. Great. Thank you very much. Go through the procedure so that they remember where they're supposed to show up, where they bring the information. And once again, the ethics. And I keep harping on that. I say to folks, look, it's easy to collect at events. I know there's a temptation to do unethical things. And so I'll say to them, for example, is it okay to listen into a conversation? And they go, yeah, that's okay. So I go, is it okay to hide behind a tree and listen to conversation? Oh, no, that's wrong. I said, we're just talking about gradation here. So I go, what you're supposed to do is when people are talking, join the conversation. And here's where the friendlies and cooperative intelligence comes into play. And if you know what the others are trying to collect, you might see an opportunity where you can help them. And so I was at a biotech show. One of the women, small business, she's in the elevator. She overhears the conversation. It's got nothing to do with her plan, but she remembers from all of us sharing our plans that it had to do with another entrepreneur's plan, and those were the right names. So she quickly looked at the sheets and said, okay, I got to ask them 5 questions for her. So again, join the conversation. Ask for what you need. And that's in the pre-show briefing. And that's also when you deal with any concerns they've got, any problems they've got. And then, of course, logistics plan, really, how are we going to collect? Do we have forms to fill it? I had a country of origin and a trends kit where I gave everybody tasks in terms of they had to go to 10 booths in this area and fill in a form that says, what country is it? What are they branding? A whole bunch of stuff. We could compare year to year to see where the market was going. That actually was a very fun kit. And the final part of that is saying, okay, I've now taken the time to figure out what I need, how I'm going to get it and where. I've now taken the time to get the right resources into play, bring in the friendlies that I need, start working with them, pre-show logistics. And I'll tell you a fun story back to the friendlies in a sec. Now it's time to talk to them about protecting the information, the security plan. Because while trade shows are the best place for collecting information, they're also the best place for leaking information. And I got to be really careful on this one because I don't want people to clam up. So the easy way is to go before the show, what are the 3 pieces of information that management doesn't want getting released? There's never more than that. And then you'll tell them if they're ever asked a question about those areas, refer it to me. Because I can figure out if it's a legit question from a customer or a competitor trying to find out what's going on. Or we've seen governments who've asked the question to then give it to your competitors in that country. So that's my job. We also talk about physical security. Okay, and physical security means where is your information? Do you have your order pads on the desk where anybody can take them? If there is a social event, and I was at another show where there was a nice big party going on at the end, 2 of our people's computers went missing, turned up the next day, and 3 pads disappeared. And so I say to them, all right, do you have a secure location for this stuff? Number 1. Number 2, if you're bringing a computer, is it a clean computer? Or does it have information on it that if it got into the wrong people's hands could hurt you? Most of the time people say to me, oh, don't worry, I deleted those files. Well, I say, gang, have you heard of undelete programs? Like, for God's sake, bring a clean computer or bring a memory key that never leaves your side, but information security, personal security, information security. This is all the stuff that we deal with as we create these plans. And so, Ron, that goes back to your first question. Why do I say start at least 4 months in advance? Think of everything I've just said. And that's the step-by-step organized way to put these things together. And back to the formulating your trade show plan, there are some consultants that have 60 things to check off. Done it. That lead you through this process. I've also got a CI audit guide questionnaire, a quiz. It's from an article called Now a Message from Our Members that again says, have you thought about this? And so I'm giving an explicit process to make that happen. And now I'll tell you the fun story also why I do that. So I was doing a program in Newfoundland. Really nice people, got ocean technology industry, love them to death. Talk about integration and working together. And I said, have you guys put plans together to help each other? They said, no. I said, then tell me if this sounds familiar. You're all going to show up at the same workshop, and you're all going to go together as a clump into the next workshop, into the trade show floor. I call it the blanket test. When I was a coach of U6s, so 5 and 6 year olds, I could throw a blanket and get the entire team, except for the one picking daffodils, out in the field. So I said, do you do that? And they said, all the time. It's like, I haven't seen you since yesterday. We got to talk. So I go, we need to get our act together before the show. That allows us to get together and talk. That's okay. But also make sure we're all having each other's backs and we're in separate events so we get as much coverage as possible. And that's part of logistical plans. It's really critical to do in front of them. Ram, I know I talked for a while on that part, but that really is the core.
No, it's important. Yeah, so I wanted to kind of, and you've been talking about it all through our talk today, but I think it's important that we highlight and we point that this is not corporate espionage. We're not spies. We don't condone. There's something called the SKIP Code of Conduct. And it's really important for us to highlight we don't just walk into somebody else's booth and attempt to extract information at all costs and by any means, right? Can you explain what would be an ethical approach to information collection? So how can we go about collecting information in an ethical way?
So there is an article, there's a chapter of the book on ethics, all right? And Tony, who's a great librarian and SKIP member, she did a really cool thing where she overlaid the SKIP Code of Ethics with trade show practices. So let me start off with the beginning. Trade shows, unfortunately, there's too many people doing what I call blatantly unethical things, if not illegal. They'll have false ID. They'll have cards with the wrong organization. They'll put their badge in places where nobody will look for a variety of reasons. They'll have false badges. And we sit there and go, okay, we got a code of conduct here. You can't misrepresent what you're doing. You need to clearly identify where you're there. You need to not engage in espionage-related activities. I mean, the SKIP Code of Conduct says you can't do anything illegal. And you don't get away with saying, I'm not going to do anything illegal or unethical, but my consultant will. Because customers, the media, they don't distinguish between the consultant doing something unethical for you, the employees doing something unethical, or your CI team doing something unethical. You're going to get tainted. So I'm going, look, being unethical is going to kill you. It's going to kill you every time. And I got lots and lots of stories about that. So you sit down and you go, once again, people are there to talk. Figure out how to connect. You're going to make it work more effectively if you know how to connect to people. Contact them in advance. You won't be tempted. Now, I'm going to give you another part of the unethicalness. I have a rule in trade shows that whoever I'm representing, my badge says I'm working with them. So they will go, okay, you're my competitor or you're my supplier. I've now got context to talk to you. Okay, so that's ethical. I don't want it to say University of Ottawa professor because that's not my identity for the event. And you'll tell me things you probably shouldn't. So there I was at another technology show representing a foreign government, and they gave me my badge. It said Professor, University of Ottawa. I said, I'm not going to wear it. I can't. And they showed me the contract where I pretty much had to. And I said, but I can't. I'm going to blow my, my credibility. People will find out. But I said, let me show you why I can't wear it. And so I put on their badge and I walked into the main exhibitor area. I didn't get more than 4 feet in before I was inundated by 20 or 30 professors who thought I must be an engineering prof from the University of Ottawa, wanted to know about my research, wanted to know what I thought of their research, wanted to know if I know their friend who's a professor in the engineering school or the sciences school. And I turned to the client and I said, it's been 2 hours and I haven't gotten past the entranceway. That's what happens when I have a badge that misrepresents my identity. Now, in terms of being ethical, being a problem, it's like a chameleon. I'll be doing stuff for the Canadian government and companies 1 month. I'll be doing something for South African government 1 month. I'll be doing something in the Malaysian government. The list goes on where we're helping companies. And so one time I had just finished with the Canadians at one show, industry show, food. And the next food show I was with the South Africans and the pavilions were next to each other. Well, some of the Canadian companies saw me and said, Dr. Kaloff, we're so glad to see you. We want to talk to you about what we're doing. I said, gang, I'm representing South Africa. Anything you tell me, I might be telling them. Oh, no, you're Professor Kaloff. You're a Canadian. You would never do that. I said, yes, I will. I have to. That's the nature of my engagement. Having warned them about it, they still wanted to talk to me. And that's back to human networking. So I will always err on the side of caution. Heck, I've had times when I've said to people, is this sensitive? And they go, no, and they answer the question. And then I get an email going, I've just been informed it's sensitive. And I delete it. I'm not going to blow a friendship or a relationship for that. And I tell folks this. It's easy to collect. Look at the stories. And that's why the book has so many stories to see how easy to collect. You don't have to misrepresent. You don't have to lie. You don't have to steal. You don't have to hide. You don't have to use fake anything. And it's going to work for you.
Wonderful. So I have a different kind of question for you, and I know you love to talk about this. So let's talk about the cultural differences in information collection. So let's say we're going to a show abroad, a conference. Should we risk using our own approach, which might come out as too direct or arrogant, or should we make an effort to adapt to the local culture? So when we're walking, here comes the ugly American who's gonna, spit in my face and try to get stuff out of me, versus trying to build the relationships. So which way is best? Should we try to be ourselves, or should we try to be a little bit more polite and not spit so much in people's faces and try to get along with them first?
So, Ron, don't take this the wrong way. People listening don't take it the wrong way. It's great to be Canadian. Because you go up to anybody at a trade show, you say you're Canadian, and automatically you think you're a good person, and you're going to go away with anything. I actually was, and you mentioned Rainer's conferences, ICI. I was at one of the conferences, I spoke, and I realized that there was going to be a good number of people not leaving till the next day. And like a good Canadian, I said, anybody that wants to join me for supper, you're welcome to join. And nobody thought I had ulterior motives. So we all got together. Was it culturally inappropriate or appropriate? People want to get together. The other part of that is I got to be myself. If I try to act like somebody I'm not, I'm going to be in trouble. All right? So I'm not Malaysian. I can't act Malaysian. They're going to spot it a mile away subconsciously, and that's going to muck it up. And then maybe I'm the wrong person to interview. Maybe I need somebody else who is from Malaysia, unless we're getting back to commonalities. The other part of that, though, is be culturally sensitive. And I'll go back to Malaysia in a second. There are certain cultural values that are so entrenched and so fundamental that even though you might be Canadian, or you might be American, or you might be British, you've crossed a line. I'm going to give you a quick example. There I was at Malaysia at an event. One of my biggest clients was there, and she had her little boy with her. He's about 6 years old, and she wanted him to meet me. And so he comes up to me all happy. The North American approach is pat him on the head, say, cute little boy. But I know the head up of the head is the holiest part of the body. And if I touch the top of his head, I'm done. There's no coming back from that. So I stood still, which is hard for me to do because I coach those kids. I love those kids. And he comes up to me, takes my hand, and puts it on his forehead. And his mom and I have been dear friends ever since. But there's no coming back. And I got stories about other people blowing it on something as simple as that. The lounge in Israel, the Star Lions Lounge, I was there. Somebody was relaxing. They had their feet on the table, and the lounge attendant came over and swapped their feet. He goes, why are you doing that? She said, the heels are going to offend anybody Muslim in here. That's a sign of disrespect. So while I don't want you to act like you're Italian, I do want you to be aware everywhere you go, what are the fundamental rules you cannot break? If language is an issue, get a translator, and you'll ask the questions and it'll be translated into the right language. If it's not an issue, be yourself. If there's an issue, because every country I go to is a different, what I call rules of engagement, who really is allowed to talk to who. So if I understand that, then once again, I'll bring on the right resource to do the interview. Final thing, because Ron, you asked about the foreign shows. A lot of times people will say, I'm going to a foreign show because I need to know about the foreign market. Now that's logical, it makes sense. I go to shows for that reason. I want to know what the market's like in Hong Kong. But the other reason I'll go to an international show is there's somebody from North America that I can't interview. They're so busy when they're at events, they won't answer my calls, but they're going to the foreign show. Now, getting back to human nature, we like to talk to people like us. And so the foreigner in Beijing is longing to hear English if they come from North America. I can approach them. I can say, hey, fellow North American, Canadian, whatever it might be, let's have a chat. And they'll be so happy to have that talk. So sometimes thinking about international shows as places to interview those from your culture that you could not get access to any other way.
Wow. It seems we had a wonderful conversation today. I want to thank you again, Dr. Jonathan Kalof. Toda. Thank you so much for your time with me and the audience today.
Bivakasha, Rob. I mean, it's my pleasure. And as you can tell, I could talk about this for days. I always say, gather around the campfire. The old guy will tell you stories, trade shows from long ago.
Folks, we're really just scratching the surface here. We can certainly continue this conversation, but I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. You'll find a link to Dr. Kalof's book in the comment section in this video. Again, he so graciously made it free. You can download it from the Skip website. And again, the link will be posted here in the comment section of the show. So I want to just let you know about our schedule, and by the way, feel free to continue to submit your comments and questions on our YouTube page. I actually know where he is, so I will track him down and ask the question or deliver the comment. I'll make sure to read and present him, Dr. Kalof, any other questions you might have. If you're listening to us via podcast or watching this show as a recording via Futures Television or listening to the show on Radio Futures, you can also be a part of this conversation. Again, just visit our YouTube channel and leave a comment. Please don't forget to share and like this video, and please do subscribe to our channel. I'm really counting on you. You can watch the show on Futures Television every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 2 p.m. Pacific, or listen to it on Radio Futures daily at 2 p.m. Pacific, or bi-monthly. Read the summary at IMCI Magazine. So again, folks, time's for us to start saying thank you very much again for your presence and participation in the show. You can always reach out to me or to the magazine, the host, or via Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. And I sincerely hope to see you soon. And I will leave you with our institutional message. Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning, Deb.
Good morning, Catherine. It's so great to see you, and welcome to the conference, everyone. I would love to introduce Catherine Johns, who is joining us today for her session, which is Compelling Communication for Entrepreneurs. So Catherine guides executives and entrepreneurs to craft a clear, compelling message and deliver it with confidence, charisma, and originality so that they can fascinate their audience and achieve their business goals. She's a veteran broadcaster and communication consultant and provides coaching and training in executive presence, networking, and public speaking. So today, Catherine is going to help us understand and share with us clear, persuasive communication and how it can be the key to unlocking success for any business leader. From pitching investors to inspiring a team, entrepreneurs must master the art of conveying their vision effectively. So her session will offer practical strategies for crafting powerful messages and how to cultivate presence and confidence when speaking in front of others. So Catherine, thank you again for being with us. The floor is yours.
It is my pleasure, Deb. Here's the thing. When you're at a trade show, and wasn't that interesting hearing about how to use trade show appearances to your benefit?
Absolutely.
When you're at a trade show, when you're in a meeting with a potential investor, when you're talking to somebody that you might partner with on a project, what you have in common in all those situations is you. You bring your presence, your energy, your physicality into all of those situations. And those are the things that shape the way our meetings, our pitches, our appeals turn out. So we're going to talk for the next 45 minutes or so about you and how you show up. You may have questions, you may have disagreements, and that's fine. I'm looking for any comments you have in the chat. And then Ram and Deb will join me later on and we'll have some conversation, hopefully representing you. So feel free to pitch in at any time. When you start with any of these meetings or situations, the first thing you want to do is get present. And that can be a challenge. You know, on the surface, it seems obvious, right? I mean, of course I'm present, I'm here. But in truth, we're often miles away in our head. You've been in a situation, I'll bet, where you're sitting in a meeting and suddenly you realize that you missed the last thing the person said because you were thinking ahead to something that's going to happen later today or something that happened earlier, or wondering about the person who didn't show up for this meeting and what's up with them. So taking care of that, all those thoughts that can crowd the present out and getting right here, right now, is the first step towards success in achieving the funding, the partnership, the sale. How do you do it? It turns out your body is actually the key, because in truth, my mind can be a million miles away. My feelings can be all over the map, but my body is right here, right now with you. So I'm going to ask you to do something with me now. And I can't see you. So honor system, I'm counting on you to play along with this. Wherever you're sitting, in front of a computer or a phone, maybe a tablet, adjust yourself so your feet are on the floor, flat. Maybe you're sitting cross-legged, or maybe you have your feet tucked up underneath you, or maybe your ankles are crossed. Uncross, open yourself, and put your feet flat on the floor. And with your feet flat on the floor, settle yourself into your seat, whether you're on a kitchen table, chair, or a couch, or if you're in your office. Just, wiggle yourself into your seat and really sense both of your sit bones grounded on your chair. If you've ever done yoga, you know about adjusting the sit bones. So that's what we're looking for here, really planted in the space you're in. Are you playing along? Honor system now. Straighten your spine and do this with me as well. So here I am, grounded, feet on the floor, seat in the chair. straight spine. I drop my shoulders. Do you notice when you get intense or interested or nervous, you have a tendency to pull your shoulders up and maybe lean forward, like getting a little hunched? Well, relax all of that. And my shoulders are back and down. And already I feel more open. My chest is open. My head is straight up and down on top of my body. And I'm very aligned and I can breathe. It's shocking how often we stop breathing. We get nervous about, imagine I'm meeting with somebody important, or I'm waiting for a meeting and it hasn't happened yet. And I don't know how it's going to go. And there's all of that nervousness and tension, and it shows up in my body. So when I do this relaxation exercise, I let go of all of that. And now my core is straight, but also free. So think about your spine coming straight up from your sit bones and as if your head is pointed straight at the ceiling. And allow yourself to breathe fully and deeply. And with that as a foundation, we're able to meet anybody anywhere because we know where we are and we know who we are. And we're here now, present and ready. And we're also sitting kind of still or standing. You might be, if you're at a trade show or a networking event, you might be standing. Same thing applies, right? You're grounded, feet on the floor, flat, not standing with your ankles crossed or any of that jazz, right? You're really grounded and centered. I'm here, I'm present, and I'm kind of still. Now, as I'm talking to you, of course, I move my hands, I move my head, but it's movement with intention. So when I say stillness matters, what I mean in terms of setting a tone that says you're serious about your business, you're serious about your goals, you're serious about who you are and what you want to achieve. There's no fidgeting, there's no nervous movement. And in particular, you want to keep your hands away from your head or your face. Now, there's all kinds of cultural issues here. It was so interesting listening to Jonathan talk about cultural differences, how we look at people, how we interact with people. So I'm going to offer the caveat that I'm talking about North American business culture, and to the extent that we are operating in other parts of the world or that we're from other parts of the world, you need to take local custom into account. That thing about not touching the top of somebody's head, that was new to me. And there are tons of those things that, as we operate more internationally, can be a minefield. So with that caveat, in general, you want to keep a certain stillness about yourself. So I'm not scratching my face. I'm not playing with my hair. I'm not fidgeting with my clothes. Any of those kinds of movements convey a certain nervousness or uncomfortable setting. And we don't want to be uncomfortable because mirror neurons. Do you know about mirror neurons? Here's the gist. We mirror each other automatically, unconsciously, without thinking about it. It's the way our brains operate. And if you see me fidgety and uncomfortable and nervous, it's likely to make you fidgety, uncomfortable, and nervous. And that isn't most likely going to suit my business needs. I want us to have a conversation where we're both relaxed, comfortable, at ease with each other. So the more you can be still inside, think about it that way, and breathing, the more you create that sense with the other person or people that we can be relaxed together. And that inspires confidence and trust. When we fidget or bounce around or pace or when we have these nervous, restless movements, then that conveys the opposite. It makes people back away a little suspicious, like what's up with them? So think about using your hands and using them intentionally. In general, probably you want to keep your hands to yourself. Touching can be a minefield. So even a simple touch like reaching over and patting somebody's hand or touching their arm, especially in early meetings, probably to be avoided unless you really know somebody well. So my hands are in my own space, but then within that they move. People actually do want to see our hands. We are perceived as being more above board when our hands are visible. So if you're meeting and you're seated at a table, you don't want to keep your hands under the table hidden from view. Have them on top of the table or on the arm of a chair or in motion as you use them to gesture. If you're standing in a quick conversation, you don't put your hands folded behind your back. You keep them out where people can see them. And I have clients tell me all the time, I don't know what to do with my hands. The truth is, most of us do know because we do it naturally. Gestures come naturally to us. When we get nervous and overthink it, then we get into trouble. Then we want to hide our hands or we get fidgety or nervous movement we want to avoid. But natural, see your hands movement is fine and in fact preferred. What about your face? A smile helps. It can be challenging sometimes for women, younger women especially. If you're meeting with people who are older than you, people who are mostly men, there can be a tendency to smile in a sort of self-effacing or ingratiating way. The more powerful people are, the less they smile. That doesn't mean we bring grumpy face to a meeting, but it does mean we smile to connect with people, but not to beg them to like us. I bet you know the difference. And you might put in the chat if any of this is sounding familiar to you, or if you have questions about any of it. Maybe you're listening and going, I was in a meeting recently. I would love to hear what situations you've been in where this kind of thing comes up. A huge issue when it comes to interpersonal meetings, whether they're live in person or through technology, and more of our meetings are through Zoom or Teams or some other virtual platform. A huge issue is eye contact. So we're going to spend some time on this, and I'm going to count on you to play along with me. And again, even though I can't see you, this will benefit you enormously if you do it with me. So let's talk about when we're meeting with one or two people and we want to make steady eye contact. In North American business culture, eye contact conveys honesty, trust, openness, interest. And conversely, if I'm not looking at you, you're talking to me and I'm looking at the floor or gazing off into space, what does that say? I'm not as interested, right? I'm not as engaged. You don't have my full attention. So you want to be able to look at somebody and not to stare at them and bore a hole into their head, right? It's not a staring contest. And there are certainly cultural considerations here. But my goal for you is that you are so comfortable with eye contact that you can look directly at somebody, describe your business idea, apply for a position, talk to them about the funding you need, and come across as confident and serious about your business. And if you can't look at somebody, if it makes you nervous, if you're looking away, if your eyes are darting around the room, they are less likely to have confidence and trust in you. So this is something you would know about yourself better than I could possibly know about you. And you know whether perhaps you need a little practice on this. What about when you've got a whole group of people? You might be standing in front of a room of 30 people, or maybe you're at a conference table and there are 6 or 7 people around the table. Now we need to be able to include everybody in eye contact. And the way people often do that is to sort of scan the group like this. So I know I'm supposed to make eye contact with people, and so I look around like sort of frantically trying to connect with everybody. Here's what happens if I do that. I don't connect with anybody. Nobody feels real contact if I'm darting around the room like this. And so instead, here's what we do when we have a group of people in front of us. And again, it's true whether it's a small group at a conference table or you're sitting in a big meeting room and there's 30 people in front of you, or you're giving a talk in front of 100 or more. I want to look at a person, complete a complete thought, and then look at somebody else. So I engage each person individually with my eyes. And you can see how I'm doing this now as if there's a room full of people in front of me. And I come back to you because you're part of the room. And then I look at somebody else. What you'll notice when I do this is that it's sort of measured. I'm not darting. I'm not trying to look at everybody at once, getting nervous because I can't make contact with people. I'm comfortably, confidently engaging with you. And then with somebody else who's seated over here. And then that person in the back. And there's somebody who didn't come sit at the conference table, but they're on the side of the room taking notes. I include them. And then I come back to you. And do you see how comfortable that is? And what you feel is a sense of contact. It's not an accident that we call it eye contact, because it's all about the contact. And that contact is often missing in meetings, particularly when we're meeting with a larger group. Often, if I'm speaking about my business and I'm excited, or maybe I'm nervous, I can get kind of antsy and be trying to look at everybody and get like that. And you see the difference in that compared to a more measured, engage with a person, invite them to connect with me, close that connection, and then move on. Closing the connection matters. So I don't just shift my eye contact willy-nilly. I finish a complete thought with an individual, and then I move on to somebody else. And what that does is keep each of these little connections with each person in the room as I continue to connect with the other people in the room. One thing you'll notice is when you use eye contact strategically like that in a group, big group, small group, doesn't matter. People start to pay more attention to you. You'll notice that people stay engaged. They don't look at their phones. They don't start side conversations with somebody else because they don't know when you're coming back to them. And so those little moments of connection with each person help everybody stay with you. People often complain, speakers, I'm a professional speaker. My fellow speakers complain that people get on their phones and they don't pay attention, especially in a bigger audience. I don't tend to run into that, and it's because of eye contact. So if this is challenging for you, it's something worth practicing. And you practice when there's nothing writing on it. You don't practice in a big meeting where you're making a pitch. You practice with friends, with family, but really get comfortable with eye contact. Now, when we started meeting on virtual platforms, that kind of threw a wrench into it for a lot of people, didn't it? Because here's what you'll see. People are in Zoom meetings or on Teams, whatever platform it might be, WebEx, and they're staring at the pictures on their screen. So you can see what happens when I'm looking at a picture of a person on my screen. I could be looking at your picture on my screen, but you don't feel it, do you? As far as you're concerned, I'm looking off at the floor because that's what it looks like. And so when we meet virtually, we make eye contact with the people in our audience by looking through the camera. And I use that language deliberately, through the camera, not at it. So it's as if you are right on the other side of my computer. Now, the truth is there's a gangway and the wall of the house next door that I'm looking at. But in my imagination, it's you. And as I look through the camera, I'm seeing you. I'm talking to you. You might, as a way to play with this, think about being on the phone. If you were talking on the phone, you wouldn't think of yourself as talking to the phone. You think of yourself as talking to a friend. The phone is just the vehicle that gets your voice to their ears and their voice to your ears. The same way when you're on a virtual meeting, the camera, the microphone, are just the conduit to get you, your energy, your presence to the other person. And really, when I say energy, that's what all of this is about. People pick up on your energy and they are drawn to it like a magnet or not. And when we are seeking information, acceptance, money, investment, any of it, we want people to feel our energy. We want people to have that sense that we're real and we're with them. And you get that by working the camera. Now, a lot of times clients will tell me they need to look at the screen so they can see the other person's face. And it's true. If your faces were on my screen right now, I would want to take a break and look at somebody's face and see, do they look like they're with me? Do they look bored? Are they laughing at my humor? Are they angry about something I'm saying? You know, we read all that in people's faces. So yes, you are going to take a moment for that. But you come back, and particularly when you're speaking, and especially when you're speaking about what's really important, when you're delivering your main message, you want to be doing it looking through the camera as if the person you're talking with is right on the other side. Now, I need some feedback, so please put in the chat, does that make sense to you? Are you practicing along with me? Because that was my deal, right? You're on the honor system to be doing this with me, even though I can't see you. But I hope you'll let us know how that feels for you. And there are all kinds of factors that enter into it. If I'm in a meeting with the CEO of my company and I am a new hire, I may be less inclined to look him right in the eye for the whole thing, or her, right? Because there's a certain deference that we indicate by looking usually down. But we don't want to get stuck there, is the thing. So you can think through the particular situations you get into and where that kind of contact might feel not quite right. But most of the time, in most business situations, that straight on gaze is what works. You know, when I started wearing glasses full time, I worried about this, because it does. I know on the camera sometimes the angle changes and my eyes are not as visible. I have other glasses that are very chic that I love, but when I speak, I wear these because they're wider lenses and more of my eyes show. When you're talking to another human being, whether it's one-on-one in a small group around a conference table or in a cafe, or you're in front of an audience giving a speech, eye contact is probably the biggest tool you have going for you. I'm checking to see if I have time for a quick story. When I started doing presentation skills training, I went to work for a company that did that. And that was a whole new thing for me. I had been in radio for 25 years. What do we know about radio? There's no eye contact there. And I didn't realize that I had a problem with eye contact. If you'd asked me, I would have said, yeah, it's fine. I can look anybody in the eye. Well, the truth was I didn't. I talked to people quite often, kind of looking off like this. And you can see when I talk to you looking off like this, it's not the same, is it? There's a missing connection. So when I went to work for this company, and they were appalled at my inability with eye contact, I had a lot to learn. And so I tell you that story in order to tell you that it's a learnable skill for sure. And what I did was practice at dinner with friends or getting together with colleagues in the office. I practiced say something to a person, come to the end of a thought, shift to another person, come to the end of a thought, shift to another person until I paused, and then somebody else, and so on. And once you get into that habit, that's what it is, a habit. And it's really simple. And it has a mesmerizing effect on your audiences. You can probably think of occasions when it would be very useful for you to be so persuasive in a meeting. Eye contact will help you do that. Now, I hope you've been practicing along with me. A couple of other things we want to cover before we join in with Ram and Deb and have some questions. So if you have questions for them to pose, now's the time to put it in the chat. We talked about being grounded, being centered, having your feet on the floor. What that allows is a full, rich voice. This is an issue, especially when we're nervous or when we feel like there's a lot riding on this meeting or this conversation. Our voice tends to tighten up. You've probably noticed for yourself times when your voice sounds higher or maybe even squeakier. And it's because everything in our body clenches and the sound gets squeezed. So a relaxed body, a grounded body, allows for a voice that comes from the core. And so I want you to do this with me. Just breathe all the way from your belly. You're sitting with your feet on the floor and your spine is straight, and you take a breath and you can feel your belly move in and out. So you're not breathing in here. This is how often, and especially when we're tense, we tend to breathe more shallowly. So our chest moves as we breathe, but not so much down in our core. You want to breathe all the way down so you fill your lungs completely, your diaphragm moves, and your belly moves in and out. And you have full breath support so that your voice is strong and rich. And if you're in a room with a bunch of people, you can project and have some volume to it. You also want to vary the volume. And this is something I notice when people are in meetings where they're pitching an idea or whether they're seeking buy-in or funding, that a tense, loud voice becomes kind of a habit. I so want to make my point that I get louder and tighter. You want to speak with a relaxed voice, and you want some variety. And the truth is, sometimes a whisper is as powerful as a shout. Do you hear that when I reduce my volume and then increase it? Those are ways that we keep our audiences engaged. What you'll notice when you're talking to a group, conference table group, cafe table group, meeting room group, almost doesn't matter. When you're talking to a group and you reduce your volume, you'll see people kind of lean in or cock their heads towards you, like they want to hear what you're saying. It creates a sense of maybe drama is too strong, but enough interest that it draws people in. And then sometimes you stop talking. I was talking earlier about eye contact and how powerful that is. It is an amazing tool for speakers. And another powerful tool for speakers is the pause. When we're talking, especially when we have a goal, when we want something out of this interaction, whether it's a partnership or funding or a sale, when we want something, we have a tendency to get tense and to keep talking and to sort of go like that and keep, because if I stop, then they'll talk and I don't know what they'll say. So I just want to keep talking. I need to overcome that impulse and instead say what I need to say and pause. And what's conveyed in that pause? Like, think about for yourself, what comes up for you when I pause that way? I seem confident, right? I seem open to you because I paused. I'm not just throwing things at you verbally. I seem interested in a dialogue. And all of those are useful things when we have a business goal in mind. So for a lot of people, pausing is hard. They get self-conscious in the silence. Americans talk all the time about an awkward pause. And I never understand why pauses are awkward. Pauses are an opportunity, a little bit of rest, a chance for the other person to speak, a time to regroup. They can set the stage for what comes next and build anticipation. Here's what I'd like to tell you. Pause. And doesn't that make you want to go, oh yeah, what's she about to tell me? What's coming next? Now notice that I just went, because I was about to say what gets in the way of pausing is talking too fast, talking too much, and filler language, uhs, like stammering or stuttering or just not wanting the silence. So try to work on letting the pause be still. And you can practice that. And the truth is, some filler language is natural. And you sound almost robotic if you use none. At least that's true in English, and I'm going to guess that's true in most languages. Everybody uses their share of filler. What happens when we get nervous is we tend to repeat a word or a phrase often. And you'll hear people with kind of a pet word that's their filler. It might be, or it might be like, or it might be some other kind of idiom. Does that make sense? People will say, finish a sentence and say, does that make sense? And then about the fourth or fifth time you hear it, does that make sense? You want to say, yes, it makes sense already. No need to keep asking. But they're not really asking a question. They're filling space. So I want you to get comfortable with that space unfilled. And if filler language is an issue for you, I really recommend practice. And again, you practice in a safe space. You practice with friends or family in conversations where your business is not riding on the outcome of the conversation. So you allow yourself to get used to that silence. Those moments of pausing give your words more impact. And before we wrap up, and Deb and maybe Ram too are going to join me for some exchange here, I want to mention one other thing. I've been talking about talking because that's what I was asked to speak about. I want to throw in a pitch for listening. As important as it is how you express yourself in the meetings that you're having, whether they're formal meetings or casual encounters, when you're launching a business or growing a business or looking to start a business and you're not yet sure what it is, you have a lot to learn. And we rarely learn by talking. So I'm going to encourage you to zero in on zipping it and listening to the other person or people, asking questions, and allowing people the space to talk to you. It's amazing how smart people think you are when you listen to them. I'm not kidding. They walk away from those interactions going, wow, that was great. That person really knows their stuff. And it's because they felt free to share. And if you think about your own experience, I bet you can come up with examples of times when people didn't listen to you, when somebody just talked at you for 5 minutes or 30 minutes or whatever, and you left that conversation feeling exhausted or bored, or certainly not drawn in and wanting more. And so it can be the hardest thing because you're enthusiastic about your business, your idea, your concept. You're eager to share it. So I'm going to ask you to go back to that grounded sensation we worked with earlier. Be in your body and be still and give somebody else the opportunity to share their ideas with you. One good way to do that is to tag what you say with a question about them. And the easiest one is, and you? So you talk about your experience, and you, and that invites people to share their experience. And the last thing I'll say is when you are speaking about your business, your idea, your project, your plans, be sure that you speak about it in the context of the people or person that you're talking with. So think about this as putting a frame around what you say. And the frame is their story, their business, their life. So we have permission in a meeting to speak about what we came to talk about. And we want to make sure that we engage them and invite them. And one way to do that is to put it in a frame of their life, their business, and their experience. So you're always driving home, what does this mean for the other person? And sometimes you need to spell that out with so that, or what this means for you is, that is not only a clarion call to them, but it's a reminder to you to keep that in mind. We're not in a meeting to just blather about ourselves. We're in a meeting to get agreement, get buy-in, share information, make a sale. And we can't do that if it's just a monologue about us and our business. So we listen and we frame what we say in the context of our listeners. And with all of that, I'm going to encourage you to come to all of those situations with these tips and pointers in mind, but also with you being fully you. And that wraps what I need to say. So Deb, I'm hoping that you have a question, a comment, an observation, or maybe you can share something that somebody else has provided in the chat.
Absolutely, Catherine. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That was great. I want you to know that I, for one, I hope everybody, as I'm sitting squarely in my chair with my feet on the floor,
Yes.
and I'm looking at you through my camera, directly at you. So I took your remarks to heart here, and so thank you again for that. You know, it's interesting in your book. For everybody who is interested in Catherine's book, Show Up and Shine, it's a great book. You talk a lot about presence and establishing presence and credibility. So can you speak a little bit about what we can all do as entrepreneurs, business owners, to develop a stronger presence when speaking either publicly, speaking in meetings, speaking in front of clients? What can we do there?
Think about the energy that you exchange with your audience. It's very easy, especially when it's a big meeting and it's important to us and there's a lot riding on us. And we get so focused on the specific things we're going to say. And we might write it out, or we might make notes for ourselves about the words that we need to say. I'm not dismissing the importance of words. I am saying that people walk away with a sense of who you are that doesn't have a lot to do with the words. And it does have to do with all the things we've just been talking about. And so being physically present, acknowledging them, listening, those are the things that make people leave with a sense of not only that we are interesting or engaging, but that we know what we're talking about. So particularly for younger people, that can be a challenge. You know, it's easy for people to think, well, she's new or he's young, and maybe we don't know so much. So very important to be fully present, to grow. Like, I hope you can see me. I just sort of grounded my sit bones in my chair, and I could feel myself get just, you know, a fraction of an inch taller, because here I am making my point. You can do that too. It's not aggressive. It's not badgering people or threatening people, but it is being very, very present. And when I do that, I make an impression on people that's quite different than if I come to a meeting and talk like this. Do you see how just everything changes when I shift into a more passive or slouchy position? There's a place for this for sure. If Deb is talking and I'm listening, I might sort of settle in, get comfortable, and hear her story. But when it's time for me to speak, to make my point, to drive things home, I come back to centered, grounded, and fully present.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Another question that we have here is there's a lot of conversation about the use of storytelling. And can you share how we can all use storytelling in our communications how could we be more effective doing that?
So I have a preference, and I think it's pretty widely shared actually, for brief stories. If I had a criticism of many people in meetings, it would be that they tell a story that goes on and on and on and contains a lot of unnecessary detail. And we lose people. The truth is, attention spans are short, and they're getting shorter. So first of all, when you think about the stories in your life, stories about your experience or your business that are meaningful to your audience and that will help drive your point home, what detail is necessary? Because details can be quite interesting. We need some detail because it keeps people engaged. But what details are boring and don't belong in the story? So edit yourself. And that would be the first thing. Short and sweet and to the point. And then frame your story in the context of their experience. I talked a little bit earlier about the frame. If I just blather on about myself, I could tell you stories about my radio career for the next hour and a half, maybe
I was
more.
actually going to ask you about that. If we have time, I will.
It was a long career. There's a lot of stories.
Yeah.
And some of them are germane to what we're doing here, and some of them aren't. So I edit, and I do tell stories when I speak to audiences about lessons I learned in radio that might be valuable for them. I don't tell stories about that funny thing that Jeff Hendricks said in 1985, because they don't care, right? So be selective about your stories, and then it helps to think about the frame of the other person. What's important to them, and are there ways to relate this? I use little phrases. I think of them as conversational lubricant. So an example might be, maybe you've seen how this can happen. You know how things like that draw people in because it tickles their own experience, and so they relate to mine. The truth is, not that many people have been on the radio. That's the whole world doesn't have that experience, but everybody's had the experience of a conversation that went south. So I can tell a story about radio about a conversation that went south, and I'll just share that there were many, and make that relatable to you because that you've experienced, not exactly in the same way. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Am I clear?
No, that's
Okay.
fantastic. No, I appreciate that. We have another question as relates to the internal communication with your team. So, a lot of us are entrepreneurs. Many are starting to add resources. They're hiring people, building their team. Can you share a little bit about how, as entrepreneurs, as leaders, we can all improve our communication internally with our people, especially when, a lot of times entrepreneurs are struggling in the early days. What can we all do to be better internal communicators?
So I'm going to say the same rules apply that I've been talking about. And the difference might be that with our own team, our colleagues, we may be much more informal, and that is appropriate some of the time. And some of the time, not so much, right? So it's about having a judgment about when are we colleagues and when are we in a hierarchy. And there are times when I need to be the leader of the team. And how do I convey that? It's not by coming in and saying, hey, I'm the boss here. It is by looking like a boss, sounding like a boss, dressing like a boss. All of those things convey the message without words. And when I have those things going for me, the way I speak, the way I look, the way I dress, then I don't need to throw my weight around.
Very, very interesting. Very powerful.
Nonverbal. It's all
nonverbal communication, right? Just as important. Again, Catherine, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us all. I highly encourage everybody to go get Catherine's book, Show Up and Shine. It's an amazing book, and I loved it when you first published it, and it's out there on Amazon. So please go take a look. And Catherine, just quickly, how can people find you?
CatherineJohns.com. Easy. And also, I'm on LinkedIn, and I'm going to guess most of the people listening to us are also on LinkedIn. So please reach out to me and connect there. I would love to see more about what you're doing. And if you show up in my LinkedIn feed, that would be great. And maybe even share some comments back and forth.
That would be great. And again, you have a newsletter too. So make sure you subscribe to Catherine's newsletter. You provide great information to people, great tips on a frequent basis. So make sure you subscribe to her newsletter. Again, thank you so much for being with us. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
And don't forget, there is an step about business with Catherine Jones, a whole hour. It's amazing. You should check it out.
It's a great show.
I forgot about that. Yes, I'm on TV, right?
You are. You're on Foodie TV. So everybody take a look at that show. That
Love
was,
that.
we talked a lot about your book there too. So
Yeah.
wonderful.
All right. Thank you so
Thanks
much
again.
for having me. It's been a pleasure being part of your conference.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Bye-bye.
Wonderful, folks. So we're gonna go on a very short break, and we're gonna bring in our next speaker. See you soon. This is our keynote for today. I have the great honor to welcome Dr. Robert Saul. He is the author of the column Ask Dr. Bob, and it's a great pleasure to have him here. He's going to give us a great talk. He's going to touch on a few things, and one of them is citizenship and the importance of that. Dr. Bob, thank you so very much for being here with us today. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. This is so exciting to be here, and I really look forward to sharing a journey that I think is of benefit to all, and that's why I'm excited to be here. So let me just load up my slides here. I want to take you on a journey that has been both a professional and personal journey for me. And I come to you today as a physician. I'm a pediatrician and medical geneticist, as a husband, as a father, as a grandfather, as a citizen, and just a simple discussant, somebody who I think has some worthwhile words to say and pass on. I finished my training, excuse me, at Duke University back in the late 1970s. Moved to Greenwood, South Carolina, to be a pediatrician and to learn also the skills of being a medical geneticist. And for 14 years in my community, I didn't feel like I was paying back to like I should. I was being the best darn doctor I could be. I was working hard. I was trying to do as much as I could. But when I took stock of what I was doing, that I wasn't paying back to the community. At the same time, in 1993, I heard the words of Leland Kaiser, who was a healthcare futurist who has passed on. But he was talking to hospital systems, and he was talking to me, but I didn't realize it, that for what happens in our community, 12 words that have been my mantra ever since. For whatever happens in our community, I am the problem, I am the solution, I am the resource. I need to take personal ownership in the issues in my community. I need to be part of the solution. And to do that, I need to devote my resources to it. Now, I must admit, it took 2 to 3 months for that message to be internalized. I really didn't know how to do it. It's sort of awkward to admit that, but that was the truth. And then I finally went to folks in the community. I said, put me in, coach. I'm ready. I'm ready to do some work. I'm ready to work hard. And I did. And I started becoming involved with the Chamber of Commerce, a variety of organizations, doing what I thought was of some benefit to the community. And to be honest, I was sort of smugly proud of what I was doing. And it seemed like I was a great contributor. And then April 20, 1999, 2 teenagers walk into a high school in Littleton, Colorado, massacre 13 people, and kill themselves. You and I know that as Columbine. How did that happen? Why did that happen? I asked myself, could that happen in my community? And the answer was yes. I asked myself, what had I done to make a difference? And the answer was not enough. Granted, I went to college, high school, and medical school in Colorado. So I had some Colorado interest, but this was more than that. What was the core of this problem? And I didn't know, but I wanted to try to find out. I wanted to know why. I wanted to know what to do. When did I need to get involved? How could I get involved? And it was hard. I was just obsessed with that for about 4 or 5 days. And then I decided to put pencil to paper. And back then, we used to do that. And wrote an article for the local newspaper entitled, "The Lessons from Littleton. What Can I Do? Action steps for myself and for my fellow citizens." And I articulated 5 steps that we're going to talk about at some length here. We're going to go through them briefly and then come back through them as a tipping off point for going forward. We're going to say, what are those 5 steps? What can I do to make a difference? And I wrote over 160 op-ed articles for the paper over the next 12, 13 years talking about these 5 steps. Number 1, learn to be the best parent you could be. Now, I chose these words carefully because parenting is lifelong learning and the toughest job of a lifetime. Learn to be the best parent you could be. 1, you can always improve, but 2, not everyone has the same circumstances. Not everyone has the same abilities. Not everyone has the same intellectual status. Not everyone has the same socioeconomic status. Not everyone has the same home circumstances. Might be a single parent. Might be significant illness in the family. So we all are limited in some way, and we just want to be the best that we could be. And when I say parent in today's society, that might be a biologic parent. It might be a foster parent. It might be grandparents. It might be guardians. So there's a variety of folks that fill in as nurturers, primary nurturers for the children. And again, you can be the different levels of ability. So 1, learn to be the best parent you could be. 2, get involved. Remember, I am the problem. I am the solution. I am the resource. And actually, we can flip the pronoun here. We are the problem. We are the solution. We are the resource. So we need to be thinking how we can get involved. And I don't have a specific magic answer for getting involved, but I think you just have to look at your own circumstances and what's happening in your community and see how you can make the most impact you think. Whether that's a soup kitchen, whether that's litter pickup, whether that's scouting, whether that's your church, or more than one. There are so many ways to get involved and to show your community involvement. Number 3 is similar but different. Stay involved. Sometimes it's easy to get involved. It's hard to stay involved. And that you have to have the commitment that means staying involved. But that will change. You know, you might do scouting for a while and then your son or daughter ages out of it. So you're going to need to change in terms of how you want to see your ability to adapt and make a difference. Change is so hard, but it's an integral part of what we should be doing. Number 4 is the most intuitive, but boy, is that hard in today's society. Love for others. Our ability, or many times our inability, to eliminate intolerance, hatred, and poor conflict resolution is so important these days. And I should add a brief aside here. I intensely dislike the word hate. Hate is such a toxic effect that I have consciously taken the task to eliminate the word hate from my vocabulary. So I would encourage you to think about that to others, because it's interesting. Michael Curry, who's the Archbishop for the Episcopal Church in America, says the opposite of love is not hate. the opposite of love is selfishness, and its symptom, its expression is hate. Number 5, forgiveness. And this is, I think, is the most difficult one. As I have cycled through these 5 steps over the last 20 plus years, I've learned that forgiveness is the most difficult in my mind. In the words of Maury Schwartz from the book Tuesdays with Maury, forgive ourselves, forgive others, and do it now. But it's a real evolutionary process to practice forgiveness. So those 5 steps: learn to be the best parent you could be, get involved, stay involved, love for others, and forgiveness, set the stage for me going forward. Now, it's interesting how things overlap at times. My mother passed away in 2002. As my brother was looking for her through her personal effects, he found some of her writings. And I'm going to share some brief excerpts with you. And so I grew up in the 1960s. Obviously, in many ways, it was an environment of chaos with the Vietnam War, the civil rights battles, Martin Luther King assassination, Robert F. Kennedy assassination in 1963, JFK's assassination, and the rebellion of the youth, which I would probably consider myself a part of in some ways. And her reflections, the 2 excerpts I wanted to share is, one, she said, I wonder what we can do as individuals to try and make the world a better place to live in. This can be achieved with the betterment of our own individual lives. And the second excerpt, she said, help me as a person who is constantly searching for betterment in myself to give and try daily to do my part, at least as well as I'm able. Now, I had not read this at all or heard this at all until after she passed away, but I'd already begun my journey in terms of introspection and trying to figure out how I could do better and how I could suggest action steps for others. So again, I've started now what's the 24-year journey. Initially, I wrote over 160 op-ed articles to the local newspaper. It's interesting, I used to share those with my wife initially, and she would look at those and go, "Ooh, I don't know about this one. Oh, it sounds a little preachy. I don't think I'd send that one in." I said, "I don't think you understand who I'm preaching to." And she would give me a quizzical look. I'm preaching to me. And if I can make a difference, if I can do better, if these can be action steps for me, and other people can in some way glean some information and advice from it, then so be it. It's great. So I wrote the articles, have been on this introspective journey writing those articles, and it led to several books. The first book was in 2013, called My Children's Children, Raising Young Citizens in the Age of Columbine. Second book was a children's book related to that. Third book was a more scientific book. And the last book, published several years ago, was on parenting. So those authorship experiences, based on this whole journey I've been through, have given me a layered view of myself and how I can be as impactful as I can as a pediatrician who is now clinically retired, but never withdrawn from being an advocate for children and families and us improving our communities. So I've been promoting citizenship, and we'll get back to that because I think the goal of parenting should be citizenship, how we can improve our communities and how I can advocate on behalf of children and families. So let me go back through the 5 steps again, just to reiterate where I am. Learn to be the best parent you could be. And this list is a very short list, but these are some highlights of it. 1, breastfeed. I wish that we could get more people in our society to breastfeed, that it could be more considered more commonplace. And the recommendation is to exclusively breastfeed for 6 months of age and continue breast milk as a source of milk until a year of age. It's hard in our mobile society. It's hard in our society where women bear the burden of being the breastfeeders and are the caretakers of the family, and oftentimes the breadwinners, and working in and everything else. So it's very hard. So we need to have more support mechanisms to allow women to breastfeed. Why breastfeed? It's the #1 nutrition for babies. You're much less likely to have gastrointestinal problems, allergy problems. Women that breastfeed are much less likely to have breast cancer, much less likely to have diabetes, less likely to have obesity. And it's cheapest. And I think that it helps encourage that bond that makes it much less likely that mothers that breastfeed would ever raise a hand to a child. #2, discipline. Let me be very clear that discipline does not equal punishment. Discipline, what the root word for discipline is disciple, which means to teach. So any behavioral problem that we are dealing with as we work with our children, we need to think of that as a disciplinary action, a teaching action. We want to be sure that we're teaching our children how to behave better. And I, as a pediatrician, I'm staunchly against physical or corporal punishment. It teaches the wrong lesson. When you're angry, it's okay to hit somebody. And it instills fear instead of nurturing in children. Now, some people, even some people in this audience might say, oh, my father gave me a good whooping and it sure taught me a lesson. That might be for you, but in general, those that receive physical punishment in childhood are much more likely to do the same when they grow up. Much like we don't want to smoke, it doesn't mean you're going to get lung cancer, but it increases your risk. Doing physical punishment doesn't mean everyone will be a physical abuser when they grow up, but it certainly increases their risk. And I don't want to advocate for that. #3, reading. Reading. You know, if we talk about milk building bones, books build brains. And that's what we need to be working on. You know, at the very outset, as we work with our children, reading to them, maybe even in utero, certainly after they're born, and encouraging them to become readers. Read. Substitute some of that screen time with reading time. And that's so important. Communal parenting. Let's recognize that it really does take a village to raise a child. When you think about all the things that are out there, you have your pediatrician, you have your education system, you have your church, you have all other support things. That's a village. And we all should be working together, not working in silos, but how we can work together to help everyone improve their children, the experience for their children and other children. We want to, as best we can, build resilience in children. And we know there's good scientific evidence that children can develop resilience and flourish given the right environment. And it's a talk for another time, but there's a significant body of evidence now that safe, stable, nurturing relationships and positive childhood experiences can overcome a lot of problems that children might have been exposed to early in life. One of my experiences as a pediatrician is learning from children. Let's look at what children do and learn from them. Children are so much more forgiving, are so much more understanding than us adults who've learned to become jaded and resentful. And children will just open up their hearts even after they've been chastised. So let's learn from the experiences of children. And if we have to be a little childish in that way, let's do it. But I'd much rather be that than be scornful of others, than be dismissive of others. As I mentioned, we'd like to build resilience. One of the problems we've noticed is what's called toxic stress. And I'll briefly go over this. Toxic stress, we're all exposed to stress in our lives. It's what makes us stronger. There's positive stress, which is what happens when you say you're going to give this talk, or when you're going to go take an examination, or you're going to do something that can be stressful, but when you're on the other side of it, it builds your resilience going forward. There's tolerable stress, when you get that shot and you cry, but then you're comforted, or when you're a grandparent dies. That's a stressful situation. But if the core relationships are there, it becomes tolerable. However, if you have those same stressful situations, but there's no core relationships to buffer them, to help the children through that, that becomes toxic stress. And unfortunately, that can affect some brain anatomy. It can affect brain wiring, and certainly affect how children and adults respond to stresses and certain circumstances as they grow older. So there's a lot to do with being the best parent you could be. Get involved. Social capital. This is a concept that's been advanced in several forums. One was a sociologist from Harvard by the name of Robert Putnam, wrote in a book called Bowling Alone. And he's talking about how after World War II, bowling leagues were one of the great social experiences for so many communities. Everyone would get together. Now, because of our electronics, our technology, our phones, our tablets, our computers, and our social media, we seem to be more isolated and just occasionally dip into the social community of others. It's so important that we stay together and work together as we're trying to build a better community. Elders as sages. I love this concept. There was a book that I read called From Aging to Saging, and talks about how we will all get old, and I'm at that stage, and I have lost some of my dexterity. I've lost some of my mental faculties, I think. My memory seems to be more difficult to function at times. But I don't want to be elderly. I want to be an elder. I want to use what capabilities I have, and even as I lose some of my physical capabilities, I want to still be a positive contributor in the community. I want to be an elder, and I don't want to age. I want to be a sage. Our communities in the past used to value some of these roles much more. So I think it's important for those of us that can be elders and act as sages, not in a boastful way, but to lend our experience to others to make a difference. We want to be mentors. We want to help encourage and work with others. We want to be mediators. We want to help mediate issues in the community based on our experience. We want to be monitors of what has happened in the community and how we can give our input to make a difference. We want to be mobilizers. We have the opportunity to show what can work based on our experience. And we want to be motivators. So mentors, mediators, mobilizers, and motivators. I think that's our capability going forward. I one time gave a talk at a church, and somebody came up to me afterwards and said, how can I avoid being a curmudgeon? How can I avoid being a crusty old man who doesn't want to change anything? And I must admit, the question took me by surprise because I didn't know the answer. I thought about it for a while, and the next week or two came up and talked to the individual. I think it's the ability to adapt to change. So I think it's important that we look at how we can change and how we can affect change. Doesn't mean just accepting change as change, but how we can, in our role as mentor, mediator, monitor, mobilizer, and motivator, be a promoter of positive change. And I love this quote from Henry James: teachers affect eternity. We all know those teachers that have had a profound impact on our education. We want to be those people that can honor those that came before us, but hopefully be honored subsequently because we were teachers in some way, shape, or form. So I love this: teachers affect community. So we've talked about, again, learn to be the best parent you could be, get involved. Now stay involved. Stay involved, I think, is really tough. It's easy to get sidetracked. It's easy to just sort of throw your hands up and say, I'm tired of this. I can't do this anymore. I keep saying this and nobody listens. I'm just going to have to go back into my shell. And in some ways, you obviously don't want to keep beating your head against the brick wall, but that don't keep beating your head against the brick wall. Find a wooden wall, find a pillow wall, do something that can make a difference instead of just being so discouraged by things. The traits: persistence, optimism, tolerance, compassion, patience, commitment, empathy. And I love this last term, empathy, because empathy, we've always talked about empathy as putting yourself in someone else's shoes. I read recently a book talked about radical empathy and how radical empathy is the next step up from empathy. Radical empathy is not just putting yourself in someone else's shoes, but actively learning what they have been through. That is getting involved in some way, shape, or form, in reading, engaging, and so learning about, instead of just saying, oh, I guess that's really hard to do. I can really understand how that's difficult for them, versus, boy, I really understand. They had this, and this, and boy, is that so difficult. And really putting yourself in their shoes in a much more engaged way. Staying involved, lessons from genocide. Boy, this is a toughie, because we're in the midst of it right now. And when we think of the Middle East, we think of the Holocaust and all the people of Jewish descent that were 6 million folks that were slaughtered there, the migration to Israel, and now still the ongoing resentments and issues that are there. There was a genocide in Rwanda back in 1993, and there's been other genocides. What have we learned? Excuse me. One of the issues we've learned is that as soon as we dehumanize others, we put ourselves above them, and it's so much easier to justify to get rid of them in some way, shape, or form. It might not be their death, but it might be they're pushing them to the side, pushing them to neighborhoods that don't matter to us. There's so many lessons from genocide to be learned. And I, unfortunately, as a world community, don't think we've learned them very well. For those of you that have seen the movie Saving Private Ryan, there's a great scene at the end. Tom Hanks as Captain Miller and Private Ryan as, it escapes me right now. Captain Miller was sent to help get Private Ryan out of Germany so they could get back to home, since he'd lost so many of his brothers. And as Captain Miller was dying, Private Ryan looked over him, and Tom Hanks said, "Earn this." So what's happened? Have we earned the sacrifice that our soldiers did for us in World War II, that our soldiers did for us in Vietnam, that our soldiers continue to do for us? We need to earn this. It wasn't just given to us. We need to earn this with practicing the principles of the American democracy. And then Martin Luther King dream, that essentially that all men are created equal, that we will work together and not be judged by the color of our skin. Learn to be the best parent you can be. Get involved, stay involved. Love for others, trust, faith, gratitude, mercy, appreciation of others. We talk about these, but do we really practice these as we should? Too many of the folks that when I was growing up were practicing these on a Sunday, and by Monday we're sitting behind office desks saying things that were completely to the contrary of these things. So it's not just on Sunday, it's every day of the week as best we can. Now, we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. I make statements that my wife says, "Ooh, you're not practicing what you're preaching." And she's right. So I need to always constantly look back at what I'm doing and what I'm saying and how I can do better to exhibit trust, faith, gratitude, mercy, and appreciation of others. I think back in 1865, President Lincoln's second inaugural address in March of 1865, the month before he was assassinated, when he was looking at how the Union was about to come back together. The South was about to admit defeat and surrender. And how could we come back together when over 600,000, 700,000 people had died in the United States on both sides. And both sides, Union or rebel forces, both carried the same Bible. So we needed to look at how we could come together with malice toward none, with charity for all. And if you've never read that second inaugural address, I would encourage you to do it. I had never read it until I was visiting Lincoln Memorial in DC many moons ago, walked in and looked to the right. It's engraved in the wall on the right. I was just awestruck in terms of what it meant, and it gave me the shivers. Love for others, always be contemplating how we can be doing better. Forgiveness. It really is an essential trait. But to practice forgiveness, you have to encourage the power of vulnerability. You have to be willing to say, I need to be put myself out there, and I might be have problems with this, but I need to show people that I'm vulnerable and understanding of their condition. This is completely antithetical to today's politics. You can never show you're vulnerable. You can never show that side of you, because then you might exhibit what I would call your humanity, which heaven forbid we exhibit. But I think we need to be willing to show that we are vulnerable. To do that, we need to be sincere. We need to be humble. We need to be willing to reconcile differences, and we need to be susceptible to the changes around us. Forgiveness is a lifelong process. It's interesting, when your 4-year-old whacks your 2-year-old and you tell your 4-year-old, tell him you're sorry. I'm sorry. That's very different than what you expect out of a 14-year-old, 24-year-old, 44-year-old, soon to be 74-year-old. You should always be learning and growing in your ability to practice forgiveness. And again, in the words of Maury Schwartz, forgive yourself first, because oftentimes it's yourself that hasn't allowed yourself to sort of accept the situation and then forgive others, and do it now. Let's look at communal forgiveness. I think it's important for each of us to forgive those in our immediate social circles, our spouse, our children, our family, our co-workers, our neighbors. But there's also a communal forgiveness that needs to be remembered. In my neck of the woods, I live in the South now, though I grew up in the Midwest, the Confederate flag. So many people will not accept the Confederate flag as a symbol of slavery, which is what the Civil War was fought for. They will accept it as heritage because they say, it wasn't me, I didn't do that, but it was us. And we need to accept that and move on and extend that, asking for communal forgiveness. And a more potent example for me as a physician was the American Medical Association some time ago did not allow Black physicians. They subsequently changed that, but over 15 years ago, they published a communal apology. They apologized for what the organization had done. Now, they could have easily said, it wasn't us, we didn't do it, it was our predecessors. But they accepted the responsibility of it was us. And for us to make a difference, to reset our moral compass, we need to accept that and ask for forgiveness and extend an apology. And as I said before, the lessons from children are there to always show us how we can do better. Look at those and figure out how we can improve. One of the other things I've been on my journey is, we talk about the 3 R's of childhood: reading, writing, and arithmetic. I came up with the 3 R's of adulthood: review, renewal, and recommit. So I try to, as best I can, review on a regular basis what I'm doing, how I can improve, sort of do a personal renewal of that, and recommit to being involved and doing various things. Now, I must admit it's somewhat easier for me now that I've retired, because as I write a weekly blog and I write a weekly pediatric advice column, I'm doing this process every time I'm sitting down at my computer, because I'm saying, ooh, this might be what I say, but is this what I do? And I need to learn how to do better. So it's an ongoing introspective journey. But even if you only do the 3 hours of adulthood yearly, that's good by me. Now, what is happiness? My parents divorced when I was young. I think I was 9. My father had a significant problem with alcoholism. I don't know that he was physically abusive to my mother, but he was certainly verbally abusive, and it wasn't unknown for things to fly in the house. And when my mother divorced, there was no family support for her. That was not to be done back in the late 1950s. It was a scourge on the family, at least on my mother's family, to be divorced. You just gutsed it through. But she realized, because she had me and my older brother, that she needed to get out of this situation and do better for herself and for her children. So I remember her saying in my formative years, Bob, I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy. Unfortunately, my first marriage ended up in divorce also. And I remember telling my oldest son, I just want you to be happy. And then my second son came along, and I been on this introspective journey. And I realized that happiness to me is a secondary side effect of being a good citizen. What I want my children to be is to be good citizens. I want them to care for others. I want them to care about others. I want them to be empathetic. I want them to be involved. And being good citizens, to my mind, is a blissful secondary side effect. Being happy will be a blissful secondary side effect to being good citizens. Yes, I want them to be happy, but I have other goals in mind. And I think happiness will follow. Now, maybe that's simplistic. There can be mental health issues, a variety of things that will happen. Yes, those are issues. Life will get in the way. But if they're caring, empathetic, involved citizens, I think they're much more likely to be happy than just pursuing wealth and other things that tend to be equated with happiness in our society. In 2009, so 10 years after the Columbine incident, our family went to the memorial, which is near the high school. And it's this beautiful memorial. It's separated from the high school, but you can see they have this walkway with the various islands of remembrances for the people that were there. And they have these stones that were comments from students and other folks in the community. So I picked just a few to remind ourselves. Rather than a loss of innocence, I've got to hope that something like this encourages us to be better people. As unfortunately we've had mass killings, we can look at in Maine last week, the majority of the people were better people, but as a whole, we continue to allow weapons that can do in too many people. So as a whole, we still can do so much better, I think, going forward. Bill Clinton, Columbine was a momentous event in the history of the country. Even in the midst of tragedy, we've seen the best there is to see about our nation and about human nature. And again, yes, in the midst of these tragedies, so many people that we hear about as heroes rush to take out the gunman and to try to save others. But again, we need to do so much better as a society to take away these issues. And so much of what I wrote about in the immediate aftermath in 1999 was talking about let's eliminate hate. And again, take out the word hate. For me, it's an intense dislike. When your child says something like, I hate you, what they mean is they really are very upset that you've taken away this privilege or stood your ground as a parent. And you can intensely dislike what they just said, but you never want to counter with, I hate you too. As a matter of fact, it's important to say, I intensely dislike what you just said, but I love you and I will continue to support you and love you, and we can work on this together. I no longer take anything for granted, said one student. Another student, it brought the nation to its knees, but now that we've gotten back up, how have things changed? What have we learned? So 24 years later, what have we learned? So what have I learned from this journey? And I'll try to leave, I've got a few more comments after this, and then we'll leave time for questions. Always be thinking about systems. Everything we do is interconnected. It's not, the education system, the public works system, the roads, the parks, everything, the library, the churches, everything is be working together. We cannot be in our isolated areas in our community. So always be thinking about systems and how we can improve the systems. Always be on this continuous introspection journey. Embrace change, not just change for change itself, but embrace change that makes a difference, and monitor and mediate change that does not make sense, in terms of adding your experience as an elder, as a sage, to make a difference. I am the problem. I am the solution. I am the resource. It's not their teenage pregnancy problem. It's not their violence problem. It's not their homelessness problem. It needs to be my problem. And I need to be part of the solution, and I need to devote my resources to it. Change the pronoun. We are the problem. We are the solution. We are the resource. We can make a difference. And let me just end with a couple things. My last book is called Conscious Parenting, Using the Parental Awareness Threshold. Talks about how parents need to think about where they are with their children. And that, I call that the parental awareness threshold. When you're above the parental awareness threshold, you're open, you're receptive, you're ready to learn. When you're below the parental awareness threshold, you're closed, you're defensive because you're always right, because I said so, because I'm the parent. Think about where you are and how you can make appropriate adjustments. You might be right. You might be because I said so, because I'm the parent. But is there a better way to say it? Is there a better way to impart that information without just yelling it back at a child? I encourage parents to pause, avoid that knee-jerk reaction, assess the situation, and then choose. If you've chosen the right path, great. If you've chosen the wrong path, come back and try to correct that. A brief example I have is when my son was about 7 or 8, one night he said something that I thought was very wrong and bad. I don't even remember what it was. And I yelled at him. He was one of these children that if you yell at him, he would just turn into a puddle. And so he just completely shut down. My wife got mad at me for yelling. And we went into that family meltdown mode that I'm sure none of the listeners have ever had, where everyone just walks past each other but never talks. And then finally, when it was time for bed, and things had settled down, I laid down with my son. I said, son, I'm so sorry. You said something I think was wrong, but Dad's response was completely inappropriate. I want to ask for your forgiveness and I want to apologize. And he said, Dad, would you be quiet? I said, why? He said, I hate it when you're nice. So I don't say that story to pat myself on the back. I say that story to say, I chose the wrong, one, I didn't pause. 2, I didn't assess, and 3, I didn't choose. Or if you could argue I chose the wrong response, I was able to later in retrospect say, okay, how can I correct this? How can I make a difference going forward? Because I think there's lots of ways that we can do better. I see in the Q&A, there's a bunch of questions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop, and hopefully there'll be some questions and we can continue the discussion. And I guess, Ram, you'll help field the questions.
Yeah, we have quite a few, but they waited patiently until it was Q&A time. So thank you, folks, for waiting until Q&A time. So let me go through some of them here with you. Thank you, folks, for submitting comments and questions. Okay, so good point. I think they're commenting while you were talking. So do we need to bring more empathy to schools, or maybe a school system reform? There are far too many Columbines in the US. So reforming the school system and bringing empathy into it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think that we need to be looking back at our curriculum, not just our, the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, but adding social emotional learning, adding the understanding of forgiveness and love for others, and empathy in terms of how we deal with things. Some folks in some sectors say you can't do that. That's my job as a parent. But I very much disagree. Our jobs as citizens is to help nurture and encourage each other. And the only way we're going to do that is in every social setting we can. And obviously the most obvious social setting for children is their place of work, school. When you become employed, your workplace can have all these nice little symposiums and workshops and tell you what you should be doing and how to work better with your coworkers. We need to do the same in school.
And maybe it's time for us to rethink the school system and introduce, we're going to have a wonderful discussion on Indian developmental goals, but empathy is certainly lacking. If you can increase empathy, it certainly will bring about a more positive result. Different question. So let's go over the 5 steps again. So do you have specific tips on how to make them actionable? So not just talk about them, but put them to work in real life.
Oh, that's a great question. And the first one is probably the most important in terms of actionable, because it took me 40 some years to learn that. Learn to be the best parent you could be. As a pediatrician, people would come to me all the time, especially in my early years, and say, Doc, what do I do here? How do I get my child to do this? He or she upsets me that they're doing this. What should I do? Well, I had a lot of education. I had a lot of training. I was becoming an early parent. So I knew, and I told them. Again, it took me 40 years to learn that my job was not to tell them. My job was to gently help them peer behind the curtain, to help see the situation, to help them analyze where we were, where they were, and how I can help enable them or empower them to be the best parent they could be. Because unless I help them look at their situation and how they could best respond to certain things, I was just speaking without knowing what should be done. I mean, because unless I knew that it was a single parent household, unless I knew that mom was holding down 2 jobs and had 3 kids and had no other support, unless I knew some of the other things that are out there, that dad was dying with cancer, unless I knew those things, my advice was empty and really not very helpful. The age-old adage, people don't really care how much you know, they want to know how much you care. And so I think it's so important to help folks look behind the curtain and see how you can do that. So in addition to sort of learning the best parent you could be, you can use that same paradigm for your friendships, for your coworkers. Help, don't be nosy, but if there's some easy way you can look at how to do that, you can help intervene in a positive way. Getting involved, again, I think it's so community specific and it's so person specific. Some people might not have the time or the resources to do much physically, but they might be able to do something on the internet or even encourage their children to get involved as part of the family effort to get involved. There's just, in so much that can be done that I hate to be prescriptive in that. Staying involved is just the ability to commit to staying involved, not just while your child's in elementary school X or junior high Y or high school P, and then they're off to college. I don't have to worry about that. Continue your commitment to something in some way, shape, or form going forward. Love for others should be the easiest, but it in some ways is the hardest. To me, it's not necessarily exhibiting your overt love for others. It's not exhibiting hate. It's not exhibiting intolerance. It's not doing the things we talk about that help breed a lack of love for others. And forgiveness, then, boy, that is just tough. That you need to be on your own personal forgiveness journey and recognize that can be hard. As I said earlier, my father had a significant problem with alcohol. That still to this day, there are times when resentment builds up, and I have to sort of take a step back and say, Bob, you've told yourself you're on this forgiveness journey. Recognize where you are, forgive him, and go forward. Not forgiving just continues the past and not an improvement journey.
Okay, so Mary has a question. So good points. So specifically, so she's asking, do you have specific advice for single parents? So how to fill so many different shoes at once if there's someone missing?
Oh, absolutely. So I think in some ways there has to be sort of a reset for that family. I mean, we talk about this is what mom does and this is what dad does, but in a single parent family, one parent has to do both, and depends on the number of children, what their job is, depends on what their resources are, if they have neighbors, if they have grandparents, if they have aunts or uncles who can be some additional resources. So sometimes there are some additional resources that you can reach out to and help work together to help try to accomplish those things. Or then it might be that you just have to say, I don't have those resources, and how can I change the mindset of myself so I don't just get upset with myself, just feel guilty and just shut down, and not be the best parent I can be for my children. It's interesting. Just this week, I was writing it's somewhat silly, but I was writing in a pediatric advice column that will get published this Friday on a mother whose 1-year-old toddler keeps throwing the food on the floor. And everyone in the family thinks it's cute. She doesn't. I mean, she just finished working. She's got to, clean the dishes. She's got to put away, and she's got to do all this other stuff. Picking up the food that might get squished is not fun for her. And there might be other things that are going on in her life. So she just realizes that she has to be conscious of that. For the child, that's normal. That's hard to do with it seems like the walls collapsing on you. So that's where being the conscious parent if you can take that step back, look at the situation and try to assess where you are and set realistic goals for yourself. Again, easy for me to say, hard to do at times, but continue that, 2 steps forward, 1 step back as you try to improve things for yourself and for your family and for your own mental health.
Wonderful. Different question. Can we talk more about, quote, staying involved? What motivated you to remain engaged, or how did you reinvent yourself?
Well, I really think it's been this journey since Columbine. It's been the journey since I am the problem, I am the solution, I am the resource. Those words really meant something to me and continue to mean something to me to this day. So that was 30 years ago. As I was finishing my career, I switched gears. I was pediatrician / medical geneticist. In the last 7-8 years of my career, I was just pediatrics. I was a pediatric administrator, educator, and mentor, and a clinician. And I found myself saying, okay, how am I going to continue to pass on the messages that I want? How am I going to continue to advocate for children and for families and to improve communities? So I devoted myself to writing. I devoted myself to getting much more involved in a variety of things. I must admit, I'm not as much involved in community activities as I say, because I'm much more involved now in my writings to pass the message on. But I'm so committed to children and families. When I retired, I wrote an article essentially to myself, but to others, saying I might retire, but I will never withdraw from my commitment to children and families and community improvement. And so that's where I am and continue to go until they put me under.
Okay, so different kind of question. So how do you practice forgiveness in a challenging environment? I'm thinking about the current conflict in the Middle East. How can forgiveness get started while bullets are flying around? What can we do to foster greater understanding? So I guess the question is, while there's a physical conflict going on, what can we do to promote understanding that will lead to forgiveness?
Well, that's an excellent question, and that's obviously one person at a time, one family at a time, and promoting that message. For example, I think after, I think, that what happened on, I guess it was October 6th, when the Hamas attack, I can't remember the specific date. 7th. Okay. That was horrific. That was just, is that forgivable? Is that specific thing forgivable? In many ways, no. But the Rwanda genocide showed us that as people were hacked to death, that over a period of time, they were able to come to grips with the situation, and in some ways not accept, but forgive the inhumanity of others. It's very, very difficult at the time, at the emotion, right at the as we move forward right now. But I think in many ways, is empathy, putting ourselves in other people's shoes. If people have become radicalized for whatever situation, because of what they've been told in their lives, or the poverty that they endured, or the suppression that they endured, or whatever, that those factors are equally bad and contributed to their malevolent behavior. Now, that's not a very satisfactory answer, because but I think we have to practice empathy much more than we say, boy, they must have had it bad and that's why they did this. We could never expressly say, I understand why they forgiveness. It's hard to understand how people could be sent to gas chambers in Germany, how people could be slaughtered like they were on October 7th, and how people in Rwanda could be hacked to death with machetes. You can never accept and condone that specific behavior. But remember, those are people that did things, and trying to understand what goes on inside of people is important in our empathy journey.
Yeah, a different angle around the same issue of the Middle East. So we are seeing a time of raising anti-Semitism. At the same time, we're all sensitive to the suffering of the Palestinian people. So how do you suggest we initiate dialogue if there's still combat action taking place? So similar question, but this one is, how do we get the dialogue, at least a dialogue started?
Well, again, I think it's almost one family at a time, saying at the dinner table, saying, let's talk about what's happening here, that this situation has arisen, where I understand the issue, the plight of the Israelis, I understand the plight of the Palestinians. What as a family might we agree on could make a difference? And then as we sort of then go out into the community, trying to recognize that we are the problem, we are the solution, we are the resource, we take some communal responsibility going forward with that. Now, again, that's one of those 2 steps forward, 1 step back things, where as soon as you open your mouth, you might get the vehement response from somebody else who said, that's just nonsense. You just need to take that deep breath, pause, assess, and choose to have a response that can still be impactful while understanding their gut reaction to things.
We actually have a dozen more questions, and folks, I cannot ask Dr. Bob to solve the world's problems in 30 seconds. But there's one question that I'm going to use the privilege of being the moderator. It's a very interesting question here indeed.
So it questions the role of television. So you turn on the television and basically you see all those scenes of violence. They're talking about the war. And so how do you talk to children in a way that is sane and you can convey yet a positive message, even though when you turn on the television, there's all sorts of graphic violence being displayed. So how do you talk to children about in a positive way, even though when you turn on basically all television channels and you see dismembered people, buildings falling apart, suffering of all sorts of kinds?
Well, number one, don't let them be exposed to the violence on TV. Even if you turn it on and it's on, don't let them see that because they just don't understand that. Number two is you have to be honest, but in some ways maybe incomplete. You have to be honest that these people have had significant disagreements, much like you've read about or you've heard about. There have been wars in the past where one country has gone against another country. The same thing is happening now. I don't endorse this. I don't want us to be endorsed because everyone loses, especially the children. So I want us as a family to work to promote a more positive example going forward in terms of how we can make a difference. One thing we got to be very careful is we don't want to get caught up. I think it's easy for me to say, but we don't want to get caught up in the emotion and spread the hatred. That's how January 6th occurred.
Absolutely. And folks, of course, we really love Dr. Bob. He's kind enough. So he appeared in STEP about business. He appeared in STEP about health. I have an hour-long conversation with him about his book. So please make sure when you click on his name on the agenda, you're going to be taken to his LinkedIn profile. And over there, you find information. And I posted here about his book, about parenting. So he is a wonderful resource. Of course, there's his column on the newspaper, plus the blog, plus the channel. So I strongly encourage you to, connect with Dr. Bob. And again, thank you so very much. Love the work you do, and you're spreading the good message and the love. And thank you so much for your being here with me and the audience today and spreading your message. Thank you so much.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
And thank you, folks. I will see you in our next session. And it's good. It's about empowering women. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Hey there, folks. Rom here. People are having a little bit of a connection issue. We are trying to connect with people in different parts of the world. So there's always an issue here and an issue there. So give us a moment. We're going to go on a short break. And then when we come back, so by request, we have more information on Dubai. So we have Mads Wolf, General Manager from the 25-Hour Hotel in Dubai with Joyce Joya, our favorite American futurist. So see you soon.
It's your future with Joyce Joya. Want to know what's coming and how to prepare for it? This show is for you. Armed with this information and these insights, our host Joyce Joya will help you make better decisions both personally and professionally. Joyce will cover all the trends, from social to economic, to workforce, and more. You will have a chance to get your questions answered in a segment we call, I'm Glad You Asked. This is one show you can't afford to miss. Now on Futures Television. It's your future with Joyce Joya.
Hello and welcome to It's Your Future with Joyce Joya. I am Rom Gayoso, co-host. We're broadcasting via Futures Television, the home of the future on television. If you're listening to the show via podcast or watching us on TV, you too can be part of the conversation. Just visit our YouTube channel, and that is IMCI Magazine, where we continue to chat about the topic of the day. You can also access this information on our website, and that is www.futurestelevision.com. So don't be shy. We transmit via Roku TV, the Roku app, the memory stick, or TV sets, and via Apple TV. Don't forget to add Futures Television to your preferred list of channels using your Apple TV device. You can also listen to the show via Radio Futures, the wave of the future on the radio. Today, our topic is the future of hospitality in a hotel. And for that, we'll travel to the prestigious 25 Hours Hotel in One Central in Dubai to speak with Mads Wolf, the general manager. We will discuss a few topics, and among them, the hotel's theme, leadership, and the uniqueness of the property. So let me say a few words about the show. If you have a question about what's coming and would like to find out how to prepare for it, then worry no more. Our host, Joyce Joya, will share lots of valuable information, thought-provoking ideas, and some great insight about a variety of topics, and she will cover several emerging trends. Armed with this information and these insights, you are sure to make better decisions. So let's say a few words about our guest today. Mads Wolf is the general manager of the 434-room nomadic oasis called the 25 Hours Hotel One Central, located directly across the street from the Museum of the Future in Dubai. Mads spent years perfecting his skills as a chef, then an executive chef, then as director of food and beverage, before rising in the ranks to be a general manager. Mads was a member of the 25 Hours brand launch team, and he was instrumental in creating the concept of the hotel and its food and beverage venues. In 2019, he took on the role of hotel manager at the amazing 25 Hours Hotel One Central Dubai. His goal, well realized, was to bring the vision of the 25 Hours brand to life in Dubai, and he has really made positive waves in Dubai and beyond. Besides creating a unique hospitality culture, Mads was brought numerous strategic partnerships to the brand, including with BMW Mini Cooper, various fashion houses, and even a coffee product line. Mads' dedication to informality is much appreciated by his staff, who are allowed to express their individuality in what they choose to wear. Mads is passionate and dedicated leader, focused on helping his people. And he said, the most important thing for me is to help people and get them to grow and achieve their goals. Well, without further ado, let's speak with both Joyce and Mads. Hi, guys. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rob. And welcome to my show, Mads.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Let's start with your journey. I understand that it started in a kitchen in Denmark. Can you briefly tell us your story?
Definitely. So I started as a chef or a chef trainee in kitchens, standalone kitchens, small restaurants, Michelin-starred restaurants, and I started working in those kind of restaurants, more into fine dining and learning the restaurant. And in the beginning, it was all about being a chef and being the highest level of a chef that you could, and cooking Michelin-starred food and achieving those kind of goals. One day I got a very out of the blue opportunity to go to Japan and work. And it was almost like a phone call. I have this opportunity. Would you like to go? And I said yes. And 2 months later, I was on a flight on the way to Japan, where I worked for 2 years. And I think it became obvious to me at that point that I would probably not return back to Denmark. From Japan, I got a chance to then go into to hotels, and that was the beginning of the journey and how it led from being a chef at a restaurant to going abroad and then suddenly entering the hotel for the first time and experience this completely new world.
Wow. So tell us how you and the 25 Hours brand found each other.
So we found each other in Dubai when the 25 Hours brand, before the concept was launched. This was in the pre-opening. This was way before there was only construction going on at this time. And I have been doing a few pre-openings before that. I did a pre-opening and an opening in Bali. I did one here in Dubai. At the moment, I was doing a task force role, a project job in Saudi as well.
And these were for all other brands.
These have been from other brands, yeah. And then I was starting to looking. I really wanted to find something that is a bit more myself, something where I can see my own reflection in a brand, something where I feel that this here is really me. Like everybody can wear a suit and go to work, but if you want to be a part of something maybe a bit bigger, where you can see yourself or where you can make a real difference.
Right.
And that's where I found 25 hours. At 25 hours, we found each other, and then the relationship took shape from there.
Fantastic. I've traveled on 7 continents. I've probably stayed in thousands of hotels, given that I'm Platinum for Life in Marriott and Diamond and Hilton, and I've never been at a hotel property that had 10,000 books. Now, was that your idea? Or, I mean, how did that come about?
So the Fountain of Tales, which you're referring to, so straight when you enter the lobby of 25 hours, we have a big art piece with a huge globe in the middle. So on the globe itself, it's a local artist we have worked with. And again, that tells us some about the local artists, the local partnerships that we're always building and doing around here. Under the globe itself, there is a fountain of tales. So this year is tales and books from the region especially, and books from around the world as well. And they are there to tell the story about where we are and the history, the same as the whole hotel's history. It goes from the Bedouin, the nomads, until the Museum of Future and the rockets and the spaceship to the moon.
Yes, and the front of the property, folks, is a rocket ship. Is that true?
It is a rocket ship. It's actually an art installation that holds 5 different pieces, and it's all the different transportations to the era of the region. So there is a camel, there is a boat, there is a water dory, it's called. There is a 4-wheel drive, and there is a rocket, and it's all built into one specific artwork that again tells the story of where we are and how the future is and the past for the region.
You know, I have actually written a Herman Trend alert. It's something that I do every week. Last week I wrote about making robots laugh, and this week I'm writing about bounties and sabbaticals. And I wrote about flying taxis in Dubai. So do you think that the artist will add a flying taxi to that installation?
It's probably going to come within two not too long a horizon, I believe.
Amazing. Thank you. So one of the things that impressed me about this property is that every member of your staff always wears a smile. I mean, I've been in a lot of hotels and I've seen a lot of happy staff members, but not like yours. I mean, it's really unusual. And it struck me because I've never seen a staff that was as happy as yours is. So talk about that a little bit.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that. So I think, first of all, when we started the hiring, it was very important to us to look for people with personality, people who have attitude, maybe people who have something to offer. Mm-hmm. And then the next step where it might be many companies go wrong is when you hire a person, you give them, let's say, a gray suit, and you tell them, now this is how you have to behave. This is the color of your nails. This is how you wear your hair. You cannot wear your earrings. Or you cannot express yourself, or don't talk like that. You should talk like this here. And within a few months, you have removed personality, you have moved happiness, you have moved them their comfort. They don't have their same, they lost their attitude, they lost their personality, and they're not confident in themselves anymore because everything they had before, you removed. And then you expect, then everybody talks about, let's make a happy work culture, or people should smile, or you should be vibrant. These words, they're often used in different workplaces, but when you remove that from the team, then what do you have left? And I think that was very important for me, is that I want people to be themselves and express themselves and have personalities and be allowed to be themselves and to shine in their own way.
That's really beautiful. Did that come from within you, or did you have a role model that you learned that from?
I think this is a bunch of experience. This is from reading, from dreaming, from knowing how it is and how you have seen good people and how they're treated. So I think it's a mixture of things that gave me these ideas to how to develop people, how to keep people, how to motivate people. So it's really a big mixture of a lot of things.
Most impressive. So there are two aspects of your enlightened leadership that particularly impress me. And one is that lack of uniforms. And
the lack of uniforms, I like that.
Well, that is exactly what it is. It gives each person an opportunity to express their individuality. Is that brand wide, or is that just here?
It is not brand wide. It is something that we have implemented more here in Dubai. And the reason behind this is, like, especially in Dubai, I have seen this over and over again with a lot of hotels and over uniform people, to an extent where, as explained before, I feel like you are losing the personality of each people.
Right, right.
Again, this is such a big property. There are several different outlets. So we have uniforms, and some more than others, but still every uniform comes with a flexibility. At certain areas, like for example, our coffee shop in the lobby, where I think we have the most flexibility, it's really for the people to express themselves and allow them to be themselves and have personality. And we are providing, and we're constantly working on something we call a lookbook. A lookbook is a kind of a guidelines to how can I do, or what can I do, and that will give them some ideas to be flexible and still represent the brand at all times.
In my past, there was a sort of similar situation that I found in the office of an orthodontist, believe it or not, in Greensboro, North Carolina. Every 6 months, he would send his entire staff out shopping, and they would look at a particular color palette, and each person could buy the kind of clothing that looked good on him or her, that was within the guidelines of those prints, those colors, whatever. And it was very similar to what you're talking about in terms of a lookbook. And he was very successful. So it does not surprise me that you are too. The second one is that, like the top general managers that I've met all over the world, you put a high value on growth and development, that you really want to make sure that each of your people is realizing his or her full potential. Would you agree with that? I mean, it seems like that's what I've read about you.
I would like everybody who have the dream and the wish to grow in their career and are willing to put the effort behind it. I want to give them every opportunity possible for realizing those goals and dreams with them. I myself is very ambitious. I've been very aggressive in my own career growth. And it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of passion, it's a lot of intensity. But if I can give that to somebody else, if I can, for example, opening 25 hours here, this offer a job opportunity to 350 people. When we reach next year and we are 100% open, when we open our cinema, the restaurants, and everything else we're working on, we would have more than 450 roles, and that means that we have given jobs to 450 people. If you can promote or help them grow even in other companies or to their next role, at the end of the day, you have helped so many people achieving something new, going new places in their life, and that's the ultimate feedback you can get. That is a joy.
Yes, it is a joy. It's the ultimate high, isn't it?
It is.
When you can help someone else to realize more of their full potential. And many leaders, I believe, overlook the fact that sometimes people need to leave you in order to take the next step in their growth. And it's unusual for me to hear a leader say that, because many of them are so protective. You know, they say, well, turnover is expensive and I don't want to lose anybody. And unfortunately, it means that everybody loses in the long run. And in your case, everybody wins in the long run. One of the things that I was thinking about, because the 25 hours chain is located in 15 different cities, correct? So have you, well, it's 2 years old. This property is 2 years old, correct?
No, we are just 11 months old.
11 months old. Well, it's very early then in the process to ask you this. But have you considered the possibility of having one of your people work at one of the other properties that was a 25 hours property, and then they would, and you would get one of those people to come and work for you? You know, it's like you would have a front desk person from one of the other properties come to you and vice versa. And it's an opportunity for hotel brands to kind of share great ideas.
So when we first opened here, one of the first things we did was to take the whole senior leadership team, and they went to Germany. We visited all 4 or 5 different of the 25 hours properties, both in Vienna, as in Austria. We went to Switzerland, we went to Germany, to Denmark as well, to visit the properties there. For the first 1 year, we had one team member from Switzerland from 25 hours as well, and she was working with us here in the property as well.
Excellent.
Very soon there is more new 25 hours coming around the world, and once that happened, again, it's not just very likely, it's 100% certain that for sure we will share team members who can at the same time grow, but also help implement the next 25 hours in the world.
I want to work for 25 hours. I have actually recommended this kind of exchange to different employers when I've worked with them as a consultant. So I know that it works. And it's also, by the way, an excellent incentive when you're looking to hire someone, because people love to travel. And if they can travel and learn and continue to work, it's so much the better.
Definitely.
So tell me about one of the things that I discussed in my presentation in my show when I covered the future of hospitality was the idea of themed hotels and themed rooms. In fact, Marriott did a study, and the searches for themed rooms grew by 166% or something like that last year. And I was thinking about that as I walked into your hotel, and my eyes went wide, and I saw the amazing array of things that you have in your hotel. So tell me, is each of the 25 hours properties themed?
Each of the 25 hours have their own story. So every 25 hours have a story. Our story here is from the Bedouin, the nomads, to today's and the future era. And everything you see on the floors, like we have the astronaut on the top floor and we have the Bedouin on the lower floors, we have the books, we have the analog circus, we have the technology. So this is our story. Copenhagen is built in an old school, for example, the 25 hours in Copenhagen. And their one is about the university. So you will find a lot of artifacts inside there. Reminds you about going to school, going to university. For example, in Berlin, where they have the monkey bar, this is next to the zoo. So every 25 hours actually have a sleeping animal in each bed. So if you go to the bedroom here, we have a camel, versus in Berlin, they're right next to the zoo, and they have a monkey in the rooms. You can actually look down to the zoo when you're in the room. So they have a monkey as a sleeping animal. In Florence, they have a rat as a sleeping animal because, as we know, Florence is very famous for actually having. The theme of Florence is related to, of course, the Da Vinci and the story of like being in a city like Florence. And you have some room stays inspired by angel and heaven, and some is inspired by hell, which is a very big contrast, but a beautiful property.
Themed rooms, certainly, right?
Themed rooms, themed hotels with a story. There's always a 25 hours fine line going through, but definitely each property is unique to the location they're in. And that's what makes the property so exciting, is like, you know, this is 25 hours, you know, you can relax, you know, you can be yourself, everybody is welcome. But at the same time, you have a new experience in every city.
Folks, is it any wonder that I believe that this chain is the future of hospitality? No. Okay, so there are strategic alliances here that you have arranged. One of the things that I got to do while I was a guest here was that I was able to take a Mini Cooper out for 4 hours and drive it on the streets of Dubai. And there was no cost to me. And it was a strategic alliance between you and BMW Mini Cooper. Also, I got to people watch the other night when there was a Jimmy Choo fashion show here, and the women were walking in wearing Jimmy shoes. That is, for those of you who do not know, it's like 5-6 inch high heels. Quite a show for us who were just watching the people. Where did that come from? Is that a brand idea? Is that your idea? And I know that brain of yours is continuing to add more to this property, to this brand. Tell us about where it came from and what your plans are.
So we believe in partnerships, and I think this is the key here. The Mini, that's a global partnership that 25 hours have with Mini. So in any place where it makes sense. So there are certain places where you cannot park a car if it's inside the inner city of Paris, for example. But we have here, we have 4 Minis outside that any guest who stay with us can use at any time, as you have done. The partnerships have been instrumental from the beginning. Like, we have a partnership with a coffee roaster in Dubai. So we are buying from a local roastery, but not only we are buying their coffee, we have one of their baristas with us every day. So to ensure the right coffee quality and give us some of their personality from the coffee. So it's not just a product you buy and we sell it, but we are taking the whole experience. And that is what people want now. Whatever they're traveling, they're going to a coffee shop, they want to explore something, they want to taste something, but they want to have the story behind it, where it started and where it ended. Your experience this year was Jimmy Choo, who had a party with us, and it was amazing. It was an amazing party they had, and people were dressed up for it. We have several partners. We have also a partnership with Factory People. Factory People is used to launching massive concerts and festivals around, especially in Lebanon, UAE. And we have been activating our rooftop cocktail bars in the weekends with them and have had massive parties. They are expert on nightlife. I'm operating a hotel. So having people who know what they're doing, and they know it better than you. So it's also realizing that you don't have to do everything by yourself. You can partner up with people who knows better how to do a specific thing, and you have the right partnership, and together you make something new. Like, you will not find those kind of parties on a hotel anywhere else in Dubai. I think so. This is just the beginning. We have several partnerships coming on. Very soon we are launching a new burger partnership with a very famous local vendor here as well. We have a cinema coming up, Cinema Akil, which is also a small startup. It was a small startup. It has become a very cool boutique cinema in the city. We are now opening outdoor cinema with them as well. So there's so many things in the pipeline and already going on, and we'll continue exploring partnership as we go.
Fabulous. Okay, so we like to end our show with a little advice, but this time I'm going to change it up a little bit, because I think it would be great if you could give advice to a young person who is interested in getting into the hotel industry. And then I'm going to ask you the same thing for leaders. So go ahead and answer that one first. What advice do you have for a young person who is interested in getting into the hotel industry?
Advice for a young person who would like to go into hospitality. I think it's important to try different things. Like myself, I've done a ton of different jobs. Even before I was a chef, you would be surprised to learn the long history of things I've done. I think it's very important to try different things, and you don't have to stick with one thing. When you can change your job when you're 30 years old, when you're 40 years old, when you're 25 years old. There's no restrictions, and the day I don't think you're passionate or feel happy about what you do, change it, do something else instead. There's nobody's restricting you to do only one thing. And I think that's very important. When I just started as a chef and when I was working in this Michelin starred restaurant, I thought that this is all I ever want to do, right? And 2 years later, I come to a realization. Now I kind of reached where I want to be, and I was like, I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. I want to do something more. And when I was executive chef, I first think, oh, when I get to this point, maybe that's what I want to do. But I knew as soon as I had that job, I knew that this is not what I want to do, right? I want to do something more. So I think it's very important you allow yourself to be okay with things are not static, and it's okay not to have the same mind. Just because you said something last year doesn't mean that you want the same this year. So I think that's very important, and to understand that you don't have to stay in one place or have one goal or one dream, that you can evolve. You should evolve.
And to be open to what possibilities could come your way,
Definitely,
right? As well.
definitely.
Okay, last question. What advice do you have for other general managers who want to attract, engage, and retain workers in these very turbulent times?
To offer things that improves life quality, or quality of life.
Great.
And I think no matter where in the world, if it's here in Dubai, if it's US, Denmark, wherever you are in the world, if you can improve quality of life in any sort of way for your team, then you already have an upper hand.
Mads, this has just been a fabulous half hour. It has flown by, and I thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
There you have it, folks, the future of hospitality. And back to you, Rob. Rob, we cannot hear you.
A couple of questions, specifically from Facebook. So, Mads, you're sitting across from one of the most unique buildings in the entire world. How do you stand up?
How we stand up? Well, we have the best view because we can see directly over to the Museum of Future. So I think that's definitely a good, unique selling point. But besides that exceptional view, as explained, our lobby, our whole product here in Dubai as a property is very, very unique, from 10,000 books in the lobby to antiques to artifacts to different art collection on every floor you go to just be a place where you can be yourself. There's a lot of luxury in Dubai. There's a lot of gold and marble and shiny things. This hotel is built with wood and material and craftsmanship and a lot of soul. And this is definitely something people are looking for.
Okay, the other question I got is, you have a beer garden in Dubai. So that's very unique. So they're asking what kind of beer you serve, and are you doing anything special for Oktoberfest?
Oh, Oktoberfest have been a huge
success.
It has been a huge success. We actually flew in 2 different bands from Germany who have been playing here 4 times every week. So they are yodeling, and there is full power on the German band every weekend. Besides that, we have 17 different beers. There is a lot of Paulaner beers as we have developed this beer bar together with Paulaner. It's a 450 seats restaurant, so rather a big outlet, but a very, very beautiful, traditional Bavarian German beer garden.
You know, I'm going to have to ask you the question. I know you're Danish, and not German, but can you yodel?
I cannot yodel, and I don't think you want to hear me try.
So no yodel, not for you. Okay.
I leave it to you.
Good job.
All right, you folks. So seems like we're learning a lot about the 25-hour hotel in Dubai and why it is such a unique destination. So Joyce, Mads, it has been such a great conversation. Thank you so very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob.
And to the others, folks, thank you for joining us today. We hope you learned something new about the future of living, in a different place and visiting Dubai in the 25 Hours Hotel, which is a unique property located right across from the Museum of the Future, one of the most unique buildings in the world, and why the 25 Hours One Center Dubai is so unique. So in the next episode, it's going to be the future of the supply chain. We'll discuss why are my supermarket shelves still empty? Go over some implications for consumers and producers, and hear Joyce's perspectives on the future of the supply chain. So again, folks, thank you so very much for your being here with Joyce, with Mads and I. Remember, if you're watching this show on Futures Television as a podcast or as a recorded event in one of the social media platforms, you too can be part of the conversation. Watch for the links in this video so you can continue the conversation on our YouTube channel. And I hope to see you again in another episode of It's Your Future with Joyce Joya. And perhaps next time I will get Mads to yodel with me, but maybe not. I'll keep trying. Who knows? So thanks again, Mads. And thank you, Joyce.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Bye, everyone.
It's Your Future with Joyce Joya. Want to know what's coming and how to prepare for it? This show is for you. Armed with this information and these insights, our host Joyce Joya will help you make better decisions both personally and professionally. Joyce will cover all the trends, from social to economic to workforce and more. You will have a chance to get your questions answered in a segment we call I'm Glad You Asked. This is one show you can't afford to miss. Now on Futures Television. It's Your Future with Joyce Joya.
Hi there, folks. So thank you so much for staying with us. Dubai is always a great place. So Deb, what did you think about Mads and the 25-hour hotel?
I'm there. I'm there for Oktoberfest next month. I'm ready to go.
Well, I honestly tried to get him to yodel, but he didn't budge. He was Joyce told me he was too shy to do that. But hey, and he's Danish, not German, so it's okay, I guess.
Exactly, it's okay. That's so great.
Yeah, but what is important, for people to realize, and folks, thank you so much for your comments and your requests. Yes, I wish we had more stuff on Dubai. So next time, actually, for the VCMEAX marketplace, we're bringing even more people from Dubai. So again, I don't know the folks at they have a startup center in Dubai. I asked Joyce to introduce us to them. I know that's the kind of requests we're getting. the Startup Center, the Innovation Center, etc. So again, we're working on it. So for the next conference, we're going to see more of it, and hopefully, you'll be able to join us. So it's 28th, 29th, 30th, and 21st of October. So just as a quick reminder, we are simulcasting through Fuji.tv. So we can watch it on Roku TV, on Apple TV, and on Amazon Fire TV, also as an app. So if you go to the app, so you have two options. You can click on live and watch, the regularly scheduled programming. So all the things that were here, people who were here and we had videos, we are transmitting them on the live, but live during the time of the conference. So in the afternoon, we go back to regularly scheduled programming. So after 2 p.m. Pacific, we go back to the regularly scheduled shows. And in the morning, so we start actually at 5 a.m. Pacific and we go through 2 p.m. Pacific. So on the 5 a.m. through 2, we are running the conference. And after 2 o'clock, the television goes back to regularly scheduled programming. So if you want to see the people who presented yesterday and the day before, just go to Fuji.tv in your favorite set-top box, or using the apps on Apple App Store or on Google Play. And instead of going to live, you go to video on demand. On the first category on video on demand is VCMEAX conference. So, again, it's, as Deb said, it's whatever you want to watch, whenever you want to watch, and, whatever you want to watch. So make sure you download the app or tune to the television, add us to your list of favorite channels. So I guess we're going on a quick break, and then we're going to come back with the next presenter. So see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And it is my great honor to announce our next speaker, who is our conference chair, Ron Gayoso, who is going to be teaching us today. He's going to be teaching us his masterclass on scenario planning, futures tools, and storytelling. So in addition to being our conference chair, Ron is also a PhD and an economist with over 20 years experience in foresight and intelligence. Most of his work was in the semiconductor and aerospace industries, but he's also the head of Futures Television, FuturesNetwork.tv, Radio Futures, IMCI Magazine, and together, he and I together are building Foodie TV, Free TV, a brand new streaming television platform available now on Roku TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV, as well as you can download our apps at the Apple App Store, as well as on Google Play for Android. So please make sure to watch our Foodie app, presentations from our conference. You can find all of that on the platform, Foodie TV. So today, Ram's session, Scenario Planning, Futures Tools, and Storytelling, the Masterclass, delves into the powerful intersection of foresight and storytelling to navigate future uncertainties. Drawing on his over 20 years of experience, Ram's going to guide you through methods of scenario planning and show how compelling storytelling can drive strategy and decision-making. So you're going to learn some techniques to envision multiple futures and use narratives to create more resilient, forward-looking organizations. So it's my great pleasure to introduce to you Ron Gayoso.
Thank you so very much, Deb. So, folks, I'm just going to pull my slides. We're going to go through the presentation. And then right after that, we're going to take some questions. So let's get started. Hello, folks, and welcome back. It's time for us to get going with our next session. And this is Ram Gayoso. I am going to share my screen. All righty. So now we're going to enter into storytelling with scenarios. So let's get going. So when I tell people, hey, I teach storytelling, I teach scenarios, I usually get, two kinds of questions and or comments. Okay. One is, why should I care? Why should I bother? And even if I should care, and even if I bother, I can't tell stories anyway. So I don't know what you're talking about. So I'm here to prove you otherwise. So what is that you should expect to learn in this class? So we're going to go over the class objectives. We're going to go through a brief introduction. We're going to go over definitions just briefly, though. I do have a longer for our class where I talk about this stuff in details, and there's lots of literature and references and research. But this is a master class, so that's geared towards the practical aspects of telling stories and creating scenarios. So I'm not going to dwell too much in terms of the theory aspects of this. But of course, feel free to join me in the longer class, or if you have any questions, I can most certainly follow up and give you more information about the theory and where this stuff comes from. We're going to talk a little bit about a form of storytelling, calling a play. So a play like you go to the theater or you watch it in the movies, just a regular play. And then I'm going to equate the word scenario to play. So a scenario is also a play. And my focus here is not to the people who actually can tell a story, but rather to the people who cannot tell a story. So the focus is for people who, come through the door and say, well, I cannot tell a story, so I beg to differ. I will make sure you come out of this class knowing how to tell a story a couple of different ways. So let's get going. So my objectives in this class. So again, the first one is a practical approach to scenario planning. We're not going to be covering, theory or where, things come from. Again, if you need that kind of information, feel free to, follow up with me and I will share that piece of information. So what is the goal of this class? Well, really, the goal is to help you create a story about your business and hopefully a story that sells. So this is a business approach to storytelling, and I want to teach you the craft of storytelling with the goal that you're going to use it to sell your products and or services. And then of course, let me address the first comment or question I usually get is that why should you care, really, right? So I just want to remind you that behind every successful brand or a product, a venture or a service, right, lies a compelling narrative, right? A story that resonates with audiences on a deep and emotional level. So again, the goal here is to create that narrative that will become all evolving and it will help create that connection between the people you're trying to serve and your product and your service, right? So I usually start with the very beginning, which are the story's 5 whys. So why should you care? Well, first of all, we're going to go over the 5 whys. So building emotional connections, making complex ideas accessible, differentiating your brand, inspire action, and building trust. So let's go over them one by one so that we can explore them in greater detail. Number 1. build emotional connections. So stories are used to build emotional connections. What we have to focus here is that stories convey a lot more than just information, right? Stories are used to forge or to create those emotional connections with your audience, right? So when we touch hearts and minds, we gain empathy, trust, and ultimately loyalty to us, to our brands, to our products, to our services. So let's think about a very concrete example, and I will start with Nike. So Nike is known for the Just Do It campaign. If you look at the lower right hand corner, you're going to see a picture in there. It's from a Nike campaign, right? Actually, the shoe is not even there, and the gymnast is not wearing one, right? It's wearing Nike clothes, right? So it's not just about the shoes. So when you think about Nike or Just Do It, you associate those pictures of, inspiring people to push, beyond their limits. So certainly this gymnast is exerting a lot of, effort and strain in this specific activity, right? So determination. So this is usually the idea of athletes and athletics, and perseverance. You usually see, people playing basketball and they're all sweaty, or people are jogging, or they're climbing a mountain, or like this one, they're gymnasts. So there's a lot of effort. So the idea is not so much the shoe, but the shoe is used by people who, push their limits, by people who have determination, and people who persevere. So the idea here is we're creating an emotional connection between footwear, which is basically an object, and an emotional concept of going beyond your limits, determination, perseverance. So you get the gist of how we use, and in Nike's example for sure, how you use this to create stories that connect. So next, we use them to make complex ideas accessible. So let's think about new products and new technology, right? So it takes quite a long time, and I'm going to use one example, which is cell phones. So it takes a long time to explain the pixelation on your camera, that the fact that you have a camera, the fact that you have an antenna, and the fact that you can actually take a call while you are driving. So this would be, boring, right? Would be long and complex and detailed, right? So stories, actually, they are engaging, they are relatable, and they're easy to understand. Let's connect that with Apple. So Steve Jobs is famous for having those very theatrical product launches, right? So instead of doing the boring stuff, what did he do? He got on the stage, he took the cell phone, pointed to his face, and he took the first selfie, and that was it. So there was no talk. Of course, the product in the spreadsheets and the PDFs and the collaterals talk about, oh, the camera this and the pixelation that and the reception and the waves. So it talks about all the boring stuff, but that's not what he did. All he did was to take the phone, turn it to his face, take a selfie, showed it to us, and we were hooked again. So stories are used to take those complex ideas and make them easy to understand, repackage them, and make them accessible. So again, I invite you to go back and look at any one of Steve Jobs' product launches. You're going to find that again, it's theatrical, but it's done with a purpose. His concept is to show us that by telling a story, you can convey a lot of information in a very short amount of time. Next is stories are used to differentiate your brand. So how do you do that? Well, think about it. The marketplace is crowded, and competition is really, really fierce. A lot of people sell very similar things than what you do, right? So what is really important here is you can use stories to stand out, right? Again, think about it. The distinct brand narratives will set you apart from your competitors. And how do you do that? Well, a variety of different ways. Maybe you choose to highlight your story or your origins. So when you talk about ice cream, like, Ben and Jerry's comes to mind, two people that got started and came out of nowhere and created, ice cream with different flavors, with funny names, and done a certain way. Another way to differentiate your brand using stories is unique experiences, right? You may remember Coca-Cola, so it's refreshing, and you have a polar bear drinking a Coke out of a Coke can. Of course, we all know that's not real. Polar bears don't drink Coca-Cola. But again, it creates this idea of a unique experience, and it's refreshing, and they drink the Coke and they go, it's refreshing, it's pleasing, it's amazing, right? Or you can use that with values. So let's think about a very specific example that uses values. So I'm going to use Patagonia. So Patagonia makes clothes, so it's the plain clothes. But according to them, they're not just any kinds of clothes, right? But they are clothes with some kind of a purpose. So the Patagonia people, pride themselves on, their commitments to environment, to environmental sustainability, to sourcing, to fair practices, and etc. So when you go and you walk by, and this is just a picture from one of the Patagonia ads, when you go by basically a window and you see the product display, well, it's not just a sweater or boots or pants, but they have a message. In this case, they say demand, fair, trade. So the idea here is, well, I'm associating sweaters, pants, shoes, whatever we're trying to sell or whatever they're trying to sell, with the concept of sustainability, with fairness, with giving opportunity to others. So again, we go back to the idea of we use stories to differentiate our brands. Next, we can use stories to inspire action or to drive change. So how exactly do we go about doing that? Well, a variety of different ways. One is we can use it to rally support for a social cause, is one potential example. We can use it to convey a message or to energize employees around our shared vision. So perhaps we have a shared vision of success, or we change a strategy, and we want to use stories to inspire people, right? Or we could use it to mobilize consumers to change a behavior, adopt a new behavior. And that's the example I'm using here today. If you look at the lower right-hand side corner, you're going to see an ad for Dove. So Dove, makes beauty products, shampoos, body washes, lotions, soaps. But when you think about Dove, it's not just about the soap, right, or the body wash or the shampoo or whatever product they're trying to sell you, but they position it as a way to challenge conventional beauty standards. If you look, carefully, you're going to see that you don't see Kate Moss in there or a top model, right? You see kind of, normal people, bigger people, thinner people, fatter people, taller, shorter, older, younger. In other ads, you see men, you see women, some people with not perfect faces. So, what is this conversation all about? What are they trying to convey here? Well, when you talk about Dove and you associate it with beauty, of course, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but then they're trying to associate beauty with identity, the way we see ourselves, the way we perceive ourselves, the way others perceive us, our concept of self-worth. So again, you took a soap bar, a bottle of shampoo, a bottle of cream, or whatever you're trying to sell, and you create a story around it, and one that inspires action or drives us to think about, so what is beauty? How do you identify? How do you see yourself? So use the soap and the bottle as a tool for self-reflection. So again, they're using their product and they're using a story to send us a different kind of a message, which is perhaps we should think carefully or reconsider our ideas of beauty. Next, stories are used to build trust and or to gain credibility. So first of all, I would like to remind you that we do live in times of skepticism. So we're very skeptical. We're societies that doubt and put question into everything. So how do stories come to play? Well, they do humanize brands, right? They are used to create this kind of a bond between humans and the brand's products or services. They're used to showcase values. They're used to establish connections. So how do you go about, building trust or gaining credibility using a story? So let's think about a different example for this one. So I'm going to use Airbnb. So what you see here on the lower right-hand side corner are two ads from Airbnb. So what is Airbnb trying to get us to do anyway? Well, so basically, you as a guest, you go to somebody else's house, right? So you are a stranger in a stranger's house. And if you're a property owner, right, we're welcoming strangers into your home. So how do you go about, a stranger going to your house and you as a stranger going to somebody else's house? That's kind of hard. That's kind of complicated. So the first ad, the one on the right, says, our guest room is paying for our wedding. So those are clearly the property owners, a young couple. They're trying to get married and they need money. Well, why not use Airbnb? So have an extra spare room in the house. We'll rent it to somebody else. And with that money, we'll be able to, get our wedding taken care of, start a new business, buy a new car, buy new clothes, buy whatever you want. So they're showing the property owners, well, there's a reason why you should do that. So they're creating an emotional appeal. Well, you do have goals, don't you? Yes, I do. Well, we do have a spare room in your house. Yes, I do. So put that spare room to work for you. Fine. And the one on the left is basically geared towards the consumer, the one who will be renting the room in your house, right? So here's a picture of a dog, right? So usually when you try to rent a room in a hotel, they say, you cannot bring dogs, you cannot smoke, you can do this, you cannot do that. But so let's pick the dogs because pet lovers have a connection with their pets. So the idea is, okay, I'm gonna go to some other place. I want to bring my pet along. No, hotels, I have to call them. One says yes, the other says no. How about I go to Airbnb? Yes, we can take care of you and we can welcome you and your pet. So the idea here is creating a connection with people who have dogs and cats and pets. So we're appealing to their emotion. They feel a connection to their pets and they want to make sure they bring them along. So, well, I'm Airbnb. I can accept your dog. I can accept your cat, your fish, or whichever pet you're bringing to the house. Well, you get the story. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and start talking about definitions of scenarios. Again, I'm not going to go into great details on the theory itself. So again, we're going to keep it on the practical side. So again, when you think about the word scenario or screen playing, it's just a derivative word from a play or a script, right? So scenario planning is actually a body of knowledge that sits within the strategic planning process. So we use scenarios or plays to think about strategy. So let's talk about where this stuff really came from. I'm going to use two different definitions. So the first one is from the original creator of this methodology called Herman Kahn, right? So he says, scenarios are attempts to describe in some detail a hypothetical sequence of events that could lead plausibly to the situation envisaged. So basically you start with a situation and you imagine a sequence of events and then you ask yourself, well, where's this leading? Where's this going? And then you look at the destination and you note observations about that. The second definition, well, it is just a work definition. We say scenarios are alternative, plausible, and consistent pictures of the future and the description of development paths of possible futures built on the present situation. So this one has a bunch of things in there, and let's start from the beginning. So scenarios are alternative pictures. So, well, meaning in more than one, and it's not what you expect, but you're going to think about alternatives. Second, they're plausible. So they must be logic or logically derived. So we're not going to say, well, the Martians landed. No, we need to use plausibility. So it's something logical, something different from the norm, and they have to be consistent. And notice the use of the word picture. So we need to convey a picture or a complete view of what you're trying to describe. So if you think about pictures, and we're going to have several examples of pictures in this class, right? We're going to describe these events. We're going to create a picture, and then we're going to say how those pictures will evolve. Let's talk a little bit about the focus. So again, originally, this tool was created for military applications, so wars, geopolitics. Again, this is a business class, so we're not going to focus on military or what one military does or another does or wars. So our focus here is on business, so civilian applications of scenario planning, commercial applications. So again, let's go back to the original thought of using stories and plays to create a bond between you and the consumers, between your product and service and the consumer. So that's really my goal. Again, not going to go to wars and stuff like that, but I'm going to remain in the business arena. So let's start diving a little bit about a play. So let's talk about the basic features of a play. So when you think about it, this is a tool used for information acceleration. So let's go back to that example I gave you from Steve Jobs and Apple, right? So all that he was trying to do is, well, I have 45 different pages of technical concepts to convey. I'm not going to go do that. I will take the telephone, put it on my face, take a selfie, and show it to you. So in 30 seconds, he conveyed a boatload of information. And what did he do? In the process of conveying the information, he turned just a simple gadget into an object of desire, right? So because he did that, and we want to be able to take selfies ourselves, now we desire that product. So this is called information acceleration. I take a lot of information, I pack it into a picture or a concept, and so that I can deliver it to you faster, better, and in a way that you can absorb a lot faster than if I read, the 45 pages of the product description, for example, right? Now, plays are used to provide context. Again, what Steve Jobs was doing is to give us context. So why would you use this smart cell phone? Well, not just to make a phone call, but to take pictures. He used it as a scheduling tool. Of course, he used it to call people. He used it to watch a movie. So he was giving context of a different potential uses for this gadget. So that's all he was doing. Now, we say that plays are logically written. So what do we mean by that? Well, usually we come up with, somewhat expected story paths. We more or less know how the story is going to unfold, right? And then, of course, we're going to, add twists and turns along the way to make the story somewhat more interesting or more appealing. We do use a timeline format. So what do I mean by that? Well, we have a beginning and an end, but between the beginning and the end, I have some developments, and then I come to some major event, and then the story ends. So typically, the way we write plays are, we have a beginning, so the situation is some kind of a status quo. Then there is some kind of a disruption or a development. Something happens, or some kind of a challenge or a difficulty. We introduce some kind of a hero or heroine who is going to take on the bad guy, or he's going to propose a solution to the problem. And there's going to be this magic event where, the good and the bad go into a conflict, good wins, and the story ends. So basically, that's a storyline. Again, we can use specific plots within the story to facilitate understanding, or someone is going to betray somebody else, or it's a love story, or some other small details that we want to convey. And on top of those plots, we have subplots, So, and they're used to, again, augment the understanding, or they're used to introduce new information. they're used to make the story more interesting, or they're used, again, to convey information faster. Then we have the characters. So why do we have characters? Well, we have characters just to evoke empathy. I look at the characters of a story and I sympathize with them, or with their plea, or what they're trying to do. I root for them. I want them to be successful, or they're the bad guy. I don't want them to win. So again, the characters in there are just to create that emotional connection between us, the plot, and the story, right? Again, why do we use them? Well, to make the story more interesting, to make the story more appealing, Again, the characters are there just as basically tools for us to use, right? So why do you create a play? Well, so plays can be used in a variety of ways. So they can be used as a distraction, right? So perhaps my goal is to distract you. You probably heard the expression bread and circus. So in times of crisis, during the times of crisis of Rome, the Roman Empire, right? They threw big parties and they had lions and they threw people so the lions could eat, or we had gladiators fighting. So basically anything to distract us from the real issues. We use, some kind of a show as a distraction. I don't want you to pay attention to what's going on around you. I want you to look at the lions, look at the gladiators, look at the fanfare, look at the carnival, and just be done with. I could use it to entertain, so I have no ulterior motive. I just want to provide a fun experience to you. So I go in and I watch like a love story. I was entertained. I was informed. I invested my time with you, and I went home happy. Or I can use a play to call attention to something. So perhaps I want to convey a message to you about climate change, for example, right? So, well, I would create a play where, maybe the main characters are battling a drought or a flood or some kind of a disaster that was caused by, again, climate change. So again, I can distract you, I can entertain you, or I can use it as a tool to convey a message. So the most important thing for us to remember is this is a communications tool. When you think about plays, scenarios, and stories, they're used as communications tools. And again, the whole idea is to communicate faster, better, simpler. So I can take all this information, pack into a simple story, and deliver it to you in a way that you can consume. And scenarios basically are just plays. So let's dive a little bit deeper in terms of a play. So I'm going to take a play, one that everybody knows or most people do know, and I'm going to dissect it into its basic elements. Number one, so what's the play? So the play is Romeo and Juliet, right? And then I say, well, what kind of story is that? Well, it's a love story, or we can say it's also a tragedy, right? And then I can ask you, so who wrote that? Well, Shakespeare did, right? Okay, interesting. And how is this story told? Well, what's the perspective? Well, the narrator is the storyteller. So Shakespeare is telling us the story from the beginning. Well, what's the context? So basically I'm saying, is there a stage? So what does a stage look like? Well, the question is, where does it take place? Well, it takes place in Italy, specifically in a town called Verona. It's a place in Italy, right? And then we have to ask ourselves, but when did this story happen, or the time? Well, it happened back when, in the Middle Ages. And then say, well, okay, Romeo and Juliet, love story. Shakespeare wrote it. Shakespeare is telling us the story. It happened in Verona, Italy during the Middle Ages. Well, but who are the actors? Well, the main characters. So Romeo and Juliet, of course, the protagonists of the story, right? And then we have what? People acting supporting roles. Well, we have the families, one family of the bride, the family of the groom. You have friends, of course, you have the friar, you have the maids, you have the employees. So it's not just the main characters, but there are several other actors around them, right? And then I have to ask you, what is the plot? Or is there a plot in there? So yes, there is a familiar plot in there. So what is the storyline? It's old, it's simple. So boy meets girl, they fall in love, right? but their families actually don't get along very well. They don't think it's a good idea, and a couple of things happen, and instead of getting married, they die. So it's a love story that turns into basically a tragedy, right? So what are the drivers in there? So what's causing the story to move along? There's a love-hate relationship in there. There's love between Romeo and Juliet, but their families actually hate each other. So there's this dichotomy. You have love in one hand and you have hate on the other. So it's this balance between love and hate. So when you see the plot and you understand, well, the plot's evolving, you see, well, the families don't like each other. So that's the hate side. Or the two lovers do love each other. So that's the love side. So you can basically say, well, who loves, who hates? And you can basically say, well, this is probably going some certain way, right? And then we have to ask ourselves, so why is this story memorable, right? So why to this day, it was written in the Middle Ages, why to this day we still read this story? Why is this story memorable? So the last question is actually fairly important because it's going to help guide us thinking, well, we have to create stories that connect to our brands, products, and services, but they have to be what? Memorable. So when you go through everything, the name, the kind of the story, who's writing, the perspective, the context, the stage, when it took place, the actors and what do the actors do, and what values are at play, we have to make it memorable. Of course, it's memorable because it does not have a happy ending, right? Both lovers die in the end. So it was actually kind of a tragedy in the end. So again, it's memorable because of that. So maybe it's the twist, maybe it's the plot, maybe it's the characters, or maybe it's the ending. But again, we have to ask ourselves, why is this story memorable? So let's go back to the original story and ask ourselves, well, let's go through those same elements of the play. So let's start with its name. So it actually was a book written by Herman Kahn called Thinking About the Unthinkable on Thermonuclear War. So what kind of story was that? Well, it's about conflict and war, basically. Who wrote it? Well, the author was Herman Kahn, the original creator of scenarios, right? So what is the perspective? Well, the perspective he used was the West. We're looking at the story from the West's perspective. So what's the stage? Where's this story taking place? Well, several different stages actually. It was a worldwide kind of a play. You have Central Europe, you have the Pacific, we have Korea, North Korea, South Korea, you have Cuba. So you have different places where the story is taking place. Right? And what was the timing of the story? Well, it happened, back when, and back when I mean in the 1960s. So in the 1960s, time of the Cold War, so they're trying to understand what would happen. So who are the main actors or the protagonists of the story? So you have the United States on one hand, and you have the Soviet Union on the other. But again, there's a bunch of other people in there. So actors in a supporting role, right? So you have the allies of the United States, and then you have the Warsaw Pact with the Soviet Union. But then you have South Korea, you have North Korea, you have Japan, you have people in the Middle East. So it's not just the key characters, but again, the others around them. Think of it, Romeo and Juliet here, but then you think about the families, the friar, the employees, and the friends, etc. So is there a plot in there? Yes. So what's the storyline? Is basically world domination. We want to control the world, and one bloc wants to control it, the other bloc wants to control it. So we kind of come head on, and we have to see how we're going to solve the situation where both of us wants to control the world, but only one of us can control the world, right? So we have several different drivers. So what's driving the story? So in this case, is really not love and hate, but rather first mover, who moves first. So in this case, we have the situation where we have who plays first. Well, the United States attacks this, or the Soviet Union attacks that. Okay, we could use provocations, right? So one country provokes the other, or we could use proxy wars. So wars in the Middle East and Africa and other places where the Soviet Union wasn't directly fighting the United States or vice versa, but they're testing each other. They're testing their limits or their weapons or their capabilities. So we keep fighting, but not officially fighting, right? Again, that's the concept of a proxy war, where the two superpowers were behind one or another, or one and the other, and we're just trying to figure out what exactly is going on. And the goal here is what? Well, technology. Maybe my missile is better than yours, or your submarines are better than mine, or your aircraft. So we're trying to test technology. So there's several different drivers in there, and you can think about, taking over, economics, fights, provocations, wars, all sorts of things. And then we have to ask ourselves, so why is this story so memorable, the original scenario? Well, it is so memorable because we learned something. So basically, back then in the 60s, they took different perspectives and they tried several different ways. Russia invades Poland, or Poland invades Germany, or Germany, our troops in Germany, or West Germany invade East Germany, or Cuba attacks Florida, or we attack Cuba, or North Korea invades South Korea, South Korea invades North Korea. So we tried several different ways, and the result was the same. We learned one thing out of the story is no one wins a nuclear war. And how do we know that? Well, we're still standing today, so nobody pressed the red button. Why do we do that? Well, because at that time, before the 1960s, we thought someone could win a nuclear war. Someone could, if they fire first, so the first mover, or if their missiles are better, etc. But then all of the scenarios ended with, a devastated Earth. And then we thought, well, perhaps we shouldn't go that way. And the Soviets thought, well, perhaps not such a good idea. Let's just keep dancing the way we are, and let bygones be bygones. Cold War still lasted for half a century, but we actually did not destroy the world. So again, why is the story memorable? Well, because we learned no one can win a war, at least a nuclear war. So let's take the same concept and use one example of a business. So again, the focus here is on businesses, right? So let's use perhaps the most well-known example of a business application of scenarios, and that is by Shell Oil Company. So what drives the scenario is a series of strategic questions, right? So let's give you some context of what is the stage. Well, oil and gas, okay? Shell makes gasolines. It takes oil, refines it in its refineries, and sells it back to us. So what was the research question, right? So the question is, well, everything's going fine and dandy, but could something happen that could cause us to, get in trouble? Well, the question was, what could disrupt our business model? And the answer was, well, we refine gasoline. The answer is plain and simple. What if we couldn't get any oil? Basically, we're going to strategic supply, right? What if we are cut off of our supply? Well, what if we're cut off from oil fields or some other reason, right? Or tankers. The tankers can't deliver, or we can't find oil, or oil runs out, or for some other reason, we can't get oil. Well, we sell gasoline. If we can't have any petroleum, we cannot sell any gasoline. We go over, right? So, okay, so the situation is we have no access to petroleum, okay? And how would that happen, right? Well, a variety of different ways. Well, of course, there could be a natural disaster, some kind of a huge earthquake in the Middle East that breaks down the oil pipelines and they can't get the oil out of the ground, right? Or maybe it's maritime exploration. So here in the United States, the Gulf of Mexico, maybe just a tsunami goes by and knocks down all the petroleum platforms, so they can't get out any oil from the ground. But then there are two other things in there. One is called war, and the other is political instability. What if the people who buy oil and people who sell oil actually don't get along? Well, that's an interesting explanation. Yeah, we could go that way. Then we have to ask, okay, who are the actors, right? So I'm going back to the idea of the play. Who are the actors? Again, the people who buy and the people who sell oil, right? So in this case, oil producing countries, and that was the focus because, again, the perspective is from Shell. So they buy oil. So they're interested in the people who sell oil, right? And then they thought, well, what could we do about that? Well, we could create a long-term contracts and write some options. And that is indeed what they did. They created long-term contracts and wrote some options. And therefore, actually, as we know, there was an embargo, an oil embargo. But Shell had contracts with oil producing countries, and those contracts were indeed honored. So other oil producing companies didn't have access to oil at a certain price, but Shell did at a much lower price. So Shell benefited tremendously. We went from one of the lower ranking oil companies to the largest in the world. So they did really, really well because of scenario planning. And again, what did they do? They look at the stage. They asked a basic question: what could go wrong? And they understood, oh, how could it go wrong, why it would go wrong, and who would be involved if it goes wrong. And then at the end of the day, they ask, well, what can we do so that when it goes wrong, it doesn't go wrong for us? And that's all really that they did. Okay, so let's switch a little bit and talk about storytelling in more details, right? So I'm going to first go through a little bit of introduction. I'm going to have a little bit of definitions, and then we're going to jump into the storytelling process proper. So what should you expect in this part of the presentation of this class? Well, number one, so this is storytelling for people who cannot tell a story. Again, I'm going back to the original two comments that I got from people is, well, why should I care? I think we answered with the 5 whys of why you should care, right? Creating that emotional connection between what you sell and consumers. But then people say, but even if I do care, okay, and now I care, but I can't tell a story. So I'm here to tell you otherwise. So we're going to focus on a series of different methods that we can use to help you tell a story. So by the end of this class, you will be able to tell a story on your own, or you're going to be able to build a story. And I'm going to start from scratch. So you do not need any storytelling skills. I'm going to hold your hand. I'm going to walk you through that. So we're going to use different storytelling methods, right? And I'm going to use something that most business people know, right? It's a 2x2 matrix. You heard of it as a BCG matrix. It's called different things, Cartesian plan for people who like math. But basically, we're going to tell a story with 2 different variables. Okay, so let's get going. Again, storytelling for people who cannot tell a story. So for people who tell a story, I have a different kind of workshop. This is for people who cannot tell a story, or they think they can't, right? Let's go back to the why we use stories, right? So storytelling is just really a form of structured communications, nothing else. It's just a way to communicate what you mean, or to tell your story about your product or about your service, right? So the narrative is going to be constructed and is going to be used to describe a product or service, right? It's going to be used to define. So perhaps you're trying to define what is that you do, what you sell, or you're trying to illustrate a point, right? So remember, let's go back to Nike. It's not so much about the shoes. It's about, becoming a better athlete. So think about Patagonia. It's not somewhat about my sweatshirt. It's about, fair trade. Think about the soaps and the lotions. It's not about the soap. It's about beauty and how you define beauty, right? So again, they're trying to illustrate a point and drive some kind of a behavior. Again, the idea of the story is stories are used to explain very complex ideas in a simplified format. Let's go back to that Apple example I just gave you. Instead of reading, the 45-page PDF with all the technical prowess and wonders of the iPhone, he just put the phone on his face, click, took a selfie and showed it to us. And that was enough. That's all we needed to know. We don't know the pixelation, the camera, and why we use it. It's just that we can do it. And that was it. 30 seconds. And we're sold. Well, I also have to remind you that data, is also a great way of telling stories. You can look at data and come up with stories. But the approach we're using here is methods. So I'm going to use a method or a recipe. We're going to be confronted with a different recipe, and we're going to learn how to basically create a story out of that. So let's get going. So I'm going to start with a storytelling method using two variables. And again, it's for people who cannot tell a story, and they need no storytelling skills, okay? So first, I'm going to describe what the method looks like, and then I'm going to show it to you. This is what it looks like, okay? First, we're going to start with the 2x2 matrix, or the Cartesian plan. And then we're going to use basically an X and a Y axis. And we're going to start with that. We're going to take two different variables. And we're going to use two intensities, low and high. We're going to label each one of the quadrants a certain way. Then we're going to go through the classification process. And we're going to select one item at a time. And we're going to explain how do they work. Okay. In the end, we're going to label them. We're going to tell a perspective. And we're going to name them so that we can go back and understand how the story works. So let's get going for a second. Okay. So first of all is we have to set up the story, right? So I'm going to start with the 2x2 matrix, and I'm going to split that image into different bits and pieces. So the first thing I do is I draw a vertical line. If you see this red dotted line going up and down, right? It's a vertical line, right? And I split the quadrants into columns. So I have a column on the left, and I have a column on the right. So now I have to tell you, so why are you doing this? Well, if you think about math terms and numbers, right? So the things that are on the left are usually smaller than the things that are on the right. So I'm going to label the column on the left as low, and I'm going to label the column on the right as high. Again, so what that I'm doing here is I'm taking the box and splitting it. I draw a vertical line in the center. I have left, I have right, and I'm calling them what is on the left is low, what's on the right is high. So I'm going to repeat this process, but I'm going to do it differently. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a horizontal line on that box, okay? So now what do I end up with? Well, if I cross the line horizontally, you have quadrants split into two rows. So I have one on the top and one on the bottom, right? All that I'm saying here is that the two rows that we see there, one on the bottom, that's low, and it's smaller than the one on top. So the one on the top is higher than the one on the bottom. So now we have to kind of put this picture together, and this is what I did. So I created two columns, right, and I created two rows. Now I have to go around and I have to label each one of them. So let's stop at the upper left-hand side corner, right? So if I look at this, so this is low, if you look down, right, for the horizontal, but it's high for the vertical. Then what I would do is I'm going to move to the second one, right? So that is high on the top and high on the horizontal. Then I'm going to go to the third one, right? So now we have what? I have a low for the vertical, and I have a high for the horizontal. And then I go to the last box where I have a low for the vertical, and I have a low for the horizontal. Okay, now that I understand what the boxes are, I have to start my exercise. And how do I do that? Is I'm going to have to, number one, pick two drivers. So what are the two things I'm going to use to tell the story? And I decided for two. I'm going to use temperature and humidity. So basically how hot and cold a place is and how dry or wet a place is, okay? So let's start with just that. So I'm going to put, if you look at the verticals, and I use cold and hot. So cold is the low temperature and hot is the high temperature. Next, I did the same thing for humidity. I say, well, wet and dry. So if you look at the column here, it says dry, and the other column says wet. Now I have a combination of different boxes, right? One is dry and hot, the other is hot and wet, one is wet and cold, the other one is cold and dry. Now that I have those four boxes and they're labeled, now I can take descriptive elements or items, and I'm going to throw them or position them at specific points inside the table. So the first one that I'm going to use, and I'm going to use a list of them, is called the biome. So I'm going to look at this and I'm going to ask myself, okay, which place is dry and hot? How to describe a place that is dry and hot? Well, that's a desert. Okay, so I put the word desert in this upper left-hand side corner. Now I'm going to move to the right and I'm going to ask myself, which place is hot yet wet? Hot and wet, well, could be a rainforest. So I put another yellow sticker in there that says rainforest. I'm going to move to the lower right-hand side corner. I'm going to say, which place is cold and wet? Well, that could be the temperate forests. And I put that on this lower right-hand side corner. And then I move to the left and I ask myself, which place is cold and dry? Well, you guess it, right? It's the permafrost. Going back to Arthur's mammoths wandering on the permafrost, so they're wandering there. Next, I'm going to take now an animal, and I'm going to ask myself, well, what kind of animal lives in a place, starting at the upper left-hand side corner, in a place that is hot and dry? Well, scorpions do live in deserts, so I'm going to put a scorpion next to the desert. Then I'm going to move to the right and say, which kind of animal lives in a place that is hot and wet? Well, what kind of animal lives in the rainforest? Well, many, but a monkey comes to mind. Well, a monkey lives in the rainforest. I'm going to come to the lower right-hand side and I'm going to ask myself, what kind of animals live in a cold and wet place in a temperate forest? Bears, big bears do. So I'm going to put a grizzly bear in there. Then I'm going to come to the last box on the lower left-hand side and ask myself, well, what kind of animal lives in a cold yet dry environment? Well, a tiger does. So I'm going to throw a tiger in there. So I started with the biome. I went to the animals. Now I want to add another thing. So I want to add plant life. I'm just showing it to you because I can add as many things as I actually want. I already have the two variables and the highs and the lows. All that I have to do is to keep throwing things at this, and I know where I'm going to place them. Now, the plants offer a different kind of perspective because they can exist in many different places. So I took just two types of trees. I started with, well, palm trees. Well, palm trees like the heat. So they are in hot areas, but they could be dry. There's certainly, palm trees in the desert, or they can live in wet places. There's certainly palm trees in the rainforest. So I put them in between those two because they can live anywhere that is hot. So if you look at this row here, they can be anywhere in the row, and they can be in both places of the row. Next, I looked at a different kind of tree, and it's called pine trees or conifers, right? And they basically do well in places that are cold, whether it's cold and dry and cold and wet. So I have pine trees in both the permafrost, and I have pine trees or conifers in the temperate forests, basically. So now that I have three items that I threw in there, I'm gonna have to describe them somehow, right? So let's go back to the upper left-hand side corner, right? So I have a desert, and I have scorpions, and I have palm trees. So if I ask you to describe that, right? Can you put a label on that, or a name we could use to describe? Certainly. We're going to use the Sahara. Of course, you could pick any other desert, but the Sahara. So the dunes of sand and the wind, and so you can imagine the Sahara Desert. Let's go to the right. So can you name a place where it's a rainforest and monkeys abound, and there are palm trees, lush foliage, etc.? I can. Well, the Amazon rainforest comes to mind. Then I go to the lower right-hand side corner and I ask myself, well, can you tell me of a place that is a temperate forest, it's wet and cold, and the grizzly bears wander around? Well, there are no grizzlies in Europe, but certainly they're in the American Northwest, Canada, northwest of the United States, right? Then finally, when I go to the lower left-hand side corner, I said, can you, a place that is cold and dry and it's the permafrost and there are tigers in there. Can you name that place? Siberia. So I named 4 different places. So if I started with Sahara, Amazon, Amazon forest, the Northwest forest, and Siberia, I would say, where are you getting this stuff from? But if I start with a 2x2 matrix, slice it horizontally, slice it vertically, and just use the what's to the left is smaller than what's to the right. What's below is lower than what is above. Now I have 4 quadrants. All that I have to do is go to the keys and find out what am I going to throw at this. I will keep throwing elements. How many elements I'll throw? As many as I need until I can come up with a story or a label. So all we're doing is using the 2x2 matrix to create classifications. Again, take a box, slice it into 4 different pieces, pick the 2 drivers because it's a 2x2, 2-dimensional matrix. And I use extremes, hot, cold, dry, wet, right? To be simple. Add a bunch of things in there, just place them according to the drivers, high, low, wet, cold, right? And then after I'm done throwing as many objects as I can, keys, I call them keys, and I have enough in there, then I can put a label into this and say, this is a word that describes this box. That's all I'm doing. Again, we're creating stories out of nothing. This is an example using nature. How about a business example? Okay, we're going to repeat the exact same process, but I'm going to change the variables. So what am I doing here? I took the box and I'm going to slice it 2 ways, horizontally and vertically. So I'm going to again say, if I'm looking at the columns, right? The one on the left is smaller than the one on the right. If I'm looking on the rows, the one on top is bigger than the one on the bottom. I created my 2x2 matrix. Now I want to talk to you about car electrification, for example, right? And I have to decide, how am I going to tell the story? Well, I'm going to have to pick 2 different drivers. And in my case, I picked oil price, right? So depending on the oil price or the price of gasoline, we may or may not want to switch to an electric car. And then I needed to get some kind of a item to describe the car. So the car, I used the most expensive item in the electric car, which is the lithium-ion battery. And I said the price of that. So what are we doing here? We are creating a juxtaposition between the oil price, costly or cheap, and the price of the most important component or the most expensive component inside of the electric car, the lithium-ion battery. Either it's expensive or it's cheap. So let's start at the upper left-hand side. So I'm in a situation where oil prices are high. And if you look down in this situation, the battery is cheap. So cost of gasoline high, cost of electric car low. We all switch to electric cars. Then let's move to the one on the right. Well, what happens here? The price of oil is high, but so is the price of the lithium-ion battery. So there's not so much of an incentive. Why should I really switch from my gasoline car to this electric car? I am not so sure. So just a few cars are going to be, switched. If I look at the lower left-hand corner, right, and I say, well, the price of the lithium-ion battery is exorbitant, so it's too expensive, and oil is so cheap, right? If gas prices were at $1, no one would buy an electric car because we don't feel the need. So in this world, no cars would be, electric because, again, the price of the electric car is too high and gasoline is too cheap. Then I come here to the lower left-hand side corner, right, where I say, well, gasoline is cheap, and so are the batteries. So maybe some people will buy it and just for the sake of it, or they're environmentally conscious, or they bought because they like it, or the design is interesting. So some cars will be sold. So we envision situations where all cars become electric, where no cars become electric, and then we had some in between. A few cars are electric and some of the cars are electric. Then we come to the last part of it. So can we tell a story with that? And the answer is yes. We're going to put a label in there. So we're going to add perspective. So you see the smileys in there, right? So I have happies and not so happy, sad and not so sad. So as I place my labels, you will be able to tell exactly my position. So in this example, I use the quarter one, so where all cars are electric, and then put a happy face. So you can probably infer that in this case of the storytelling, I'm trying to tell a story where I want all cars to become electric, and I'm happy with that. Then I go to the situation where a few cars are electric, and I have this kind of a squiggly face that is not very happy because very few cars are electric, right? Then I come to the lower right-hand side, and I have this very sad face where I'm very unhappy because no cars are electric, right? And then I have this final situation here where some of the cars are electric, so I have this kind of a neutral face. I wanted all cars or most of the cars to be electric, and just a few of them are. So I'm not happy. I'm not unhappy, but I'm not exactly happy. So we went from nature to a business application. So again, car electrification. And I used, again, the same kind of a process. I started with a solid box. I sliced it horizontally. I sliced it vertically. I created 4 boxes of the 2x2 matrix. Then I used the same theory. What's the left in the left is higher than what is in the right. What is on top is bigger than what is on the bottom. I created the 4 boxes. Then I chose my drivers. Price of oil for the price of gasoline, and the price of lithium-ion batteries for the price of the car. And then I just look at each one of the quadrants and I ask myself, what happens when price of gasoline is high or low, when the price of the battery is high and low. And we went one by one until I populated all of the 4 quadrants. At the end, I decided to tell a story, right? So think about it. So in the label, you see my perspective. So maybe I am environmentally conscious because I put the happy face on Q1. What if I am the oil industry, right? What if I'm Shell Oil? Perhaps I don't want that. So I put that as very sad, and I put no oil, no cars are electric, and very happy. So again, you can tell my perspective or how I'm telling the story just because I labeled it in a certain way. But I guess you get the idea. So first we started with 2 variables, so I could compare one and the other, but there are many different ways or other methods that we can use in order to explain or to tell a story. So it's storytelling with 1 variable. So in this case, I'm not comparing 2 things, I'm just going to use 1 thing. So what should you expect? Again, we're going back to the idea of storytelling for people who cannot tell a story. You don't need any storytelling skills here. We're going to create a story using a method. And the name of the method is called intensity curve. And I'm going to show it to you. First, I will describe, and then I will show it to you, right? And this is called stories with 1 variable. I'm only concerned with 1 issue. So the story method with 1 variable. So what we use it for, again, for people who cannot tell a story or feel they cannot, right? And again, it does not require any storytelling skills, right? The intensity curve. So basically, this is a flat line that goes from nothing to everything, or from minus infinite to plus infinite, right? And I will just pick 1 thing, 1 driver, and I'm going to create intervals. And it's going to go from minus infinite to plus infinite. And then I'm going to add 2 more, a little bit or just a few, and many. I'm going to label each interval nothing, everything, and something in between, right? And then I'm going to look at the variable, and I'm going to understand the tension. So what is really at play? So this is analogous to that original Herman Kant scenario, so world domination, right? What is at play here? I'm going to look at the analysis. I'm going to note the behavior. That's the same thing as placing a label where we are. And on the 3rd step, we're going to say, okay, I understood the intensity. I understood the behavior. Then I'm going to ask you, how do I go from one place to the other? How I go from A to B from B to C or C to D, meaning how do I get people to change their behavior, right? And then when I do that, you're going to understand what? The role of perspective. Again, the same way when I have the two variables, right? You understood my perspective when I placed the labels. In this case, is exactly the same. I'm going to place a label, and when I place a label, you're going to understand what? My perspective. All righty. Have you seen this before? Of course you have. So if you go to any emergency room or to any hospital, the first thing they're going to ask you is, what's your pain level? How much pain are you feeling? And because we all feel pain differently, they have those emojis or the squiggly faces and say no pain, mild, moderate, and then you have this person crying. It says it hurts the most. Okay, where else have you seen this kind of scale? Well, in temperature, right? How is the weather? Oh, it's freezing, or it's cold, or it's just right, or it's hot, or it's too hot, right? Again, the intensity curves, they operate as scales, and they basically measure quantitative variables like temperature, like pain, like whatever scale you're trying to use, right? And we can help us create some kind of intervals. And with those intervals, we can measure perception or sensation, right? Sensation of hot or cold, or not so hot or not too cold, and the amount of pain we're feeling. Again, each person perceives the weather a different way, and we feel pain a different way. We're just trying to kind of create intervals. And from the intervals, we can infer some information, right? So how does that work in practice? So again, this is a practical class. So let's start from the beginning. I said it goes from minus infinite to plus infinite. It's a flat line. So the first thing we have to do is to draw a flat line, and this is the red line that's basically going across here. And then I have to decide on the orientation, right? So most people in the West go from left to right, although many cultures go from right to left. So in my case, I decided to put the minus infinite or no or nothing or not at all on the left. And I decided to put everything in all or most of all on the right. So I go from left to right, from minus everything to plus everything. Now I have to add some intervals in there. And again, what I'm going to go do is use what? Increments. So if I start from nothing, right? Nothing or none or nothing at all, I will add just a few or a little bit or a bit. So I move from this line, this point on the left, to slightly to the right, and there's this line here that says, just a little bit. Then from there, I'm going to add more, and I'm going to get to some or quite many or a lot. So I have this other curve here, and then I'm going to go to the end that says all or everything or almost everything or the end. So again, just think of it as you're going in a clockwork motion where I start at nothing, I go to a little bit, I go to some, and then I go to all. Again, I'm just going from nothing to everything and making two stops in between. So what would this actually look like? Well, let's talk about a very specific example. This case is an intensity curve, which is the name of this methodology, designed for stem cells. So what is the issue here? Well, in stem cell research, in order for us to do the research, we actually have to extract pieces of the cell. So what happens when we extract the stem, which is a specific part of the cell? Well, you kill the cell. When you remove the stem, the cell dies. So the issue here is by removing the stem, we kill the cell. Right? So what is the driver here? Well, some people are okay with that, and some people are not okay with that. So our driver is social acceptability. How acceptable it is to this culture, to the other culture, that we kill the cell. And by the way, a stem cell is extracted to a human cell, so basically we're terminating a life. We're killing a cell that is viable. And then we're going to have to decide where we're going to go from point A to point B to point C. Right? So let's start at the bookend. So let's start at the left-hand side. Again, I'm going from left to right, and I ask, we have to harvest cells in order to get the stem. How many can we harvest? And people say, no, none. None is the answer. Let's go to the other bookend, and I say, how many can I harvest? The answer is anything that you need or all that you need. So we go from nothing to everything that you need. So you have your bookends. Left is nothing, right is anything or everything. Then I'm gonna move from left to right. So the first thing is, well, how about I just take a little? And how about I take a lot, but not exactly everything that I needed, right? So now I have no cells can be taken, a few cells can be taken, a lot of cells can be taken, and take anything you want, right? Now I'm gonna have to describe this or put a name, right? If I tell you, well, no cells can be taken, basically what I'm saying is, well, life is sacred because you are killing the cell when you remove the stem. I don't think that's acceptable. No, not at all. So life is sacred. So that this kind of society or this country does not accept the taking of a life for any reason. When I go to the first step from A to B, so I'm going to go from nothing to a little, well, that's some kind of a compromise. Some societies can compromise, right? For example, us in the United States, right? When President Bush back then signed the first legislation, we could take 30 cells, but not more. So we found some kind of compromise, it's just a little bit, we can take some, but just a little bit. Other countries have said, well, you can take more than that, like, for example, China. And then we go all the way to the end where we find South Korea that says, well, now we really believe in the advancement of science, and therefore we'll take as many stem cells as we need, meaning we're going to terminate as many cells as we have to in order to achieve our scientific goals. So we kind of have labels in here. So the first one is life is sacred, right? Again, I'm deriving that because we said, no, you cannot kill anyone, no termination of any cells. I go to, well, let's make some kind of a compromise, right? I can compromise between a few cells. Then I move to, you can take more, right? So as the truth is relative. Yeah, we are terminating a cell, but we see this benefit here. And I go all the way to South Korea, where I say, take as many cells as you need, just deliver the treatment, right? So what is at the tension here? What is the balance? What we're trying to balance here is the taking of a life, right? And terminating the cell versus the potential benefit. So we are moving from societies that put more all of the weight in the life, and life is sacred, to situations where they put all the weight in science. So I deliver the advancement, and then we have the in-betweens, the people who think it's somewhat okay, and the others that say, yeah, I see a lot of the benefit, but just don't go around rampantly killing cells. So now that we understand how we did it, what we did, and we understand the tension, right now we have to add a little bit of the perspective. So I'm going to layer the perspective on top of the analysis, right? So the first thing, again, perspective is just like beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Perspective is in the eye of the beholder. So I have to label something good, and I have to label something bad. So I'm just trying to label those two things. So the first thing I need to do is to identify according to whom, or says who. So my first step is to identify the actors. So remember, I have the stage here. Now I'm going to say who the actors are, right? If when I identify the actors, right, I place the questions to them so that I understand how desirable they think this really is, right? And then I have to brainstorm to you how I'm going to move from point A to point B to point C to point D, right? So if I start here on the left and I said those are societies that say life is sacred, I can basically identify this as a pro-life. This is a pro-life crowd. No, you cannot take any one cell, right? But if I go to the other end, right? So who would benefit the most from this kind of treatment? Well, Alzheimer patients would. So Alzheimer patients, the elderly and their families. So they would say, well, go through any extent you need to go through as long as you deliver the cure or the treatment for Alzheimer's or for some kind of a degenerative disease, right? So again, the tension here is the taking of a life versus the potential benefits. If you're on one end of the spectrum, right, and you are the pro-life movement, right, saying none of this is acceptable. If you are an Alzheimer patient, you say anything is acceptable provided that you alleviate people's suffering. Now, the question is, how do we move from point A to point B to point C, right? To point D? Well, again, we have to choose the perspective, right? So if you are a pro-life or a movement or work for the pro-life movement, you want this clock to run counterclockwise, right? To the people who believe anything is acceptable, you have to say, no, this is quite relative, right? The people who think this is relative say, well, let's just reach some kind of compromise. To the people who have some accept the compromise, you have to say, I think you have gone too far. You exaggerated on your compromise. So trying to move the needle from right to left. Let's say you're an elderly or an Alzheimer patient or a family of an Alzheimer patient, right? If you recall, President Reagan's family was the one in the campaign for stem cell. Why? Because President Reagan had Alzheimer's, right? And the end of his life, he did not remember who he was, actually. So you want the opposite. You want people to go from left to right. So the people who are, in accordance to pro-life, you want them to, well, let's reach some kind of compromise. The people who are in the compromise environment say, well, we know what, this is kind of relative. Look, we can alleviate the pain and suffering of so many people. Let's move the needle a little bit. And the people who are, and a lot of people are in the, truth is relative. Let's move it to, let's think about benefits to us as a society as a whole. In natural order things, we are going to get old. We are all going to get some kind of a degenerative disease. So this is going to benefit all of us. Some sacrifice is completely acceptable. So again, the way you use this is you draw a flat line, you go to the bookends. You have to decide which one is the beginning, which one is the end, left to right or right to left, right? In my case, I decided the left is the beginning, so minus infinite, going all the way to the right, plus infinite. So from nothing to everything, and I just made 2 stops. A little bit, a lot. So I go from nothing to a little bit to a lot to everything. And then I ask myself who the actors are. I ask myself what the potential benefits are, the costs, so what's the tension, right? And then I thought, how am I going to get people to go from left to right, or how am I going to get people to go from right to left? Again, those tools have no morals or no ethics. They're just methods. The only thing the method is doing to you is help you structure the narrative. Which narrative you pick, it's up to you, not to the method. All I'm trying to do is to tell you how to use the method to create the narrative. Now, let's change subjects a little bit. So we used so far 2 storytelling methods for people who cannot tell a story. We use the 2x2 matrix, right? So take a box, split it in 4 corners, and place items in there, and you can tell a label. Or we said draw a line, go from nothing to everything, and put 2 stops in the middle, and you can tell a story, right? Now I'm going to tell a story using pictures. So no lines, no boxes, nothing like that. How does this thing actually work? Okay, so let's move to the first step. So what should you expect in this module? Again, we are going back to storytelling for people who cannot tell a story. You do not need any storytelling skills in order to look at pictures, okay? And we're using pictures. So all I'm going to do is to show you a bunch of pictures. I'm going to set up the methodology, and we're going to go through some examples. So let's get going. Number 1. So you can think of scales and numbers. So in the prior 2 examples, we had scales, we had numbers, a lot, a little bit, everything, nothing, right? But here, what we do is we're replacing them with illustrations, images, pictures, drawings. So it's going to be very similar the way we approach it, right? The name of this method, so it's not 1 variable, 2 variables. The name of the method is called Pictures of the Future, or Building the Future, or using pictures to create something that does not exist yet. Why we do that using pictures? Well, what's the logic is that and you probably heard this before, a picture tells 1,000 words. Again, let's go back to our friend Steve Jobs taking his selfie, right? That selfie was the story. In this case, the information acceleration, the picture is going to tell 1,000 words and actually many more. In his case, with the selfie, where like thousands of words and in a PDF of the product description were summarized by just look at the phone, press, click, and you get your selfie, right? So we usually have 3 steps or 3 types of pictures. Sometime in the past, or back then, or back when. We use a now. And then we have to create a picture for the tomorrow. So we have 3 moments: the past, the present, and the future. And we're going to use pictures to tell that story, right? Now, what's the logic behind this? Well, it's fairly simple. Like, we're looking at a place, a situation, or some derivative thereof. We're trying to understand how the history evolved, right? And then based on the history evolving, we're going to create some perspective or an estimation or our take on what may happen in the future. And that's how we're going to tell the story. All righty. Okay. So what is the, let's go back to the idea of the play or the scenario, and let's coordinate storytelling with pictures to that, right? So we start with a theme. Okay, of course, not on any kinds of pictures, but pictures of the future, they have a theme or a central idea. So we did that in the past when you used the 2 variables, right? I use nature, I use car electrification, right? So there was a theme in there. And in the case of the 1 variable, I had what? Stem cell research. So there's a theme. So pictures are going to have a theme. We're going to show you pictures of something to convey an idea or an image, right? They also have attention, right? So if you think about the stem cell research, what was the attention? Life versus science advancement. In the case of the car, was the price of oil versus the price of the lithium-ion battery, right? In the case of the war, was, who wins? So we need to have attention. So what are the 2 values at play, right? Next, we need to have the agents, okay? So who are the people? Like, we asked the same question, on the 2x2 and the one on the 1 line, the 1 variable. Who is looking at this, right? And then last but not least, what are the potential outcomes? So again, we're going to look at pictures. We're going to just pictures of what, right? We're going to decide what are we judging here, and then we're going to look at who's looking at this, and then we're going to consider the outcome. So again, my first step is I'm just going to describe the process, then we're going to go do it. So let's start doing this, okay? So how does exactly the process work, okay? So storytelling with pictures, process steps, and there are 6 steps that we're going to take in order to create a story using pictures. Again, you do not need any storytelling skills, none at all. So let's just go to the steps. Number 1, we have to pick a theme. We're gonna, tell a story about what exactly. And if I don't know what I'm going to talk about, I can ask two different entities. Number 1 is I can ask Google, right? I can, and there are links in there. I can go to trends.google.com/trends, and then look at what's trending. What are people talking about? Oh, they're talking about the elections, fake pictures. What are they talking about? No, Google is going to give you a list of things that people are talking about. Perhaps instead of using Google, you prefer, instead of a search engine, you can use any. You want to use social media. So what are people talking about in social media? Oh, it's Britney Spears. It's some sports event. It's the Olympics that's going to happen. Something like that. Well, Meta actually has all of that prepared for you, right? So if you go to facebook.com and insights, tools, and hot topics, what are people, similar to Google, what are people posting stories about? Well, they're posting stories about this specific theme. So, okay, we went through, social media, we look at Bing, Yahoo, we look at search engines, and we decided that's what we're going to tell the story. So we pick a theme or a topic. Search engines, social media, pick one, decide that's what we're going to be talking about, okay? Then step number 3 is we're going to have to find images that using browsers or whatever collection you have, right? and using the image option. So I'm going to be looking for images, pictures, videos. I'm just going to use images or pictures for this case, right? And I'm going to be browsing the internet for images. Then I'm going to keep repeating this process so that I have a back when and a now, so a before and after, or now and then, right? Then I'm going to think about the people who care about this topic, right? Weight loss, who cares about this? Alzheimer's patients, who cares about this, right? And then I'm going to tell you about my perspective. So it's very similar to the tools that we used before. It's in steps, but all I have to do here is looking outside. If I don't know what I'm going to look at, again, you don't need to know how to tell a story or even know what you're going to talk about. Ask Google, ask Facebook, ask Meta, what are people talking about? Pick one, decide that's what I'm going to talk about. Then I'm going to have to look for pictures or images of that thing. And I'm going to have to look at pictures of before and after. I'm going to make a list of who cares about that. And then I'm going to put a label or show my perspective. So what does this thing exactly looks like? Well, let's start with one simple example. So I went up and I look at Google, and people are worried about climate change. So I pulled any browser, and in this case I used Google, and I said climate change or climate crisis. First I look at Google and says, oh, that's what they're looking at. Then I went to Google and I say, well, climate change, climate crisis. And Google started to spit out a bunch of things. Well, the first thing it spit was, oh, look at that. And of course, I clicked on images, right? So not text, but image. And Google said, oh, look at this. Drought, the Hoover Dam here in the United States. It was used to be full of water. Now it has no water or very little water, right? So what's the tension here? What's different between one picture and the other? Well, in one picture we have a lot of water, in the other picture we have not a whole lot of water. So the question here is, well, the water is disappearing. So I'm not concerned with where the water is going or where is the water not coming from. All that I'm doing is I went to the browser. Google told me people want to talk about the climate crisis. I googled climate crisis or Bing or Yahoo, whatever you prefer, and it showed and asked for images and showed, well, look, the Hoover Dam is drying up. Okay, so let's look at those pictures. So I look at those pictures, and there was a before and an after, right? So Google specifically told me, well, back in 1983, this is a picture of the Hoover Dam. Look at this beautiful, bluish water flowing over the dam walls. There was so much water was overflowing. Then it told me, well, back in 2021 was the worst. There's no water in there. You can see the soil and the very low level of water in the Hoover Dam. So we have a picture where there's a lot of water back in the past, and then we have a picture on the recent past where there's not a whole lot of water. Then the question becomes, well, what will happen in fast forward 2050? So I'm going to go from a lot of water to no water to what? And that's exactly where I'm going to review my perspective. So what you think the 2050 picture could look like? Well, it could look like 1983. So, and you ask me, well, how or why? Well, there are like 10 years of very cold winters, and was a lot of, defrost from the mountains, and therefore there was a lot of water. Or you can say, well, 2050 is going to look worse than 2021. How or why? Well, because we continue to use more water than the aquifer could replenish. Or it could be something in between. When you get the picture, I use the before, I use a now, picture of before, I use a recent picture, and then I use this to kind of ask myself what will happen in the fast forward future. And then you understand, if I'm a climate activist, right, I'm going to say, you know what, 2050 is going to be much worse than 2021. You should pay attention to what I'm saying now. Or it can be a climate denier and say, well, it's going to go back to normal. Actually, there's going to be abundant water into the future because we're going cycles. So I'm trying to sell a perspective or story, right? This is a different example. So I repeated the same kind of a process, and I looked at the city of Dusseldorf in Germany, right? And this was about cars. So I just, people want to talk about cars and urban design. I said, oh, I Googled the images, and those two pictures appeared. This is Dusseldorf, Germany, right? Well, 1990 and 2019. Oh, that's interesting, right? So if I Googled cars in Germany and cars in Dusseldorf, they showed me two pictures. Well, the one on top, 1990, right? It's just like a regular city. You have like a body of water in there, and you have highways going across and up and down and etc. And you have this waterfront. But when we fast forward to 2019, what happened to the roads? What happened to the cars? Actually, they took the roads and put them underneath, and they reclaimed the space or the urban design into parks. And there are no roads, but there are pedestrian spaces or walkways. So now you see where there are cars and roads and highways. Now there are, there's greenery, and there are places for people to walk, right? So what's the difference here? Well, where are the cars? Where are the highways? Where are the roads, right? Oh, they move them underneath. So I have a past, I have a present. Now the question is, what about tomorrow? What about 2050? Well, several things can happen. Maybe the city grows so much, they need to rebuild the roads on the surface, and 2050 looks like 1990. Or we have the status quo, or what? The people decided that they want to have, more oceanfront real estate or waterfront real estate. In this case, Dusseldorf is not in the ocean. And they tear down the walkway, and they remove the greenery, and they add more water. So have more water. So the question becomes, well, I have a past, I have a present, somewhat of a present. I go into the future and I ask myself, okay, so what the future would look like. And again, perhaps if I'm advocating for more cars, I would say, go back to 1990. If I say, let's keep the status quo, let's do this. Or if I'm more revolutionary, I say, well, why don't you create a forest in here and take this grass out and put a forest? Or maybe, flood the whole thing and make a pier in there, so we can go like Malibu has a pier, right? And we have a giant wheel. Or maybe that's what they wanted to do. And maybe I'm a real estate developer, so I'm saying it's much better that I flood the whole thing and put a giant wheel like Malibu or London, right? London built the largest wheel in the world, and I'm just trying to tell you, because in reality, I want to build like Central Park. I want to build condos along the waterfront or the extended waterfront area. So you get the gist, right? Again, in this case, I Googled cars, and I Google urban design. The city of Düsseldorf appeared. I look at the images before and after, and then I'm using this to question what about tomorrow? I mean, not literally tomorrow, but 2050. And then we can say we can go back to 1990, can remain 2019, or we can continue in this progression and add forests or add more water. Now you get the picture. This is a challenging picture. So when I Googled, cars and urban design, images out of New York came up. And this is Fifth Avenue and 48th Street. So what you have in 1912 is a lot of buildings and a lot of cars and some people crossing the road. So what you have in 2014, 100 years later, 102 years later, a lot of buildings and a lot of cars and a few people trying to cross the street. So the question becomes, so what will happen on the corner of Fifth Avenue and 48th Street in 2050, right? So because there was no change in 100 years, we may be forced to say, well, unlike Dusseldorf, right, we don't expect any change. Or maybe just like Las Vegas, we're going to build some kind of a moving walkway, or we're going to, just like Dusseldorf, take the cars and send them, underneath the road, and we're going to put like grass or, walkway for dogs, or the walkway is too narrow, we're going to make it bigger, varieties of things. So depending who you are, maybe you're the city planner, right? And you need to understand what will happen to Fifth Avenue and 48th Street on 2050. a variety of things. Maybe you are the urban planner and you are trying to sell that moving walkway on top of the third floor of every building, and that's what we're going to say. Well, there's so many cars, so many people, we can't possibly coexist. So again, I'm taking pictures, but in this case, the pictures are challenging because the story is not changing, right? On the prior two examples, the story was changing. A lot of water, no water. What happens next? In the prior example, right, we have, a lot of roads and cars. They disappeared. Are they going to come back? What's going to happen to the body of water? But here, no change. 100 years, no change. So again, the idea is what you make out of 2050. And again, we can use our imagination, but again, you can use no change. We go back to some past, or we move some different way. Again, I'm just using pictures to help you tell a story. There is a different way of telling story, which is using somebody else's story. It's called storytelling with news. So again, in this case, you do not have to create the story. The story was created for you. All that you have to do is to find the story. And that's exactly what we're going to go do. So what to expect in this module? Again, it's again storytelling for people who cannot tell a story. And in this case, somebody else already wrote the story. All that you have to do is to look at it or to find it. So it's storytelling using what? Stories. So we're going to go through a setup, and then we're going to take a look at examples. So how do you build a story on somebody else's story, right? So again, focus is not on method, although you can argue this is a method. The focus is not on data or variables or pictures, but rather stories. Somebody wrote the story and you want to be able to write your own story, right? So let's go through the steps. And there are 6 steps in this process, just like there are 6 steps on the prior example, right? All that I'm trying to do is to kind of streamline the process so that you can repeat it. And again, my claim is you do not need any storytelling skills in order to tell the story. Number 1, go to the web and pick your browser, right? And we're going to have to choose a theme or a topic, right? What are we going to be talking about? What are we, using Yahoo, Bing, or Google to search for, right? And then we're going to look for news using the browser's all options. So I'm not looking for images. I'm looking for text. Image. You can use images, but I'm basically looking for text, right? We're going to repeat this search as many times as we have to until we can understand the difference between good and bad. So basically, in this case, because people are telling the story, they already added perspective. So you need to understand their perspective. And now how we do that is whether by looking at their labels. They call one label one thing, they call the other label a different thing. That's all we're doing. On step number 5, we're going to make a list of people who actually care about this topic. So remember on the 2 variables, we had, people who care one way or another. I had the price of oil, I had the price of batteries, I had, on the other example, I had people who care about life and stem cells, or people who have Alzheimer's or degenerative diseases. In the case of the images was the same, the urban planner and the cars, who cares about the cars. In this case, I have to identify exactly, so who cares about the topic. And then in the end, we're going to We're going to review our perspective. All right, so let's repeat the example. So we just used the browser to look for images. Now we're going to use the browser to look for stories. So in this case, I'm not using a Google, I'm using Bing, right? So you can basically, try any browser. In this case, I just wanted to keep the same theme going. So I look at, cars. So I started with cars and car electrification and cars and parking and cars and highways and things like this. So I said, well, let's keep the cars going. So when I did the initial search and this is Bing, so the Bing, and it just came out of our session. So Bing is telling you, describing what's going on. So Bing gave me this article from the New York Times that says, actually cities are banning cars in downtown areas. So I repeated the search, but this time I used, the article New York Times named a city, so Heidelberg. So I repeated the same search with Heidelberg in there. And of course, the New York Times article appears, and Bing's trying to explain to me, well, Heidelberg is in Germany, and Heidelberg is a city that wants to ban cars in the downtown area, and why we should care about that. And by the way, if you care about it, read this article that was published in the New York Times, right? So I did the search once, cars. This New York Times article said people are trying to ban them. People in several cities are banning them. This city is banning them. I repeated the search with the name of the city and what's going on. So banning cars in downtown Heidelberg. It spits back the article. And the name of the city appears. And then I'm going to have to go through this and go to different outlets, different news outlets to understand, what is good, what is bad. So all that Bing's telling us, or the AI assistant is saying, is describing the situation. So the New York Times describes it a certain way. The German newspapers describe another way. The American other newspapers will describe a different way. I'm just going to repeat the search so that I get, quote, different perspectives. So what's the next step? So let's say I use Bing and not Google. So I Googled it, and this story appeared, and it has several lines in there, and it has an image. So this is actually a post from the city of Heidelberg itself, right? And then the first thing we have to ask ourselves is, so what do you see here? So what is Heidelberg? It's a small medieval town in southwest of Germany, right? And like smaller towns in Europe, you see, narrow streets, and then what you have, a conflict over the space. You have, look at the narrow walkways. People trying to kind of, rubbing elbows, trying to walk on top of each other. You have this bike going on. This older man in the white shirt, I believe, is probably going to run over this lady who's crossing the street. So you have a lot of pedestrians, narrow spaces. You see the stores in there. We actually want to walk around it. There's this guy on a bike. And then you see what? You see this big object in here. It's a car. So the car takes almost half of the street, right? And then you see what? 3 people standing in there. And they covered this car with Post-it notes. And they made a design so that you see an electric bike in there, right? So if you look at this, and if you speak German, so this is, so where exactly do you park then, right? So narrow streets, a lot of people, a lot of bikes, electric bikes, cars, everybody together. It's a mess. Something's going to have to go, right? So now we're talking about cars in Heidelberg, and Heidelberg is in southwest of Germany. So the question is, well, who cares, right? Well, a lot of people care. So specifically because who are the largest economic agents in southwest Germany? Well, car industry, right? So people who make cars, right? Those are the people who care about cars. So let's say the pedestrians, they certainly want to see that car go, right? Look at the 3 people standing with the Post-it notes and putting a sign of an electric bike in there. They clearly want to see the car go. So the story that the city of Heidelberg is saying, well, perhaps we should see those cars go. There's no place for the cars in the street. But wait. So perhaps you do live in Heidelberg, and you are the person who owns this house here, and that is exactly your car. So who is anyone to say that you cannot park your car across from your house, right? So now you see the tension. You have the environmentalists saying, well, there should be no cars here. You have, if you think about the tourists, well, if you do away with cars, it's a medieval city. It's part of the charm, right? But if you live there, where are you going to put your car? I want to put my car, close to my house or nearby. All the streets are the same. I cannot park in the neighbor spot anyway. So what do I do? Where do I park? But perhaps you are the company selling the electric bikes, and you're making the case. Look at this gigantically enormous car in there, taking all the space, and look at all these people. They're upset. Wouldn't it be better if I just remove the cars altogether? So again, you have the people who wants to get the car out of the downtown area. You have the people who wants to keep the car in the downtown area, you have the homeowners, right, who wants their cars. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, Heidelberg is a small city in the southwest of Germany. What if I project this image elsewhere? So let's say Hamburg or Berlin. Okay, now we're talking about millions of people, right? Can I effectively remove or ban cars from downtown area? We just look at New York, right? So what if we say there can be no cars on Fifth Avenue and 48th Street? Well, we just saw that for hundreds of years, literally. As long as cars have been around, there have been cars on that place. People gonna, it's gonna be an upheaval, right? So we understood the story, we understood the dimension, we understood the people, we saw the economic agents, so we know the stage, we know what's at risk here, right? Cars versus no cars, who should care about it, and then we ask ourselves, where should we can we repurpose this idea and send it somewhere else? Well, we are not done until we complete one more step. So what is the final step here? Well, the final step is to make a note on our bias. So because we have perspectives and we are trying to sell an idea of exactly what are we trying to say, we have to note our own bias. So the first step is we have to understand that the news outlets themselves, they carry a specific perspective, which is reflective of the worldview, right? So perhaps if I go to the Green Party's bulletin in Heidelberg, they would be, heralding what a great achievement it is, or it would be, if I take those cars out of downtown. So that's one perspective, right? Now, if I look at a business newspaper from southwest of Germany, anything that creates a problem for a car, I don't like, because I sell cars, right? But maybe I am a business owner of the electric bikes, and I'm lobbying the city to say, get those ugly cars. The streets are too narrow. There's too many people. This is a hazard. Get those cars out. But I can still let you move from place to place if you use my bikes. So again, the different types of outlets will carry a different perspective. But whatever we do, whichever way we're trying to tell a story using the stories or the news, right? We have to make a note of that. We have to understand the stakeholders, what they value, and how are they inclined to say, right? So again, we're going to go back to the good versus bad, right? We have to understand the stage, medieval city, downtown, narrow area, the situation, right? The actors, how the actors would play, right? And what they find desirable, the good versus bad. Now, let's give you a very simple and concrete example. So I'm going to go back to world politics because it's kind of black and white. You can tell the difference, right? So if I go and I just Google or Bing or use any of the engines to look at the conflict in Ukraine, right? And I search the news, right? With, conflict in Ukraine, war in Ukraine, whichever Ukrainian conflict, whichever combination of words you want, right? And if I look at CNN, BBC, CNBC, MSNBC, Deutsche Welle, French press, so European news outlets, American news outlets, we're going to say what's going on from the West's perspective, right? Now, if I go and I repeat the same search, right, and I use TASS or the Voice of Russia or some in St. Petersburg or some Moscow newspaper, you're going to tell the story of the Ukraine war from their perspective, right? So let's say a town in Western Ukraine was taken over by the Russians, okay? So the Western media was going to say, what a sad day for democracy, Ukraine's territory was taken. If I look at the Russian media would say exactly the opposite. We liberated a city in Western Ukraine, which now they can practice their religion, their values, and they can speak Russians. So they would sell their fish. They would tell their perspectives. So in this case, we're not trying to say good or bad, but as researchers, we are supposed to know. We're supposed to label them, the perspectives and the biases, right? So we have to note that's the same exact piece of information. What happened? One city in Western Ukraine was changed hands from one to the other. So it's the same fact, okay? But now we're going to describe that fact differently. If you are on one side, you're going to say something was taken, robbed, stolen, otherwise, withheld from Ukraine, and you are from Russia, you're going to say something was gained, freed, or liberated, or changed. We don't have to take sides here, but what we have to do is to understand that there are sides and there are perspectives. So when we go through our analysis and as we complete our thoughts and we'll make our specific disclosures as researchers, as analysts, as business people, you have to have a chapter, a section on that report where we list our own biases. In other words, how the biases are disclosed. So I was born in the West, I was educated in the West, I have the perspective of the West. I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying where I'm coming from, right? And equally, if someone is writing this from the Russian perspective, they're going to say, I was born in Russia, I was educated in Russia, I have the perspective that favors a Russian outcome. Again, so the whole idea here is disclosure and transparency. So I'm really coming to the end of this presentation. So I kind of want to stop, go back, and summarize, right? So if I go back to the beginning, so I said I teach people storytelling and scenario planning methods, and I'm faced with two types of comments. One is, well, who cares? And two is, even if I cared, I don't know how to tell a story. So we went about disclosing the 5 whys of why you should care about storytelling. Why? Information acceleration. I can take this multiple and complex information, make it very simple. I can use the stories to create an emotional connection between what I'm trying to sell, shoes, soap, bottles of cream, sweaters, whatever we're trying to sell, or services or goods, and I create this relationship between what I'm trying to sell and you, the audience or the consumer, by using a story. I explained that stories, we can use a scenario planning methodology, meaning this is how we build the stories, and the stories or scenarios are just plays. And in the plays, I have what? I have the stage, I have the timing, I have the author, I have the perspective, right? I have the values and the tension, right? So that's a play, right? Then I said, well, but I don't know. Okay, I got it. I know what it is and how it works, but I can't tell a story. So the rest of my presentation was, no, you can tell a story. So this entire presentation was focused on storytelling for people who cannot tell a story. So what did we do? First, we used methods. The first method was what? The 2x2 matrix. Basically, I take a box, I draw a vertical line, I draw a horizontal line, I created 4 quadrants, and then I decided, what's the left is smaller than what's on the right, what's on the bottom is smaller than what is on top. I created 4 quadrants, and then I started throwing things in there, right? I picked the 2 variables and threw a bunch of things in there. How many things? As many as I needed until the story would evolve. And in that case, I threw 3 different things in there. And then I could, this is the Sahara Desert. This is the Amazon rainforest. A story would emerge. If I needed to throw more things, I could throw more things. Okay, as many as needed until the story evolves. Then we switched. Instead of using a 2x2 matrix, I use what? The intensity curve. So instead of dealing with 2 variables, I dealt with only 1 variable. How did I do that? I drew a straight line, and I decided that I'm going from left to right to right to left. I said I'm going to start from left. I'm going to go to right. Left is minus infinite. Right is plus infinite. So from nothing to everything. And I said, well, I need 2 stops in between, just a little bit, and then a lot. So I go nothing, a little bit, a lot, and everything. Then I decided, what am I going to be talking about? So in that case, I use stem cell research, meaning what is the tension there, whether or not we find it acceptable to harvest the cell, meaning we kill the cell to remove the stem. But we do that in order to create medical treatment for degenerative diseases or Alzheimer's and things like this. Then we went from left to right and right to left, meaning societies that don't think that is acceptable to societies that think you should do it, do as much as you need to, so that we achieve the scientific project. And we look at societies that go in between. And then we'll take a perspective. Maybe I'm pro-life. They think no killing is acceptable. So I try to move everybody who was on the everything's acceptable to the needle to the left, saying nothing's acceptable. Then I repeated the exercise, but this time I am someone whose family member has Alzheimer's or a degenerative disease, and I'm dealing with a situation where most of the people don't find acceptable to terminate a cell to extract the stems. But I said, just look at how much suffering and how much good can come out of it. So I move the needle from left to right. Again, perspective is in the eye of the beholder. All that I'm doing here is to show you the method, and you have to decide how you're going to apply the method and what you get out. And then we move to storytelling with images or pictures. So in this case, instead of using methods, I use images. And we did what? We used the search engine. We look for pictures. We look for the before and after. And so that was then, this is now. And then we ask ourselves, what happens into the future? So we looked at, at several different places. We look at the situations of cars in New York. We look at the situation of cars in Düsseldorf, Germany. We look at, cars everywhere. And then we put this picture of the future. We look at water consumption. We look at the over them drying, and we ask ourselves, so what's going to happen into the near future? Will Düsseldorf, take more roads out? Will build more roads? Will they increase the waterfront or do something else? Right. So we use the pictures to think about what happened. Right. And then last but not least, I use somebody else's stories to tell a story. So we went out back to the search engines. We look for stories. I Google, actually I use Bing. I found a specific thing that I wanted to talk about. It was in an article of New York Times. I refined my search. I found that Heidelberg wants to take, cars out of downtown area. And then we went through the analysis looking at, the story that the city of Heidelberg wants cars out of downtown. Then we ask ourselves, so who cares? The perspective of the people who live in downtown area, the people who want to park their cars across the street from their homes. Then we have the environmentalists, and then we have the people who work for the car industry, don't want to see car spaces gone. So we could have the tension, who cares about it? And then we decided, well, if I'm trying to sell e-bikes, I'm going to try to push this. Well, too many people, the cars are too big, get the cars out, but you still have to move around. So use my e-bikes. And if I'm the environmentalist, I just say, out with the cars, who cares? And if I live downtown, I say, well, I want to keep my car parked outside. So we went through several different methods. But again, in the end of the day, I'm pretty sure you can tell a story without any storytelling skills. So that's the end of my presentation. I'm going to bring Deb Ditch, the moderator, to see if there are any questions before I pass the baton to Martin Schwirm.
Hey, Ram.
Hi, how are you?
Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank
there
you.
are lots of questions, actually, so I know we don't have a lot of time, but thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on scenario planning and storytelling. Very, very interesting. It's interesting because people are asking a question about the business environment is constantly changing, right? So there's this constant movement. And so when you're going through the scenario planning process, how do you ensure that the scenarios that you're developing remain relevant and adaptable? Because, things are happening, the speed of light, right? So how do they maintain their relevancy?
Yeah, so I'm going to use the imagery of the plot, right? So when you think about the stories of the plays, right, you don't have to. So let's say we think the play is going to end a certain way, right? So let's go back to the original example, the war, right? Herman Kahn's idea. Well, we think the play is going to end a certain way. So the tool of scenario planning, which is basically a foresight and future is preferable tool, is to imagine as many different potential outcomes as possible. So the reason why we do the scenario is not because we want to identify the one way that the story is going to turn out, but actually we think, well, is this the only way the story is going to turn out? No, it's not. So because we said, oh, this is going to for sure going to turn out this way, we certainly know that's not correct. So the use of scenario planning tools is actually perfect, because as we say, well, there's only one way the story is going to turn out. Absolutely not. So let's go back to Romeo and Juliet. Well, they could have gotten married, they could have gotten divorced, but they ended up killing each other. So, well, because we could think about different alternatives. So scenarios are used to help us imagine not just one, but a gamut of different alternatives. So I recommend people to go through the process and think, okay, you think you know the plot, you think you know the outcome. Now let's stop and let's question. What if the actors change? What if their motives change? What if something else happens? Like in the case of the images, right, with the water, I said two different things, right? We had the Hoover Dam filled of water in 1983. We had it dry in 2021. What happens in 2050? And I told you, well, if I'm a climate denier, it's just a cycle. 10 good winters and the water's going to be flowing again. But if I am an activist, I'm going to say that's never going to happen. It's going to be drier. Okay. So the idea of using scenarios through stories or through plots or through images is to actually alert us that there are many things lurking there in the environment, and you should be paying attention to them.
I appreciate that. And I think the follow-up question here is, are there, underneath those scenarios, and if there are several scenarios, at what point are you thinking about, contingency plans? And if it's, if this scenario becomes a reality versus another one, how do you how do you work with that at the next level down so that you're ready to adapt to something that actually materializes sooner rather than later?
Actually, the expectation of scenario planning is that you create contingency planning for all of them.
You do. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. So think about the shell, right? So what happened in shell is, well, we are happy. So what could upset the apple cart, right? Well, several things could. The buyers get together, the sellers get together. Oh, there's a war, or there's a disruption in tank traffic, or there's an earthquake, or a tsunami destroys all the platforms. So what you have to do is, okay, you envision all the potential outcomes, and then you say, how would it hurt us? And then you decide, okay, what can I do to mitigate this? Well, I can't mitigate the tsunami in the Gulf of Mexico, but I could put some other options to buy oil from a landlocked country, right? So I can mitigate, and vice versa. If I think an earthquake is going to happen in Mexico, maybe I put a contract option to buy oil from Nigeria, that is in Africa and not in North America. So we think through the scenarios. We pose questions, right? When we get the answer, so what would upset the apple cart and how and who? Then you have to think through, okay, what would you do if? And then we have this Chinese menu of options ready. So if something does happen, we can act as opposed to wait and be surprised.
Thank you. That's a great answer. And then just one other question, because I know we're short on time, is the scenario planning process, are you integrating that process with the organizations or the enterprise's business planning process? Is it something that works in tandem, or are they disparate areas of focus and responsibility?
Yeah, actually, so again, there's a longer 4-hour course where I go through the specifics, but okay. Yes, so scenario planning resides in strategic planning, not outside of it. It must serve the strategic planning process. So I tell people it's a foresight tool, it's a futurist tool, but it only has value if we place it within the business. Again, this is a business class, within the business context. So we have to look at the strategic planning context and the process, and we have to embed. So this is what if analysis, right? So the strategic plan comes up and says, this is what we expect. Then the scenario planning people come in and say, what would upset the apple cart? And then we go back and we partner with, marketing, with sales, with finance, and say, what could we do in the event that XYZ happens? But yes, to your question, it must reside, or it must serve the interest of the strategic planning process.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And there are other questions, and we'll follow up with you after.
Mhm. Oh, wonderful.
That was great. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think we have a couple more questions here, if we can jump into
Sure,
them.
go ahead.
You know, interesting that last question there about kind of the responsibility and the integration between scenario planning, storytelling, and the overarching strategic planning process. Thank you so much for kind of clarifying that. A question here about for really small businesses. Really small businesses. How do they get started? Are there some specific tools or frameworks that you would recommend for people who are just learning this capability, and how it can be meaningful, even if you're, just getting started or very, very small? Because I think it's a planning discipline that will serve them well, in the current state, but also in the future as they grow and scale their businesses. So any thoughts on some practical tools that they can use?
Yes. So what I kind of wanted to highlight, excuse me, too much talking today, I guess. What I would like to highlight is even the smallest of the smallest company needs to adopt this tool. Let me be clear. Even if you're a startup and you're looking for funding, right? You certainly will not predict the future, but you need to show the angel investors, the VCs, the investment clubs, the bankers, that you thought about it. So if you go to someone and ask and say, give me money, you have to think out about the alternatives. How is your plan unfolding? So, how about your product? How about your services? Just think about your offering, right? And then what would upset the apple cart? So again, we don't know. Well, could be another war, unemployment, another oil crisis. But all that investment bankers want you to know is that you thought through it.
Okay.
It's not some kind of a permanent truth or effect, that you understand there is business risk around you, and this is a disciplined way to address risk. So even if it's the quadrants, the BCG matrix, it's a very simple tool, right? You can start there. You can think about ways of, we can use futures wheels, we can use scenario planning, we can use any one of the techniques that I showed, even if it's just more of this or less of that, two alternatives. But you need to show that you thought through the economic environment, the business environment, how the other people would play. So I would suggest people go through this. So we actually have a longer course, a 4-hour long course at SMB Digital Education, and where I walk people on each and every one of the steps on the way. But the idea is, pick one of them or just explore one. I mean, I think I showed 9 or 10 of them. Just pick one.
Okay.
One that some people like the quadrants better, some people like the lines better, some people like the storytelling better. But if you just start with one, just pick one, play with it, see how it goes, and then you can think about exploring others. But start somewhere. Again, pick. It's a menu. There are many techniques out there. Pick one, get used to it, try others, but don't do it. Make sure you do it.
I think this is really, really important. It, really speaks to, we talk a lot. I do, look, I work in business planning, strategic planning personally. And so it's really interesting when you're putting together your business plan, you have to have, a discussion there about contingency planning and what happens if. So I think, your remarks today are on point here to get people to start thinking about kind of what's going on outside of the four walls of their business. And, what are the potential possibilities and exposures And so this is a mindset and a planning methodology that's critically important no matter how small you are. So I appreciate that. A follow-up question to that would be the frequency of doing this work. So is this, I can't imagine that this is something you would do just on an annual basis. It has to be more frequent than that. What's your recommendation for businesses, small, medium, large, as to the kind of the timeline? How often, is it quarterly? Is it, just through their annual planning process, they should be going through these exercises? What do you recommend?
So the bigger exercises, we usually follow the cadence of the strategic planning process. So it happens few times during the year. And of course, you have a big session that when you plan for the next year, right? So those are the sessions we know. Now the monitoring is daily. We're monitoring and checking and double checking and triple checking every day. So I think we saw at the beginning of the conference, Dr. Avner Barnea with weak signals, right?
Yeah.
So we have actually a course about the BI, so business intelligence. So keeping a balanced scorecard, and what in your balanced scorecard is changing, right? What is changing the environment? What are the trends? And is there any kind of disruption? So we need to kind of revisit on an as needed basis, right? So who would have anticipated October 7th, right? A war. Nobody would have anticipated that. So we need to see or continuously look for ideas. I mean, how about Kodak? Well, they didn't think it was possible to get other ways to take a picture, right? Well, your cell phone is for talking, not for taking pictures, right? So how did exactly, and I think I mentioned that in the discussion. So Steve Jobs, how did he there was a 57-page PDF describing the advantages of, the cell phone. He just looked at the camera and clicked and took a selfie. So, wow, he took the cell phone, which is made for talking, and used it as a camera. So if you see something like that, something disruptive, something that can upset the apple cart, something that is in or around your BI processes, that's time to redo. So I mean, I'm sorry to give you this kind of answer. Yeah, we do have it on the cadence of the strategic planning process, but we are constantly monitoring the environment, and if need be, we need to go back, revise, redo.
I think that is, a best practice here, right? For everybody who's watching today, is to have a discipline of gathering and paying attention to the external forces that are facing your business, and do it on a consistent basis. And there's got to be a way of gathering and collecting and storing all that information so that you can analyze it, so that you can, come up with this, the what if scenarios and put plans together. And then, because it's integrated into the business planning process, it has, there are considerations operationally and from an operating budget standpoint, and what's the most likely scenario, right? And maybe what you need to account for as you're putting your operating budgets together. So it's all, an integrated process. And I share, thank you for sharing that perspective. But I think even if you're very, very small, it's a good practice to start now and start to establish a discipline that I think will serve you well in the long run. And at the end of the day, when you're trying to, grow your organization and generate revenue, you've got to, mitigate risk, as well. You've got to find ways to, reduce your exposure. So I think this is a good path forward for a lot of people, small, medium, and even large businesses. So thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay, well, I think we're going to take a pause here for a few minutes and get ready for our next session.
Okay, we'll see you guys. So we have a break right now, and we'll see you soon.
Sounds great.
Hi there, folks. We're waiting for other folks to join us, and they're coming from the other side of the world, and they're still having a little bit of an issue. So what we're gonna go do now is we're gonna go back to one of the roundtables. So I got more requests for the Futures Wheel. So we're gonna go back and talk a little bit about Futures Wheels, and then we'll reconnect as soon as the speaker is available. So I'll see you soon in one of the roundtables, and then we're gonna go back to the final session of the day. Just a moment. Hello and welcome to What You Don't Know About Futures Wheels. I'm Gayoso from Futures Television, Radio Futures, and Chief Editor at IMCI Magazine. This series is a response to your feedback. In essence, you will find a series of tutorials or videos designed to explain one specific technique and show you how it can be used in the real world. Today, we're exploring futures wheels. What are they? And how can you use them? So let's get started. Alrighty. This is the overview of this video. When you think about future wheels, they're visual ways to organize thoughts and ideas. We basically pick a topic and think about it using a questions and answers format. It is that simple. So what we use future wheels for? Well, we use them to think about the association of ideas and how they are related. One way to think about futures wheels is to describe them as tools to help us uncover risks and opportunities in the marketplace. Future wheels are used to help us evaluate competing ideas, consider alternatives, and in the process, we work to minimize surprises. If we do a good job at imagining alternative futures, then it is less likely we will be truly surprised. When we think about a set of competing alternatives, we are forced to evaluate which potential outcome is best, so we can direct our efforts one way or another. When we pick a path and make consistent decisions on how to get there, in reality, we're conducting a strategic planning exercise. And that is key if we want to ensure the long-run survival of any entity. Alrighty. In this video, we will use a 4-step process to create a simple futures wheel. Once you see the process at work, you'll be able to easily recreate it and thus come up with your own futures wheel. The first step is to select the key idea. It could be a trend or an event. In other words, we need to disclose what is the main point of the analysis. Once we decide on the main idea, then we can start to explore it in greater details. Okay, by the way, we could do this analysis using a piece of paper and a pencil. But for the sake of simplicity, we can work faster when you use any kind of established template. In this video, I use free software to expedite the process. There are many pieces of software, and now are equally good and equally free. So please pick one. In this example, I am using the Video Paradigm online tool, which again is free. You will find a link to that page in the description of this video. Okay, now that we selected one piece of software, let's look at the center of the wheel and place the main idea, trend, or event. Notice there is a key idea at the center, surrounded by 3 different yet connected circles. One green, one yellow, and another one red. Once we place the main idea in the center, then we need to move to the green circle. There are a few ways to do this. We can think of consequences of the original idea. If an apple falls from the tree, it could hit the floor and roll around. It could get smashed on the ground, or someone might have caught the apple before it hit the ground. Well, you get the idea. Another approach is to think about this in terms of this, then that, in a logical or a linear fashion. So let's look at a concrete example. In this example, the central idea we are exploring is a trend called car electrification. That means a trend for people to buy more hybrid, or in this case, electric vehicles, as opposed to gas-powered ones. In this step, we're just looking at the key idea and posing questions, then making notes of what we find. Let's look at this example in greater details. If we use the if this, then that process, we can pose a few questions. On the first path, we just ask, well, if there is a car, how will it be fueled? Or, in our case, how will it be charged? One potential way is to think people will opt to charge their cars overnight at home while they sleep. Well, for that, we would need a garage, an electric plug, and some equipment, perhaps a special high-powered outlet, one capable of handling charging the car's battery. Another path would lead to charging the car elsewhere. If you drive around, you will notice some strip malls and movie theaters already have charging stations. So while you sit through a movie, the car is charging. In this case, charging is in a public space, and it is the strip mall's problem to have the equipment. If you think of a different path, what would then happen to the gas station if we're not buying gas? At this point, we need to ask, is this a risk or an opportunity? Well, it depends on the perspective, right? If you're in the business of selling gas, having more electric cars is not a very good trend. On the other hand, if you're looking at this trend as someone else, this is clearly a good opportunity. So let's look at this opportunity in details. All righty. So we need to ask how fast or how slow is this transition from gas to electric powered vehicle going? See those arrows? Well, how fast or how slow are they moving and in which direction? One way to think about this is to ask what would happen with the car electrification trend if other events take place, say a war in the Middle East. Well, that would cause prices of gas to increase. So gas-powered cars would be less attractive, and the car electrification trend would accelerate. Well, you get the idea. Let's talk about the last step of the analysis. The last step is to look at the various options and issue a recommendation. For that, we need to be clear about the perspective we use. If you continue to use this example, and if you look at this increase in the car electrification trend, and if you represent a pension fund that invested in buying gas stations all over the country, now that fewer people will be buying gasoline, what will happen to the value of the gas stations? Alternatively, if you're looking at this from the perspective of someone looking for an opportunity, you could approach the pension fund with alternative uses for the gas stations. Again, you get the idea. All righty, as you can see, we can think of any idea, trend, or situation using the futures wheel method. I hope you learned something new about future wheels, and you'll be sharing something about your own future wheels in the future. Please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you have a comment or suggestion, feel free to drop me a note. Thank you so very much for your time, and best luck in building your future wills. See you next time. Futures wheels. So that was the request people had. So again, this is just one of the other tools, and I suggest people go back to our sessions. So we had 2 sessions with Arthur. So the first one where we talk about the specific tools, the AI tools, and today we had the OSINT session. I suggest you combine them. When you're running out of ideas and you're not so sure, use his method, use his prompt engineering to come up with ideas. So let's say, so my example with car electrification. So let's say I don't know much about car electrification. So I can ask ChatGPT saying, I am the journalist for the Car and Truck magazine, and I have to write a 1,000 word article about car electrification in Japan. Please note the key players and their market sizes, and give me, references, and note their websites. So, of course, you can double check or triple check. So you can ask ChatGPT to, put all this information, assemble this information together in a way that you can double check, triple check, etc. So it will, or not necessarily just ChatGPT or Grok or one of the tools that, in fact, Arthur mentioned several of those. Some are paid, some are not. But have AI assemble the information. You can take a look, and then you can do your futures wheel. So I did exercises with, nuclear engineering, with patents. I mean, you don't have to know. But what you need to know is methodology. So what kind of method you're going to use. And then you need to understand your bias. I think this entire conference we've been talking about bias, right? Several types of bias. We need to understand our bias. We need to understand the machine bias. If you recall Arthur's example, when the machine was told to, portray somebody, portray the man, right? So we need to understand our biases. We need to understand the machines have biases. So if you're aware of that, and we use it as an information gathering tool, but in a way that we can double check, triple check, right? So you shouldn't be showing people on the food chain analysis that was done by AI or solely by AI. We need to be able to confirm, double check, triple check, because our name's going there, right? Who's delivering the report? Well, we are. But again, it's a tool. Let's use the tool. The tool is available, and you use the tool, and then you pick one of the methodologies we've been sharing here today. And once you do that, you combine the power of the methodologies with the expediency and the ease of AI and AI tools. I think that's the real winning combination.
Wonderful.
So why don't we take a quick break, and then we're going to go over the agenda for tomorrow. So folks, give us a moment, and we'll be back soon. All right, so let's start with the recap. Deb, tell me what you liked about today's session.
Oh my gosh. Well, you just shared a lot about Arthur, who kind of kicked off our day for us, talking about OSINT for competitive intelligence. So, I would highly encourage everybody to go out to Foodie TV. You can see a lot of great information coming from Arthur. And he's got his master class is part of SMB's digital course catalog. And so I highly encourage you to come in and spend more time with the materials. And same thing with you, Ram. So, you gave your 2-hour master class today. Thank you so much for doing that. And I just want to let everybody know that that is also available on smbdigitalcourses.com. You can take advantage of that information. And if you are looking for even more detail, kind of the step-by-step of how to develop, the scenario planning methodology, how to use the tools. Rob's got a 4-hour fundamentals course in our course catalog. So there's, so wherever you are kind of on your learning curve when it comes to these topics, we believe we have something for you. So the conference is really a great way to come and listen to these experts speak for a short period of time about a topic. But if you want to get a little bit more information, a little bit of a deeper dive, or even how do I actually do that? How do I implement and execute on those strategies that I just heard them speak on? We have that information for you that's available as well. So I also wanted to, I'm so grateful to have Nathaniel Witbooi come and visit us from Africa. Talked a lot about the challenges that women and minority entrepreneurs are facing when it comes to raising capital. And when he was, sharing his remarks, that really hit me personally. When he talked about the challenges and how some opportunities to overcome those challenges, and so he kind of shared kind of the toughness of that. And the fact that women traditionally just are, receiving less than 2% of the venture capital funding that's available. And I think we're all, understand that. So we're all here to help women and minorities. That's the purpose of our conferences, actually, is to help those women and minority entrepreneurs get the education that they need so that they can arm themselves with the right information to go forward and pitch to an investor and be credible and feel confident in their abilities. So he shared a lot of that information. He also talked about a lot of the opportunities in MEA, the Middle East and Africa, when it comes to fintech, agritech, health tech, climate tech, clean tech. Thoroughly enjoyed that conversation and really shared what women and minority entrepreneurs need to know.
Wonderful. So I just wanted to reiterate, one of the advantages of the courses is, of course, Kajabi has an online community. So we get together and we talk about issues. There are more exercises, there are more videos, more materials, PDFs, quizzes. So it's a great tool to use. Now, we had 2 different roundtables today. We had Dr. Jonathan Kaloff talking about how to take advantage or how to plan your conference visit or your conference trip, even if it's online. Make sure you plan it. Yeah. And then, of course, we had our trip to Dubai, where we met with Mads Wolf. I could not get him to Yodo, maybe next time. But we learned a little bit about, the 25-hour hotel, their business philosophies, and how basically they set up shop in a new city, which is Dubai for them.
Wonderful. We also had Catherine Johns, who came back. She's presented at one of our previous conferences about compelling communication for entrepreneurs. And, what she shared seemed like very practical things, but these are things that need to be top of mind for us all. The importance of eye contact, using your voice effectively, your posture, making sure your feet are on the floor. And it's really interesting that I always think of that. Every time we do a conference, Ram, I'm already, I'm sitting, squarely in my chair, and I am, looking at everyone through the camera. And that was another tip that she gave, is not to look at your screen, but to look at through your camera, as if the people that you're talking to are just on the other side of your camera. So that was really, really important, is to look through it. And so she just shared some great tips. She's also got a great newsletter that she publishes. And so you get on her mailing list so you can keep in touch with her. She's got a great book. We actually did an Ask Deb About Business show with Catherine, where we talked about her book, which is Show Up and Shine. And it's all about putting your best foot forward. And so that's really, really important for all of us to be mindful of.
Yes, that was such a wonderful show. It actually should have used that as one of the roundtables as well. And of course, we had Dr. Bob Saul, and he shared his 5 steps to community improvement. It's kind of interesting to see his perspective, you own it. Make sure you go out and you fix it. That was kind of an amazing speech. So how about we take a look at tomorrow's agenda? So tomorrow is the last day, so let me pull the agenda. So we're going to go through the last day of the agenda, which is starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 8 a.m. New York time. So we go through the open, and then we're going to have Dr. Michael Jackson with Reimagining Tomorrow with AI. So again, a lot of the topics in the conference cover AI, because that's a kind of request we received to continue to look more into technology, into AI in particular. So we look for speakers who have the expertise to discuss those topics. Then we have Deb's Business Intelligence Driven Planning. So it's time to go through now the BI tools and the balance scorecards and the rest of the pictures. So we've been talking about bits and pieces, but they all are one different aspect of the same thing. So the strategic planning process. Then it's followed by Impossible Communications with Mike Green. And then we're going to have, Christina Davis is going to go through, public relations, a very specific keynote on a public relations topic. Then we go into perspectives on Middle East and Africa. So Amine Ayoub, he is a writer from Morocco. He actually has some of his articles published in major newspapers, both, in North Africa as well as in Israel. So he's going to share perspectives about the Middle East. Then we talk with Dr. Stephen Lichty and Paula dos Santos Papel about Ukama, which is an African about face. Then Paula is back with Nakonde Kazonde van den Broek, and we're going to talk about insights into African leadership and creating teams in a high context environment, followed by our values and some excellent discussions. We actually have 3 or 4 different roundtables that are going to be running at the same time as the main conference. So we'll be hoping to share a little bit more. So Deb, I think that was all for us for today.
For us today, and I want to thank everybody for being with us today. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, which is our last day of our conference. So thanks for being with us. Bye for now.
And remember, go check footy.tv and you can get the proceedings of today plus the other 3 days. And then soon enough, we're going to have the proceedings for tomorrow. Again, folks, thank you so very much for being here with us on day 3. And we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, day 4, last day of the conference. Thank you.